Ready to unravel the mysteries that lie beyond our comprehension? Paranormal M is your passport to a world of inexplicable phenomenon. Subscribe and enable notifications to join us on this mind-bending journey into the unknown. By subscribing to Paranormal M and turning on notifications, you'll be the first to witness the most compelling supernatural stories as they unfold before your eyes. Story number 1. I was strangled in my room by nothing. December of 2019 marked a memorable evening for my family as we returned from a delightful family dinner. At that time, I shared a room with my brother, with whom I had a strained relationship. As my brother retired to bed, I decided to stay up a little bit longer, indulging in the soothing melodies of Hotel California by the Eagles. Closing my eyes, I immersed myself in the captivating music. While enjoying the harmonies, a peculiar whisper reached my ears through the earbuds. Intrigued, I assumed it was my brother attempting to communicate with me, and responded, "Hey man, what were you trying to say?" To my surprise, there was no reply, only silence. I brushed it off as a figment of my imagination, attributing it to those instances when one mistakenly believes their mother's calling them from another room. Determined to disregard the strange occurrence, I reinserted my earbuds and attempted to focus solely on the music. However, an overwhelming sense of unease gradually crept over me, urging me to leave the room. Inexplicably, an invisible force seemed to compel me to escape its grasp. Feeling somewhat apprehensive, I sought refuge beneath the protective cover of my sheets. Naively, I hoped that hiding would somehow offer me respite from the inexplicable events unfolding around me. Unfortunately, my misguided notion proved futile. Beneath the sheltering sheets, an unsettling energy manifested itself, permeating the atmosphere. It exuded an ominous darkness, an unmistakable intent to inflict harm upon me. And harm it did. I could distinctly sense a pair of hands firmly wrapping around my vulnerable neck, mercilessly pushing my head toward the unyielding wall. In a desperate bid for survival, I kicked and thrashed, struggling to break free from its suffocating grip. My grasps for air were drowned out by the palpable malevolence that surrounded me. Then, as abruptly as it had begun, the entity released its hold. With trepidation, I gingerly lifted the protective sheet, half expecting to find tangible presences lurking in the room. Yet, to my relief, the space remained devoid of any physical being. Meanwhile, my brother awoke, irritated and wary, perplexed by the distress etched across my face. Reluctantly, I divulged the unsettling events that had transpired, hoping to find solace in his understanding. Regrettably, he dismissed my account as mere fabrication, convinced that I was weaving a web of lies. Nevertheless, the encounter continued to haunt my thoughts, repeatedly resurfacing in my mind's recesses. I often pondered the nature of this enigmatic force I had encountered that night, and its chilling effect on my well-being. As a devout follower of religion and spiritual beliefs, I sought solace in fervent prayers, beseeching for my devout practices offering a shield of safety, perhaps, shielding me from the clutches of evil. Admittingly, this belief assuaged my fears to a certain extent, providing a modicum of respite from the lingering terror. Story number 2, Meat Locker Ghost. Back in 2006, during my youthful days as a rebellious punk rock street kid, an extraordinary adventure unfolded within the decaying walls of an abandoned building nestled in San Diego's industrial area. This dilapidated structure, deserted since the 1950s, held an air of mystery, as it lacked any physical address for us to conduct thorough research on its history. Undeterred by its enigmatic past, my comrades and I transformed this forsaken edifice into our sanctuary, furnishing it with discarded couches, tables, and assortment of odds and ends that we stumbled upon. From the outset, we dismiss one another's accounts of encountering peculiar silhouettes or glimpses of shadowy figures lurking in the corners. Strange as it may sound, we even brushed off claims of disembodied footsteps echoing through the premises. However, one particular incident shattered our skepticism. It was a moonless night, and we were engrossed in our usual revelry, savoring the freedom of our makeshift haven. For reasons unbeknownst to me, I decided to abstain from the raucous festivities, opting instead to enjoy a solitary respite while my friends ventured out the next day to scavenge for sustenance. Well, money, I guess, that is. As dawn broke and the others embarked on their daily ventures, I found myself relishing the rare luxury of solitude within the vastness of the building. While lounging in the main room, intermittent noises teased my ears, leading me to venture forth and inquire, "Hello?" Alas, my voice reverberated throughout the vacant corridors, evoking no response but silence. Yet, on the final occasion as I ventured closer to one of the corners, an anomaly within this labyrinth of wood and drywall aptly dubbed the meat locker by us, I heard 3 resounding thumps emanating from the room, constructed entirely of concrete. A chill ran down my spine as a blood-curdling scream pierced the air, its source undoubtedly from within the locked room, housing our cherished possessions. Overwhelmed by fear, I sprinted back to the safety of the main room, conveniently positioned near the entry door, basking in the dim light it offered until candles became a necessity. It was already too late to engage in productive endeavors, so I resigned myself to be on vigilant watch near the doorway, anxiously anticipating the return of my friends. On another balmy summer night, as the stars shimmered in the obsidian sky, I sought refuge within my own room, seeking solace amid the chaos of the world. A comrade lay on the floor beside me, blissfully unaware of the spectral energies permeating our eerie abode. Suddenly, an inexplicable sensation crawled up my spine, like an invisible gaze piercing through my very being. Clutching my sleeping bag tightly, perspiration drenched my trembling body. To compound the unease, an archaic rotary phone, long disconnected and devoid of any electronical current, commenced emitting a prolonged, haunting ring. The sound reverberated through the desolate chambers, defying all logical explanation. Resolute in my determination to resist the enigmatic allure, I chose to ignore the spectral intrusion and eventually succumbed to the embrace of slumber. Those days within the forsaken confines of that abandoned building were as perplexing as they were exhilarating. Each night unfolded like an enigmatic tapestry, woven with threads of inexplicable phenomena and supernatural encounters. Whether it was the shadowy figures that danced at the periphery of our vision, or the disquieting screams echoing through the silent corridors, the essence of the building seemed imbued with a mystique that defied all rational comprehension. As time wore on, the allure of our unconventional sanctuary began to wane, eventually leading us to seek refuge elsewhere. Nonetheless, the memory of those haunting nights and inexplicable occurrences have etched themselves indelibly upon the tapestry of my life, a testament to the unfathomable depths of human experience and the enigmatic forces that lie just beyond the threshold of our understanding. Story number 3. Scared I'm being haunted. I must admit, I feel utterly absurd right now, as the staunch disbelief I held towards the existence of ghosts has been shaken to its core. Yes, even I narrate this bewildering tale, my doubts still linger, yet the events that unfolded yesterday and continue to haunt today challenge my sanity as a whole. It is plausible that my mind is succumbing to the strain and turmoil of my recent breakup, which has left me emotionally battered and deprived of restful slumber for several nights on end. Moreover, the perpetual emptiness in my stomach due to my lack of sustenance has rendered me physically feeble, amplifying the potential for exhaustion to play tricks on my wary mind. Seeking solace, I sought refuge at my friend's abode. Little did I know that the refuge I sought would instead plunge me into a labyrinth of inexplicable phenomena. It was last night when I attempted to find respite in the comforting couch, hoping to drift into a peaceful sleep. The hour hand on the clock struck 2 a.m., and just as I was surrendering myself to the realm of dreams, a cacophony of thunderous footsteps reverberated throughout the apartment. At least, that's what I presumed. The source seemed to emanate from the top floor of the building, ignorant of the fact that my friend's apartment occupied the highest level. Puzzled, I tried to decipher the origin of this unearthly commotion, only to discover that the inexplicable running started from the farthest corner of the room, scampering towards my friend's bedroom, before abruptly reversing its course, eventually reaching the living room where I found myself. Astonished and perturbed by this unearthly disturbance, I began to question the very fabric of reality. Is this the manifestation of a tortured spirit? Or perhaps my exhausted mind has conjured a haunting symphony of hallucinations, its own cruel intervention to torment me in my fragile state? My heart races and an icy shiver creeps down my spine, for I am thrust into a perplexing twilight zone where the supernatural seems to seep through the veil of rationality. Now let me rewind to the preceding incident that transpired just moments before I sought refuge at my friend's sanctuary. It was a time where I, burdened with the weight of my emotional turmoil, sought solace within the confines of my own home. As I stood under the cascading water of a soothing shower, attempting to wash away my sorrow, an abrupt interruption jolted me from my desolate reverie. 2 resounding knocks echoed against the sturdy door of my bathroom, invading the tranquility that had enveloped me. Startled and filled with a sense of foreboding, I hastily clothed myself and instinctively reached for my phone, dialing my friend's number, desperately seeking safety in their presence. Simultaneously, I fired off a message to my father, imploring him to clarify if he had been the cause of those disquieting knocks, yearning for an assurance that the disturbance was merely a figment of my imagination. As I penned this account, my surroundings remained cloaked in an unsettling atmosphere, where spectral possibilities intermingle with the wavering insanity. The weight of these eerie occurrences rests heavily upon my shoulders as I grapple with the conflicting notions of disbelief and undeniable evidence. Was it merely exhaustion and emotional distress conspiring against me, weaving a web of ghostly illusions? Or did I stumble upon an unearthly plane, where spirits from realms unknown seek to communicate their presence? My thoughts twist and turn, lost in an abyss of uncertainty. For yesterday's events have not ceased to linger in the corridors of my mind, haunting me with their unanswered questions. Story number 4. 2 different sounds, 1 ghost. It was a quiet evening, and my boyfriend and I were nestled comfortably in our bed, ready to drift off into dreamland. The wariness of the day was beginning to take hold, and our eyes were growing heavy. Suddenly, a piercing and bone-chilling sound reverberated through the air, causing both of us to jolt upright in bed. The sound seemed to originate from our laundry area, which doubled as a balcony known for its eerie atmosphere. Visitors often claimed that they felt an unsettling presence watching them from that very spot. Curiously, while I distinctly heard a blood-curdling shriek reminiscent of a woman in great distress, my boyfriend described hearing an angry and high-pitched command, demanding someone to get out. It was peculiar that we had each perceived different auditory stimuli, but one thing was undeniable. We had both reacted simultaneously to the chilling sound. Furthermore, we were certain that the sounds originated from the same location. Our apartment unit was relatively new, or so I believed, but it had remained unoccupied for a staggering 2 years prior to our moving in, and during that time both of us had the opportunity to reside alone in the unit for brief periods. While I had the company of my beloved feline companion, my boyfriend had endured an entire month of solitary living. Throughout his time alone, he had often felt an inexplicable presence, as if he were never truly alone. Whenever this sensation overwhelmed him, he would hastily initiate a video call with me, and strangely enough, the unsettling presence would dissipate. Allow me to provide some additional context. My boyfriend possesses a heightened sensitivity to paranormal phenomena compared to myself, despite my fascination with such matters. He had encountered several encounters with shadowy figures within our home, and one of these apparitions was roughly the same height as myself and exhibited childlike behavior, often peering at my boyfriend from various corners of the house. The other specter, significantly taller, appeared to have taken up residence in the kitchen or loitered in the laundry area, engaging in nothing more than an eerie stare. It seemed evident that the entity responsible for disturbing our peaceful slumber was distinct from these otherworldly manifestations. While it didn't exude a friendly aura, it also didn't seem to direct its attention specifically toward us. As I pondered the enigmatic nature of our experiences, a multitude of questions flooded my mind. What was the origin of these haunting sounds? Why did my boyfriend and I interpret them differently? Was our apartment unit truly devoid of the otherworldly occurrences before our arrival? Or had its vacancy somehow attracted an assortment of supernatural phenomena? My curiosity and fascination with the paranormal had taken hold of me, urging me to embark on a quest for answers. With each passing night, as the veil between the realm of the living and ethereal grew thinner, I found myself attuned to the peculiar energies that permeated our living space. I embarked on a personal exploration, delving into the history of the building and the surrounding area, seeking any morsel of information that could shed light on the mysterious occurrences plaguing our apartment. Hours turned into days, and days into weeks, as my relentless pursuit for knowledge intensified. I scoured archives, interviewed previous tenants, and even consulted experts in the field of paranormal research. Every scrap of information I collected, every anecdote shared with me, adding another piece to the intricate puzzle that lay before me. One particular evening, as I sat engrossed in my research, a revelation struck me like a bolt of lightning. The laundry area, which had become the epicenter of supernatural activity, had a long-forgotten history, a history intertwined with tales of despair, tragedy, and unrequited love. In the early 1900s, a young woman who had lived in the building, her tragically life cut short under mysterious circumstances. Legend had it that her restless spirit still roamed the halls, trapped in a perpetual state of anguish. Could it be that her tormented soul was responsible for the ghastly sounds that we had heard? Perhaps the different auditory experiences my boyfriend and I had encountered were a manifestation of the multifaceted nature of her suffering. It seemed plausible that her cries of agony, paired with her fierce demand for intruders to depart, were an echo of the pain and desperation that she had endured during life. Armed with this, I shared my findings with my boyfriend, who was both intrigued and apprehensive about the revelations. We contemplated the possibility of reaching out to the spirit to offer solace or assist her in finding peace. However, we remained cautious, aware of the unpredictability and potential danger that engaging with the supernatural force could entail. Days turned into weeks, and despite our trepidation, we continued to coexist within the ethereal entities that frequented our home. Gradually, we developed a semblance of understanding with the restless spirits, respecting their presence and acknowledging the tragic history that bound them to this earthly realm. Our nights became an intricate dance of the tangible and intangible as we navigated between the corporeal and spiritual planes. We sought to maintain harmony, ensuring that our actions and intentions were rooted in compassion and empathy. It was a delicate balance, an ongoing exploration into the depths of the unknown. As time passed, the intensity of the supernatural occurrences diminished, suggesting that our presence had a calming effect on the tormented spirits. The laundry area, once a hotbed of eerie activity, became a space of tranquility, a testament to the power of understanding and compassion in bridging the divide between the living and the dead. Our journey into the enigmatic realm of the supernatural taught us invaluable lessons about the complexities of existence, the fragility of human perception, and the enduring resilience of the human spirit. It was a chapter in our lives filled with fear, curiosity, and a profound sense of wonder. A chapter that would forever shape our understanding of the world and its mysteries. And so, my boyfriend and I embarked on our extraordinary odyssey, navigating the ethereal landscapes with an insatiable thirst for knowledge, armed with an unwavering belief in the interconnectedness of all things. Together we embarked on a lifelong exploration of the paranormal, forever intertwined with the spirits that had forever left their mark on our souls. Story number 5. Had a premonition. For years, I've carried the weight of an inexplicable event that's left an indelible mark on my psyche. Throughout my life, I've encountered numerous inexplicable occurrences, but this particular incident stands out. It revolves around a peculiar premonition that I can't fully comprehend. If there's anyone out there who has had a similar experience, I implore you to share your story with me, as I'm eager to find solace in shared understanding, you see. I shared an incredibly close bond with our family dog, just as I did with all of our beloved pets. One ordinary day, I found myself sitting on the floor, leisurely spending time with him. As I placed my hand on his furry coat, an unusual sensation coursed through me. I felt tangibly real, as though I had witnessed and experienced something outside the realm of my own perception, but only within the confines of my mind. I struggle to articulate the strangeness of it all, truly. In that fleeting moment, I felt an abrupt surge of pressure, a palpable darkness intertwined with an overwhelming sense of panic. It was as if I had somehow managed to transport myself into the very essence of our cherished pet. Picture, if you will, the sensation of being engulfed in darkness, surrounded by a frenetic flurry of movement, and permeated by an unmistakable aura of distress. Needless to say, it was far from a pleasant experience. Though merely a matter of seconds, those peculiar sensations left me momentarily speechless, unable to rationalize or explain the profound encounter. I dismissed it as a fleeting episode, attributing it to a fatigue or a trick of my wary mind. Nevertheless, I remained deeply unsettled, and the incident continues to occupy my thoughts with an unwavering persistence. Several weeks later, fate dealt a devastating blow. Our beloved canine companion was taken for a walk by someone unaware of the impending tragedy that awaited them. In a heart-wrenching turn of events, our dog fell through a treacherous layer of ice, leaving us all in a state of profound grief. Despite valiant attempts to rescue him, his heart seemed to surrender the moment he submerged beneath the icy surface. Reflecting upon this heartbreaking loss, I find it impossible to shake the feeling that the initial incident was, in fact, a forewarning, an eerie premonition of the tragedy that would befall our beloved pet. It's as if, during that inexplicable moment, I had glimpsed through the world of his perspective, trapped beneath the frozen veneer, besieged by anguish and fear, the mingling of emotions within me, a disconcerting blend of sorrow and astonishment. To this day, I'm haunted by the enigmatic nature of that experience. It was an unprecedented encounter, one that defies logical explanation and lingers within the recesses of my consciousness. The overwhelming question persists: was I granted a foreknowledge of the impending doom that awaited our cherished companion? The magnitude of this event transcends the boundaries of the ordinary, leaving me with a profound sense of wonderment and introspection. Perhaps there are forces at play beyond our comprehension, weaving an intricate tapestry of existence that occasionally permits glimpses into the hidden realms of the future. Or it could be mere coincidence, an improbable series of events that align in such a way as to create an illusion of predestination. Regardless, the emotions tied to this incident continue to ebb and flow like the tides of an eternal sea. It serves as a stark reminder of the mysteries that permeate our lives, the inexplicable events that elude our grasp, and the profound connections that we forge with the creatures we share this world with. And so, I carry this tale with me, seeking solace and sharing with others who may have encountered similar moments of transcendent clarity in the midst of life's enigmatic journey. So let me begin by sharing my deeply personal experience that's left me utterly devastated. It was approximately 3 weeks ago when I tragically lost my beloved mother, an unexpected event that left me shattered and overwhelmed by grief. The fact that she passed away peacefully in her sleep, seemingly healthy, only adds to the shock and disbelief that has consumed me. You see, my mother wasn't just a parent to me. She was my ultimate confidant, my unwavering support, and my absolute best friend. In the wake of her untimely departure, I found myself grappling with an indescribable sense of loss, desperately longing for any sign of her presence. While I consider myself somewhat of a skeptic, I must admit that, like my dear departed mother, I hold belief in the existence of an afterlife and the spiritual realm. It is this belief that compelled me, about a week ago, to silently implore in my thoughts, "Please visit me in my sleep. Mom, I miss you dearly." That night, as sleep eluded me, my restless mind eventually succumbed to the wariness around midnight. And then something extraordinary occurred. I found myself in a dreamlike state, transcending the confines of my physical body. It was an ethereal experience, I guess I would say. One that I can only describe as akin to an out-of-body phenomenon. But as I ascended into the mysterious realm, I was immediately greeted by an overwhelmingly dark, rainy, and bone-chilling atmosphere that exuded negativity and heaviness. In this surreal place, I caught sight of a woman who bore an uncanny resemblance to my mother. Her appearance and voice mirrored my mother's so perfectly that for a fleeting moment, hope flickered within me. Yet, confusion soon clouded my mind as I questioned why my beloved mother would find herself in such a desolate, soul-crushing place. It was then that this doppelganger of my mother began uttering words that were abhorrent, vile, and utterly uncharacteristic of her unloving nature. Of her loving nature. The torrent of disgusting remarks spewing from her lips pierced my soul, leaving me paralyzed in shock. These were words that my mother would never, under any circumstances, utter to me. Instinctively, deep within the core of my being, I felt an overwhelming sense of dread and an inner knowing that this impostor was not my mother. The darkness surrounding her and the malicious intent in her words resonated with a sinister force, almost as if a malevolent entity was attempting to impersonate my beloved mom. Driven by an overpowering urge to escape this nightmarish facade, I fled from that dismal place with unmatched swiftness, yearning desperately to return to the sanctuary of my own physical form. When I awoke, it was precisely 4:10 a.m., but instead of finding solace in the waking world, I found myself grappling with a sensation of being choked, a heavy weight pressing upon my chest. The ensuing hours were a torturous battle as I attempted to find respite in slumber once more, my shaken spirit refusing to settle. Seeking solace and understanding, I reached out to one of my mother's close friends, who happened to be a devout follower of the Muslim faith. Sharing my harrowing encounter, he offered his interpretation of the event, believing it to be a malevolent hand of the devil attempting to feed off my profound sadness and anxiety. He commended my spiritual fortitude, acknowledging that my ability to discern the falseness of the entity masquerading as my mother was assertively declare, "Fuck this, I'm out of here," demonstrating a strength that was resisting the clutches of the darkness. Now my mind is filled with questions, seeking answers and seeking solace in the face of such an eerie and distressing encounter. The fear that gripped me during that haunting dream was leaving an indelible mark on my heart, and the sadness that engulfed me afterward feels almost insurmountable. So what are your thoughts, listeners? Can you make sense of this inexplicable, profoundly unsettling experience that's shaken me to my core? Story number 7. Weird thing in my driveway. Let me tell you about the bizarre and spine-chilling encounter I had one fateful night in my suburban neighborhood in West Texas. It was around 2 a.m. and I decided to step outside in my front yard, accompanied by my 3 loyal canine companions, to let them stretch their legs. The scene was tranquil, and the night sky was sprinkled with shimmering stars, casting a gentle glow upon their surroundings. As I stood there, I took a moment to survey the area. To my left, one of my dogs playfully sniffed around, while the other 2 were positioned right in front of me, their curious gazes fixated on the yard. To the right, my crossover car rested peacefully in the driveway, its sleek silhouette outlined by the pale moonlight. While I gazed across the yard, my eyes were suddenly drawn to a peculiar sight at the far right. I squinted, trying to discern the nature of this enigmatic figure that had caught my attention. From a distance, it appeared to be a creature of sorts, its size reminiscent of a medium-sized dog, yet with the sinewy build of a cat or a particularly gaunt canine. It moved about on all 4s, but not in the typical manner of a dog or cat. Instead, it exhibited a peculiar gait akin to that of a monkey. Its front legs were elongated and bony, with slender fingers that it walked upon, while its hind legs, unlike those of any creature I'd ever encountered, were raised high in the air as it moved on its toes. The creature's coat was an ethereal white, so pure and radiant that it almost seemed to emit a faint glow. The interplay of light and shadow bestowed upon it a translucent grayish-white hue, lending an otherworldly quality to its appearance. However, it was the creature's face that truly sent shivers down my spine. Its small head boasted forward-facing eyes, reminiscent of a human's, yet its mouth hung open slightly, revealing a set of gnarled and menacing teeth. Strangely, I couldn't discern any ears adorning its head, and it lacked a tail, further adding to its mystifying nature. As I continued to observe this enigmatic being, it began to make its way toward me. I fixated my gaze upon it, trying to comprehend the inexplicable entity that had entered my world. However, as I met its gaze head-on, it inexplicably vanished, disappearing behind the protective barrier of my car. Puzzled and bewildered, I quickly rushed over to the other side of the vehicle, eager to unravel the mystery that lay before me. To my astonishment, there was nothing there. No sign of the creature that had moments ago captivated my attention with its otherworldly presence. Perplexed and filled with an eerie sense of uncertainty, my mind raced with questions. What on earth could this creature have been? Was it a cryptid, an elusive entity that had managed to evade scientific documentation? Or perhaps it belonged to the realm of mythical beings, a fairy or an ethereal spirit caught trespassing in our world. Could it have been an extraterrestrial visitor, a creature from a distant planet seeking to explore the depths of our suburban enclave? I found myself grappling for answers, my imagination running wild with possibilities. Feeling a chill creep up my spine, a sense of unease washed over me. Sensing the growing curiosity and inquisitiveness of my loyal dogs, I swiftly ushered them indoors, determined to shield them from the unknown and protect them from whatever strange forces lingered outside. Story number 8. Nursing home. During my tenure at a nursing home, which lasted for approximately 6 months, I stumbled upon a rather intriguing piece of information relatively early on. It came to my attention that the very edifice I toiled within had a previous existence altogether. It had once stood as an entirely different entity until a catastrophic inferno reduced it to ashes, tragically claiming the lives of a few innocent children in the process. Although the recollection of its former purpose had gradually faded away, it held no sway over the course of events I'm about to recount. While fulfilling my responsibilities in this establishment, I found that the elderly inhabitants would frequently bemoan the presence of a peculiar apparition, an ethereal young boy garbed in a vibrant yellow jacket. According to their accounts, this spectral child would torment them during the nocturnal hours, causing restlessness and sleep deprivation. On occasion, they would venture out of their rooms amidst the nighttime shift, driven by their compulsion to voice their grievances about the perplexing boy, or engage in animated discussions during the communal meals regarding the eerie noises emanating throughout the premises. Some even lamented the mysterious phenomenon of their doors and windows opening inexplicably as the darkness shrouded the surroundings. However, one particular incident stands out in my memory, a night fraught with unprecedented turmoil. It involved an elderly gentleman afflicted with the debilitating condition known as Parkinson's disease. This unfortunate soul, plagued by uncontrollable tremors and occasional outbursts, suddenly erupted into a frenzy about the boy's incineration, occurring right within the confines of his room. Typically, his temperamental episodes could be assuaged with gentle persuasion and a patient approach. Yet, on this fateful night, no amount of coaxing could alleviate his anguish. His distress escalated to such an extent that we were compelled to summon assistance, requiring someone to feign the removal of the apparitional boy in order to restore a semblance of tranquility. As inexplicable as it may seem, I must confess that I never personally laid eyes upon the boy donning the yellow jacket. Nevertheless, his spectral existence was a topic of incessant discourse among both the residents and, on occasion, the staff members themselves. The sheer frequency and consistency of these conversations has rendered it exceedingly arduous for me to dismiss their collective testimony and remain convinced of his non-existence within the realm of our shared reality. Story number 9. My only ghost story. Let me tell you about the first house I ever bought. It was an older house, built way back in the 1880s. Little did I know at that time, this house held a fascinating history. You see, there was a time when our town was struck by a massive fire, and my house played an unexpected role in the aftermath. During that unfortunate incident, the hospital happened to be located across the street from my house. As a result, my humble abode was transformed into a triage center for the victims. It's hard to imagine the chaos that must have unfolded within those walls, with numerous casualties seeking refuge. Some say that even after all these years, the spirits of those affected lingers within the house, bound by the traumatic events that transpired. I used to omit this detail when sharing my house's history, as I didn't think it was relevant, but it certainly adds an eerie element to the story. So, on our first day of moving in, we had boxes piled up on the table in the living room, as expected during such a relocation. The day wore on, and as evening approached, exhaustion set in. Neglecting to clear off the table, I climbed into bed with the intention of dealing with it the next day. Little did I know that something peculiar awaited me in the dead of night. At around 3 a.m., I awoke, feeling a chill permeate the house. Realizing that I might have left a window open, I groggily made my way to the living room to rectify the situation. To my astonishment, I discovered that all the items from the table were now on the floor. However, what struck me as particularly uncanny was that they were stacked neatly on the ground, just as they had been on the table. In my half-awake state, I instinctively began cleaning up the scattered objects and carefully placed them back upon the table where they belonged. As I tidied up, my brother emerged from his room, witnessing my late-night cleanup efforts. Offering his assistance, he joined me in restoring order to the displaced belongings before eventually going his own way. With a sense of relief, I finally returned to bed, hoping that the strange incident was nothing more than a figment of my exhausted mind. When morning arrived, my wife and I woke up side by side, ready to embrace the new day. As we lay, the ceiling fan abruptly whirred to life, seemingly of its own accord. We chuckled at the whimsical thought that perhaps my wife's departed mother was trying to communicate with us from beyond. My wife, ever the practical joker, got up and prepared some coffee, while I proceeded to get dressed for the day. Stepping out into the living room, I was taken aback to find my wife once again collecting the same pile of items that my brother had just witnessed me cleaning up in the middle of the night. It was an amusing coincidence, and we couldn't help but share a laugh in the absurdity of it all. As time passed, nothing else of peculiar nature was occurring in that house. The fan never malfunctioned again, and the very same table remained in its designated spot for many years without any further encounters with the supernatural. Looking back, I've often wondered about the mysterious happenings in that old house. Was it truly the residual energy of the fire victim that caused those bizarre incidents? Or were they merely coincidences, playing tricks on our imaginations? Regardless, I can't help but appreciate the stories and memories that unfolded within those walls. It serves as a reminder that sometimes the most captivating tales are found in the unlikeliest of places, and that even in the face of the inexplicable, life continues with its everyday wonders. Story number 10. My paranormal experience. When I was a young child, around 9 or 10 years old, my mother owned horses that she kept at a horse yard. It was a beautiful afternoon with the sun gracefully descending towards the horizon, casting a warm glow over everything. On that particular day, my father and I decided to lend a hand and assist in the task of emptying the manure trailer at the muck heap, using his trusty truck. As we made our way down to the horse yard, it was just the three of us, my mother, my father, and me. The trailer was filled with an abundance of waste, and we knew it was our responsibility to dispose of it properly. With determination in our hearts and a sense of teamwork, we set out to complete the chore before us. As the trailer was gradually emptied, one scoop at a time, we noticed that there were only 2 items remaining inside, a pitchfork and a shovel. The contents had been successfully removed, leaving behind only these essential tools. With the task almost completed, my mother and father hopped into the truck, while I followed suit, entering the vehicle last. With the engine humming softly, we began our ascent up the winding track, heading back toward the stables. Little did we know that an extraordinary surprise awaited us at the journey's end. As we opened the back of the trailer, our eyes widened in disbelief and astonishment. There, nestled among the emptiness, stood a colossal 7-foot fencing post. To this day, the mystery of how that enormous wooden post found its way into the back of our trailer remains unsolved. We have pondered the incident countless times, attempting to rationalize and comprehend its occurrence. The most baffling aspect was the fact that there were no individuals present beside the three of us. As a young child, I couldn't have possibly lifted that, let alone maneuvered it. Now at the age of 20, the memory of that peculiar evening still lingers vividly in our minds. Whenever we gather together with family or friends, the story is inevitably shared, leaving everyone equally puzzled and intrigued. We recount the evenings exactly as they unfolded, pondering over the inexplicable appearance of the fencing post. Throughout the years, we've contemplated various theories, ranging from mischievous supernatural entities playing tricks on us to some peculiar cosmic alignment defying the laws of physics. However, none of these explanations offer a satisfying conclusion to the enigma that continues to baffle us. As time passes, we've come to accept that some mysteries in life may never be unraveled. The incident serves as a constant reminder of the inexplicable wonders that exist beyond our comprehension. It stands as a testament to the extraordinary nature of our world and the countless unexplained phenomena that both perplex and enchant us. So the tale lives on, passed down from generation to generation, as a testament to the inexplicable and boundless mysteries of life. It serves as a reminder that sometimes, amidst the ordinary moments, we are granted a glimpse into the extraordinary, leaving us forever questioning and forever in awe. Story number 11. When my dad died, we had some weird things happen. Now I think they came from my grandpa. I sit here, my mind clouded with worry and concern as I contemplate the events that have unfolded in recent days. It all began with my beloved grandpa, my dad's mother, who had been battling stomach cancer for the past 2 years. Despite his blood tests and medical reports showing promising results, his spirit had been weighed down by the knowledge of his illness. A heavy cloud of depression has settled upon him, manifesting in his frail frame and the loss of an alarming amount of weight. His once robust and vibrant appearance has withered away, leaving behind a mere shell, a collection of bones peeking through his skin. Just a few days ago, we gathered to celebrate his birthday, hoping to create cherished memories and share in the joyous moments of togetherness. However, as we sat around the table, laughing and enjoying the festivities, a lingering feeling engulfed me. Deep down, I couldn't shake off the unsettling sensation that this birthday celebration would be our last chance to bask in his presence. In order to fully comprehend the events that unfolded afterward, it's important to reference my original post, which outlines the eerie encounters and the presence I believe to be haunting my grandpa. The night following his birthday, I found myself abruptly waking at 3 a.m., as if an invisible force beckoned me from my slumber. Filled with grogginess, I attempted to lull myself back to sleep. However, my cat's incessant commotion shattered any hope of tranquility. Annoyed by the disturbance, I scolded my cat before venturing out to investigate the cause of this restlessness. As I approached my bedroom door, I discovered my cat in a state of frenzy, fixated on a mouse that had sought refuge within a box. Astonishingly, the mouse was still alive, instilling within me a sense of compassion. Determined to set the tiny creature free, I descended the stair and headed toward the front door. To my utter disbelief, the entranceway stood ajar, though the door lock remained securely fastened. Instantly, a chill ran down my spine, and I couldn't feel the hair on the back of my neck. Rational explanations escaped my mind as this inexplicable occurrence felt undeniably paranormal. Living alone in the French countryside, the prospect of intruders has always been a lingering fear. To alleviate my concerns, I rely on my 2 beautiful canine companions, who sleep by my side each night. Their heightened senses and acute awareness usually serve as a reliable alarm system, warning me of any potential threats, even the slightest disturbance. To put their capabilities to the test, I intentionally created scenarios only to find that my vigilant dogs would react and alert me, confirming their unwavering diligence. Hence, the inexplicable sight of my door open fortified my suspicion that the supernatural forces were indeed at play. Determined to uncover the truth and put my fears to rest, I decided to invest in a security camera. Perhaps capturing the events on film would provide undeniable evidence of the presence that seemed to surround my grandpa. As I eagerly await the camera's arrival, my heart is heavy with the premonition that the next few months hold a heartbreaking fate for my dear grandpa. The weight of this impending loss hangs heavily on my soul, intermingled with the uncertainty and the mysterious phenomena that continues to unfold around me. I can only hope that by documenting these events, I may shed light on the inexplicable and find solace in knowing that my grandpa's spirit, though tested and burdened, will ultimately find peace. Until then, I remain vigilant, ready to face the unknown and protect my family from the unseen forces that may be threatening our well-being. Story number 12. testimony of my story when my dad died. It was a warm summer day in July of 2012 when my world was forever changed. The memories of that time still haunt me to this day. You see, it all began with the passing of my dear father. It was the 18th of July, a date etched into my mind like a painful scar. The loss of my father was a devastating blow, one that would leave an indelible mark on my entire family. Prior to my father's demise, we resided in a cozy home of my stepfather, along with my mother, my 2 brothers, and my sister. Our lives seemed relatively ordinary, with the usual ups and downs that any family experiences. Little did we know that the tranquility that we had grown accustomed to would soon be shattered by a series of inexplicable events. My father had been battling illnesses since he was just 18 years old. It all started during his military service, where he contracted a severe lung infection that refused to relent. The passage of time only served to worsen his condition, and despite countless efforts to find a cure, his health continued to deteriorate. It was a heavy burden for him to bear, and it was ultimately led to my parents' divorce in 2003. Though it was my father who made the decision to leave, my mother's love for him never wavered. In the wake of the divorce, my mother crossed paths with my now stepfather. Love bloomed between them, and in 2008 we moved into his recently constructed house. It was a modern house built just a few years prior, and it held the promise of a fresh start for our family. Little did we know that the seemingly innocent walls of our new home held secrets that would soon be revealed. It was in the spring of 2012 that the first sign of something amiss manifested. The television would inexplicably turn on by itself, and the radio followed suit, playing eerie tunes that sent shivers down our spines. At first, we dismissed these occurrences as mere coincidences, jokingly attributing them to a mischievous ghost haunting our walls. However, as time went on, these incidents became increasingly frequent, leaving us in a state of both bewilderment and unease. A few weeks prior to my father's passing, I was assisting my mother in clearing the table after dinner when an eerie sensation washed over me. It felt as though a pair of eyes were fixated upon me, silently observing my every move. My gaze instinctively turned toward the stairs, as if drawn by an invisible force. And there I saw it, a faint silhouette of a small boy, his figure shrouded in darkness like an ominous shadow. As soon as our eyes met, the boy swiftly retreated, concealing himself behind the pole supporting the stairs. My initial assumption was that it must have been my younger brother, as he sported a similar haircut to the mysterious figure. I turned to my mother, my eyes wide with astonishment, and she confirmed what I had seen. "Did you see that?" she asked, her voice laden with a mixture of curiosity and trepidation. I nodded in response, struggling to find the words to describe the peculiarity of the encounter. "It looked like a little boy," she mused aloud, her voice tinged with uncertainty. I suggested that perhaps it was my mischievous brother playing a prank on us. But when we called out to him, he was nowhere to be found. Instead, he was engrossed in his usual online gaming escapades, oblivious to the eerie events unfolding around us. One fateful day, tragedy struck when my younger brother had an accident on the beach. Concerned for his well-being, my mother rushed him to the hospital late in the evening of July 17th, 2012. They returned home in the early hours of the morning, greeted by an unsettling darkness that enveloped the house. The only source of light came from the grand, round window situated on the stairs, where the glow of a nearby city lantern cast its ethereal radiance throughout the night. As my mother entered the house, a disconcerting sight greeted her eyes. The stairs cast a looming shadow, a human silhouette that suggested someone's presence. In her exhaustion and confusion, she initially assumed it was either my sister, my twin, or myself lurking on the stairs. However, when she flicked on the light, the figure vanished into thin air, leaving her alone in the silent darkness. It was then that we received the heart-wrenching news of my father's passing, the day after the eerie encounter on the stairs. The events that unfolded only intensified the supernatural occurrences within our home. While I was away from school during this period, I heard first-hand accounts from my mother, my little sister, and my stepsister who bore witness to inexplicable phenomena that chilled them to the core. My mother recounted nights when she slept with her little dog by her side, only to be awakened by the frantic barking that emanated from the closed bedroom door. This behavior was unprecedented, as her beloved pet had never exhibited such behavior before, nor did it occur again after those unsettling nights. She too heard unexplained noises that seemed to emanate from the very stairs where our mysterious figure had been sighted. At first, she attributed the sounds to our mischievous cats, but, to her astonishment, they were all outside that night, leaving her alone to confront the enigma. My sister, too, experienced her own brush with the inexplicable. On one restless night, she awoke to the sound of footsteps echoing upstairs. Driven by a mixture of curiosity and fear, she ventured into the room that she shared with my younger brother, who was sound asleep. She entered my twin brother's room adjacent to theirs, finding it empty and devoid of any human presence except for herself. The sensation of dread consumed her, leaving her trembling with a deep-seated terror that defied explanation. But perhaps the most chilling encounter was reserved for my stepsister. Stirred from her slumber in the dead of night, she opened her eyes only to find a gaunt, towering figure standing before her. The man's arms were crossed, and his gaze fixated upon her, eluded an aura of familiarity. She described him in vivid detail, and it became clear to all who heard her account that the figure bore an uncanny resemblance to my father. The fact that my stepsister had never met my father, neither in person nor through photographs, made her testimony all the more haunting. These unnerving events spanned approximately 2 weeks leading up to my father's passing, and continued for a fortnight thereafter. As we grappled with grief and confusion, my mother shared a thought that resonated deeply within all of us. The sight of the little boy, reminiscent of a photograph of my paternal grandfather in his youth, led us to theorize that the spirits of my father's parents had descended upon our earthly realm to guide him toward the afterlife. In this narrative, they were bidding us farewell, their presence acting as a bridge between the living and the departed. It was as if they were whispering to us, saying, "We have come to accompany your father on his journey. It was wonderful to see you all, but now we must part ways." The subsequent events could then be seen as my father's final farewell, his way of assuring us that we were safe and that we could now move on from his eternal rest. Though time has passed since those chilling days, the memory of those supernatural encounters continues to haunt me. The inexplicable presence of a little boy, the vanishing shadows, the sounds in the night, and the striking vision of my father witnessed by my stepsister, they all serve as testament to a world beyond our own, one that intertwines with our own existence in ways we may never fully comprehend. It is a story that I can carry within me, a tale of love, loss, and the ethereal mysteries that surround us, reminding me that life's enigmas are often the most profound and enduring. Story number 13. My first paranormal encounter was a surprising one to me. I wanted to determine whether there was something otherworldly present, or if it was just my imagination playing tricks on me. Intrigued by the idea, I decided to employ my trusty pendulum as a medium to communicate with benevolent spirits. With my pendulum in hand, I began to pose questions, seeking answers from the mysterious realms beyond. One particular question lingered in my mind. Could I obtain the protection of a spirit for any duration of time? To my astonishment, the pendulum swung affirmatively, indicating that it was indeed possible. Encouraged by this revelation, I initiated a conversation with the spirit, eagerly awaiting its response. Curiosity got the better of me, and I inquired further, asking it if the spirit could provide me with any form or sign to solidify its presence. To my surprise, the pendulum once again answered in the affirmative. Intrigued, I awaited the manifestation of this promised sign. Several hours later, as I found myself on the opposite side of the room, engrossed in my thoughts, I noticed a sudden commotion. My gaze fell upon my book, which had fallen to the floor. Perplexed, I realized that I hadn't touched it all day. Initially, I dismissed it as a mere coincidence and nonchalantly placed the book back in its rightful place. However, my skepticism was soon challenged when merely 10 or 20 minutes later, the book descended from its perch again. This time it fell considerably farther, as though an invisible force had propelled it. The peculiar occurrence left me bewildered, unable to ignore the possibility that something beyond the physical realm was at play. Undeterred, I embarked on another quest for confirmation. A day later, I attended a concert, hoping to discern whether the spirit would fulfill my desire for an autograph. The night unfolded, and to my astonishment, I not only received one, but 2 autographs. Overwhelmed by this synchronicity, I couldn't help but wonder if the spirit had indeed intervened, guiding me to this unexpected outcome. Returning home that night, tired but fulfilled with excitement, I settled into my bed, eager to reflect upon the events that had unfolded. Suddenly, a sound echoed through the room, causing me to startle. To my disbelief, it was the same book that had fallen twice before. I knew without a doubt that it couldn't have been my doing, as I hadn't laid a figure on it for more than 6 hours. These inexplicable incidents left me pondering the existence of a realm beyond our own, one inhabited by spirits who could potentially communicate with the living. The pendulum had served as a portal, granting me glimpses into this ethereal world. As I lay in bed, contemplating the events that had unfolded, I couldn't help but feel both a sense of wonder and trepidation. What other mysteries lay hidden in the veil between our world and the supernatural? Only time would tell, as I embarked on a journey to explore the enigmatic realm that had revealed itself to me. Story number 14. Random electronics keep going off around me. As I sit here, fingers dancing across the keyboard, I can't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the situation unfolding around me. You see, just moments ago, my mischievous son's beloved fart machine erupted into a cacophony of flatulent sounds, filling the room with an undeniable stench of hilarity. The curious part, however, is that nobody, and I mean nobody, is anywhere near the remote control. It lies innocently on the coffee table, untouched and motionless. But that's not the only inexplicable occurrence that's been plaguing my life as of late. Oh no, there's something far more peculiar happening in my world. Picture this. I'm cruising down the road, minding my own business, when suddenly, out of the blue, the passenger seatbelt light flickers to life, followed by an incessant intrusive beeping that grows louder and more insistent with each passing second. Now you might think that this is a mere malfunction of the wiring, and ordinarily I would agree with you. However, this bizarre phenomenon only unfolds when there's an actual occupant in that very seat. Yes, you heard me right. It's as if the seatbelt sensors possess an otherworldly sentience, a mischievous intelligence that can discern the presence of a person. And here's where it gets even more puzzling. This peculiar display of automotive rebellion exclusively takes place right before I embark on my ritualistic pilgrimage to deliver my dear son into the arms of his other parent, my ex. Coincidence? Perhaps. But I can't help but wonder if there's something more to it. You see, dear listener, these inexplicable events have led me down a rabbit hole of speculation and contemplation. I find myself questioning the very fabric of our reality. Is there a hidden force at play, an ethereal entity trying to communicate with me through these unlikely circumstances? Could it be that a spiritual presence seeks to make its presence known, utilizing the fart machine and the seatbelt light as a conduit for its cryptic messages. I must admit such notions might sound far-fetched, even outlandish to the casual observer. But as I delved deeper into this enigma, I found myself contemplating the countless tales of supernatural encounters that have graced the annals of human history. There are stories of poltergeists and restless spirits, of unexplained phenomena that defied the boundaries of rationality. Who am I to dismiss the possibility of such extraordinary explanations? And so here I stand on the precipice of uncertainty, teetering between the realms of reason and the intangible. The events that have unfolded in my life have left me both bewildered and intrigued, yearning for answers that may forever elude me. I share this tale not to seek validation or to elicit judgment, but rather to reach out to the vast expanse of humanity and inquire, does anyone else find themselves entangled in the intricate web of inexplicable occurrences such as mine? Story number 15. My sister sees spirits. Let me tell you a captivating tale about the extraordinary and my sister and her spine-chilling encounters that we faced together. Allow me to take you on a journey through our intertwined lives, filled with shared experiences and remarkable adventures that will surely leave you spellbound. Ever since I joined this community, my bond with my sister has grown stronger than ever before. From the very beginning, we were inseparable. Our childhood was spent sharing a room, giggling late into the night and creating endless memories together. As fate would have it, we continued to be roommates during our college years as well. I was a wide-eyed sophomore, while she, being a senior, guided me through the intricacies of university life. One fascinating aspect of my sister's character is her unparalleled imagination. She possesses a gift that enables her to manipulate the colors of the world around her, whether it be envisioning vibrant hues adorning trees or transforming the mundane into something extraordinary. Her imaginative prowess knows no bounds. It truly is a sight to behold. However, along with her vivid imagination, my sister also faces her fair share of challenges. She has undergone a comprehensive psychiatric evaluation and was diagnosed with ADHD, but there's no history of schizophrenia in our family. Despite these obstacles, she remains incredibly bright and is excelling as a straight A MBA student. Sorry, I got caught up there. Among the countless extraordinary encounters that we've shared, one in particular sends chills down my spine every time I recall it. At the time, I was a freshman attending Bowling Green State University, while my sister had reached the distinguished status of a junior. Although I resided on campus, I found solace in spending most nights at her off-campus apartment, until the circumstances grew too terrifying to bear. As someone who possesses an intuitive nature, I often find myself attuned to subtle energies. However, it's important to note that seeing apparitions or ghosts is not part of my repertoire. Within her apartment, there was one peculiar doorway that emanated an eerie aura, causing the hairs on the back of my neck to stand on end. Furthermore, my sister had a roommate named Mallory, who had a deep fascination with tarot cards and frequently engaged in conversations about ghosts and other supernatural phenomena. The apartment itself seemed to be enveloped in an unsettling atmosphere that even our friend Hiro, hailing from Japan, could not bear to enter due to the palpable dark energy that surrounded it. Little did we know, these unsettling occurrences were merely the prelude to a bone-chilling tale that would soon unfold. During one of our visits back home to Chicago, over the course of spring break, my sister's boyfriend at the time experienced a terrifying nightmare. In his dream, he encountered a hauntingly beautiful girl donned in a white dress, her long black hair cascading around her. The nightmare was accompanied by the haunting sound of blaring radios and a woman's haunted melody. To his dismay, upon waking from this nightmarish ordeal, he discovered that the radios were still playing and the woman's voice echoed throughout the air. Filled with dread, he hastily sought refuge in his own college apartment a few blocks away, hoping to escape the clutches of this terrifying enigma. Fast forward to the end of the school year, a time when my sister and I found ourselves engrossed in the daunting task of cleaning out her apartment. Seizing the opportunity to spend some time with a few friends, I left my sister alone in the apartment, unaware of the spine-chilling events that were about to unfold. Little did I know that her solitude would be disrupted by the appearance of the very ghostly apparition that had haunted me behind the dreaded doorway. This spectral figure bore an uncanny resemblance to the girl her boyfriend had encountered in his nightmare, complete with her ethereal singing voice. As if trapped in a macabre encore, the ghostly figure pursued my sister, compelling her to flee the apartment with the whispered words, "I don't mean to scare you." Deeply disturbed by this unsettling encounter, I confided in my best friend Hannah, whose family included an aunt, blessed with the ability to communicate with spirits. Without hesitation, I reached out to her aunt, eager to unravel the mystery that enshrouded the ghostly girl. The medium, with her profound connection to the spiritual realm, revealed to us the name of the apparition and disclosed that she longed for the camaraderie of sisterhood. Inexplicably drawn to the presence of my sister, her roommate, and myself, the ghostly specter had inadvertently frightened us with her desperate attempts to feel alive once again. Overwhelmed by fear and confusion, the apparition had become trapped between realms. Thankfully, with the assistance of my friend's aunt, the lost spirit was guided toward the light, finding solace and finally crossing over and leaving the mortal plane behind. Haunted by these supernatural occurrences, I made a solemn vow to avoid that specific part of Bowling Green for the remainder of my time at the university. The eerie presence that lurked in the shadows near the train tracks had left an indelible mark on my psyche, one that I was in no hurry to revisit. It is worth mentioning that during the same spring, a series of events unfolded that further solidified my belief in the existence of unseen forces. On one fateful day, as we were going about our routine, my sister and I stumbled upon a shocking sight. There, on the train tracks, stood a girl amidst an intense altercation with her boyfriend. His violent demeanor and alarming insistence that she remain on the tracks, even as an approaching train grew nearer, sent shivers down our spines. Acting swiftly, we dialed 911, desperately pleading for help. Miraculously, the train was halted a mere 300 feet away from the girl, saving her from a potentially tragic fate. In the aftermath, the authorities apprehended her abusive boyfriend, bringing some semblance of justice to this harrowing tale. From that day forward, a sense of caution prevailed whenever we traversed the area adjacent to the train tracks in Bowling Green, Ohio. In conclusion, my sister's extraordinary gift and the chilling encounters that we experienced together have forever etched themselves into the tapestry of our lives. From sharing a room throughout our childhood to navigating the uncharted territory of college, we stood by each other through thick and thin. Our journey has been filled with inexplicable mysteries, spine-tingling specters, and the ethereal touch of the spiritual realm. It is through these experiences that we've come to realize the fragility of the boundary between the seen and unseen, the living and the departed. So heed my warning, and tread cautiously when venturing near the train tracks in Bowling Green, Ohio, for you never know what mysterious forces may await you in the shadows. Step into the shadows with Paranormal M. Our channel is dedicated to sharing real accounts of the paranormal that will send shivers down your spine. Don't miss a single bone-chilling episode. Subscribe and hit that notification bell now. Story number 1. Is this a ghost or a glitch in the Matrix? Today has been a whirlwind of inexplicable events, leaving me utterly perplexed and questioning the fabric of reality itself. It all began innocently enough as my girlfriend and I were engrossed in a delightful playtime session with our children in the cozy confines of our living room. Laughter filled the air as our little ones gleefully frolicked about, immersed in a world of dress-up clothes and costume jewelry. However, the atmosphere took an eerie turn when my girlfriend's son, clutching a pair of dainty earrings, inadvertently dropped one onto the floor. What transpired next defied all rationality. According to my girlfriend, it appeared as if time itself had slowed to a crawl as the earrings descended, and then, in a bizarre twist, it vanished into thin air without emitting even the faintest whisper of sound. Perplexed and intrigued, we embarked on a frantic search throughout our abode, scouring every nook and cranny for a glimpse of the vanished earring. Alas, our efforts proved fruitless as minutes stretched into what felt like an eternity. Just when we were about to resign ourselves to an unsolved mystery, a most peculiar sight greeted our astonished eyes. There in plain sight, a mere few feet away from its original descent, the missing earring reappeared as if by magic. How could this be? My girlfriend's son had been firmly clutching the other earring throughout the entire search, and my daughter had never laid hands on either of them. The bewilderment deepened, and a shroud of inexplicability enveloped our minds, leaving us as utterly confounded as to the enigma that had unfolded before our very eyes. As if the strange vanishing act of the earring wasn't enough, the day continued to unravel with yet another inexplicable incident. Later in the afternoon, my girlfriend decided to accompany her son upstairs for a relaxing bath. Unbeknownst to us, an unsettling surprise lay in wait. Downstairs, I found myself engaged in casual conversation with the rest of our family, all enjoying the tranquility of the back porch or leisurely exploring the first floor. It was in this moment of familial bliss that my phone buzzed, heralding a perplexing text message from my girlfriend. According to her account, as she entered the bathroom with her son, an eerie occurrence took place. The electric toothbrush cleaner, mounted diligently upon the mirror, defied all reason by activating itself without any external stimulus. No one else was present in the vicinity to trigger such an inexplicable phenomenon, leading us to question the very laws of nature that govern our existence. This peculiar turn of events, completely unrelated to the earlier incident, seemed to be ominous and a harbinger of an unforeseen force at play. Seeking answers to these unnerving occurrences, my mind wandered back to the significant event that transpired a week ago. It was then that I had ventured into the recesses of my memories, unearthing a treasure trove of keepsakes and mementos carefully preserved within a box. This collection held an array of sentimental artifacts, including cherished possessions that once belonged to my beloved grandfather, who departed from this mortal plane approximately 5 years prior. Among the artifacts were my grandfather's hat, a locket housing his photograph, and a pendant containing a portion of his cremated ashes. My grandfather, a gregarious soul in life, had a penchant for mischief and loved to engage in light-hearted pranks that brought joy to all around him. The bond we shared was a special one, and I held the distinct honor of being his favorite grandchild. Could it be that these inexplicable occurrences were somehow linked to his mischievous nature, extending beyond the confines of his earthly existence? A haunting thought began to take root in my mind, causing goosebumps to dance upon my skin. Was this a mere glitch in the Matrix? An ephemeral tear in the fabric of reality? Or was it something far more extraordinary? Could it be that my dear grandfather from the ethereal realm beyond was attempting to communicate with us, reaching out through the veil that separates the living from the departed? These perplexing experiences culminated in a series of unexplained events that defied all logic, left me grappling with an overwhelming sense of awe and curiosity. As the day drew to a close, I couldn't help but ponder the mysteries that had unfolded before me. The earring's inexplicable vanishing act and subsequent reappearance, followed by the enigmatic activation of the toothbrush cleaner, seemed to be an intricate thread woven into a tapestry of the supernatural. In the depths of my being, I couldn't shake the feeling that these phenomena were not mere coincidences. Instead, they seemed to be a peculiar dance orchestrated by forces beyond mortal comprehension. orchestrated by a spirit of my grandfather. Perhaps in his mischievous ways, he sought to remind us of his enduring presence, bridging the gap between the corporeal and the ethereal with a series of bewildering encounters. As nightfall descended upon our household, I found solace in the warmth of my loved one's embrace, seeking refuge from the unyielding mysteries that had captivated our day. Despite the unanswered questions that lingered in the air, I couldn't help but feel a profound sense of gratitude for the inexplicable events that had transpired. In this confluence of the mundane and the extraordinary, I had been granted a glimpse into the world beyond our own, where the veil between the living and the departed seemed tantalizingly thin. And so, with a mix of trepidation, wonder, and unwavering love, I bid the enigmatic day farewell, knowing that the mysteries of existence were vast and intricate, far beyond the grasp of mortal comprehension. Whether a glitch in the matrix or a playful spirit of my grandfather, these otherworldly encounters had left an indelible mark on my consciousness, forever reminding me of the boundless mysteries that lie just beyond the veil of our understanding. Story number 2. Woman on the Stairs. In 2014, I found myself living in a quaint terrace house nestled close to the vibrant center of Bolton in northwest England. It was a cozy abode, often referred to as 2 up, 2 down, due to its arrangement of 2 rooms upstairs and 2 rooms downstairs. These intriguing spatial dynamics added character to our humble dwelling. At that time, I resided with my then-girlfriend, who is now my beloved wife, and our precious son, who filled our lives with immeasurable joy. My girlfriend, ever driven and ambitious, was diligently pursuing a course to fulfill her dream of becoming a veterinary nurse. This endeavor required her to work a demanding 2 p.m. to 11 p.m. shift, leaving me solely responsible for our son during those late hours. It was a role I embraced wholeheartedly, cherishing the special bond forged between my child and me during those quiet moments in the house. One evening, after tucking my son into bed and bidding him good night, I ventured downstairs to tackle the mundane but necessary task of washing the pots and pans. As I stood at the sink, lost in my thoughts, and in the rhythm of the flowing water, a faint sound caught my attention. Footsteps resonated from the landing above, causing me to assume that my son had been roused from his slumber, eagerly seeking our company. Drying my hands with a nearby towel, I mentally prepared myself for the familiar routine of guiding my son back to his peaceful dreamscape. However, as the footsteps grew louder and more distinct, I noticed something peculiar. These were not the erratic and playful footfalls of a child, but rather the deliberate, measured steps of an adult. Curiosity mingled with a tinge of trepidation as the enigmatic sounds descended on the stairs. My gaze shifted from the kitchen to the stairwell, eager to uncover the source of this unexplained interruption. Anticipation heightened, and I braced myself for the imminent encounter with my son, blissfully unaware of the strange apparition that awaited me. And then, in that transformative moment, the apparition materialized before my bewildered eyes. A tall woman draped in an ethereal white gown stood poised on the final step. Her commanding presence surpassed 6 feet in height, while her flowing blonde locks cascaded down her back, illuminating the gloom of the stairwell. Yet, as her face came into view, an unsettling realization dawned upon me. There was an uncanny peculiarity to her countenance, an otherworldly quality that rendered her features strangely askew. It was as though she were an entity masquerading as a human, her presence both mesmerizing and disconcerting. Transfixed by this supernatural encounter, I stood frozen in shock for what felt like an eternity. Time seemed suspended, the world confined to the hushed anticipation that permeated the air. Gradually, courage welled within me, urging me to investigate further and ensure the safety of my slumbering son. With every ounce of resolve, I mustered the strength to ascend the stairs, each step an act of defiance against the inexplicable. As I reached the top, my heart pounding within my chest, I approached my son's bedroom with trepidation, pushing the door open with caution. A wave of relief washed over me as I beheld his serene form, blissfully oblivious to the eerie encounter that had unfolded mere moments ago. He slept soundly, undisturbed by the ethereal presence that had graced our home. Half an hour elapsed, the passage of time punctuated by the lingering effect of the mysterious encounter. My girlfriend, weary from her long shift, finally arrived home. Though still slightly shaken by the enigmatic apparition, I felt an overwhelming sense of relief and joy at the sight of another familiar face, a tangible human presence that reassured me of the solidarity of our shared reality. Thus, the events of that fateful evening etched themselves indelibly into my memory, a spectral visitation that defied rational explanation. To this day, I ponder the nature of that mysterious entity and its purpose within the confines of our humble abode. Such encounters serve as reminders of the enigmatic and wondrous tapestry of life, weaving together the realms of the known and the unexplained in a dance of intrigue and fascination. And so we continue to embrace the uncertainties that lie beyond our comprehension, forever captivated by the extraordinary possibilities that await in the realms of the unseen. Story number 3. Haunting or bad luck over a 20-year period. During my ex-husband's childhood, he lived in a house that was believed to be haunted. The peculiar stories surrounding that house still leave me wondering about the true nature of the haunting. One notable incident involved the entire family going out together, only to return and find their neighbors gathered outside watching their house in awe. Lights inside the house were flickering on and off mysteriously. My ex-father-in-law, skilled handyman, would have surely detected and effortlessly resolved any electronical issues in the house, leading me to believe that there was something more supernatural at play. Another eerie account from my ex-childhood revolves his sisters relentlessly tormenting him when he was around 6 or 7 years old. They would gang up on him, reducing the poor boy to tears. In response, he claimed to have conversed with the entity that resided in their home, pleading for it to make his sisters leave him alone. According to his recollection, there was an incident where the entity chased his younger sister into her room, where she sought refuge under the bed or in the closet. I can't recall the exact details. The entity stood by the door, barricading her inside, refusing to allow her to escape. This makes me wonder if perhaps this mysterious presence somehow attached itself to my ex-husband. Now, the reason I bring up these unsettling memories is because it ultimately led to the demise of our marriage. My ex-husband turned out to be a terrible spouse and a mediocre father, which compelled me to leave him. For a few years, he directed a lot of misdirected anger toward me before I finally gave up and walked away. Later on, I discovered that his mother had subjected him to horrific abuse throughout his upbringing, abuse that scarred him deeply and likely hindered his ability to maintain healthy relationships in his adult life. Growing up, he never really had healthy relationship models, as even his grandparents were unkind individuals who passed away when he was young. It leads me to ponder whether his family was plagued by some sort of generational possession. It's quite a leap for me to even consider this, as I'm typically a skeptic, but strange occurrences transpired during our marriage as well. Shortly after our marriage in 2001, we purchased a house together. As someone who's sensitive to energies, I've always been able to detect negative vibes in a place. When we first acquired that house, I assure you, it was pristine and free from any negative energy. The surrounding woods exuded tranquility, and moving from the city to this idyllic setting felt like a godsend. However, within a year of residing there, peculiar events began to unfold. There was a particular spot in the house that emitted a sound akin to a radio playing in the background. It resembled the noise you hear when someone accidentally leaves the radio on in another room. Strangely enough, the audio resembled talk radio rather than music. Whenever I would rise to turn it off, assuming it was the radio in the kitchen, I would discover that nothing was actually playing. This phenomenon occurred frequently, and I wasn't the only one who experienced it. Moreover, the sound could only be heard in that specific spot within the house and nowhere else. We also had a loft area instead of the attic, and we would often hear footsteps originating from there. However, whenever we investigated, we would find nothing out of the ordinary. It was as if the sounds were merely figments of our imagination. The strangeness intensified after our children were born. Once they began speaking, they would make unsettling statements about not wanting to sleep in one particular bedroom. According to them, a demon with red eyes resided in that room, consistently perched at the ceiling's corner. My oldest child experienced frequent night terrors, waking up to the entire household with blood-curdling screams that made it seem as if someone were attacking him. I couldn't console him. He was utterly terrified, seemingly possessed by an overwhelming fear. Eventually, I decided to move him out of that room, allowing him to sleep beside me to alleviate his nighttime anxieties. Around the same time, baby number 2 arrived, and due to my ex's early morning work schedule, I opted to stay in one room with the children, separate from where he slept. Soon after, baby number 3 joined our family. Juggling multiple infants and enduring chronic sleep deprivation during this period, I struggled to discern whether the unsettling occurrences in that house were solely due to my exhausted state of mind, or if there was indeed something malevolent toying with us. Our dog, who slept with my ex-husband in the demon-infested bedroom, would occasionally fixate on the same corner where the children claimed to have witnessed the red-eyed entity. I even managed to capture a video of her gazing intently at the corner, as if she could genuinely see something that eluded our human senses. As my oldest child transitioned into adolescence, he occupied the loft area as his personal space. One day, while he was calmly sketching, a book from his shelf abruptly flew across the room without an apparent target. It seemed to happen at random, adding to the mounting sense of unease within our household. All 3 of our children insisted that they had encountered the red-eyed demon when they were between the ages of 2 and 6 years old. Remarkably, they described seeing it in the exact same spot within the dreaded bedroom, one that none of them would dare sleep in except for my ex-husband. The youngest child even claimed to have spotted figures lurking in the woods outside of our house, peering into the windows at night. We had a spacious Florida room divided into 2 sections with an entire wall consisting of windows. It was a breathtaking room blessed with southern exposure. Our nearest neighbors resided behind us, so the expansive view of the woods provided a sense of privacy. We decided to transform the 2 sections of the room into bedrooms. However, my youngest child's fear of the alleged entities in the woods led me to hang curtains to shield them from their gaze. Even I felt an eerie sense of apprehension about those windows at night, particularly due to the unsettling reflections that they produced. I avoided gazing at them altogether, fearing what I might see in the darkness beyond. The situation improved after I hung up the curtains, providing a semblance of safety. Over the course of our 2 decades of homeownership, countless strange occurrences transpired in that house. When our relationship fell apart, I gladly relinquished any claim to the property, as I had no desire to retain ownership. Upon leaving, I removed all the protective objects I had placed in the windows, which in hindsight may have been a mistake. I now wonder if the energy I invested into safeguarding the house from negative forces inadvertently protected my ex-husband. After our separation, his health drastically deteriorated to the point where he could no longer work. Eventually, he became unable to meet the mortgage payments, leading to foreclosure. He clung to the house for several years, navigating a maze of legal battles, until he was finally forced to vacate just a few weeks ago. When we initially moved in, the property exuded beauty. There was no trace of negativity, and I firmly believed that the woods behind our house were unspoiled. Yet, by the time we all left, the place had become dilapidated both physically and energetically. Even with all the lights turned on, the atmosphere felt perpetually shrouded in darkness, a stark contrast to the sunny days that we were once enjoying, playing with our young children. As time passed, those joyful sun-filled moments became increasingly scarce. Even when the weather outside was idyllic, the house seemed to absorb the light, rendering it perpetually dim. The once charming woods took on an ominous and foreboding air. During our early days in the house, I frequently encountered woodland creatures such as groundhogs and squirrels and deer, and even the occasional bear, typical inhabitants of the surrounding woods. However, as the years wore on, the area became overrun by feral cats, further adding to the unsettling ambiance. There was nothing left of the property's original allure. Countless disconcerting events had unfolded within its walls. Additionally, the house directly across the road also harbored a dark presence. It's difficult to ascertain whether my ex-husband's negative energy somehow influenced their misfortune, or if they too had encountered an independent malevolent force. Perhaps both families had unwittingly become entangled in a web of supernatural malevolence, reinforcing each other's plight. The occupants of the house experienced unimaginable tragedy. Their oldest child displayed alarming tendencies that hinted at a potential future serial killer. He even threatened to harm my own children and cruelly killed a cat in their presence to underscore his malicious intent. Cancer and other grave health issues plagued both parents, with the father suffering a stroke at a shockingly young age of 55, despite his prior fitness and vitality. This devastating event left him permanently bedridden, unable to speak and subject to merciless abuse at the hands of their disturbed oldest child. The older sibling's threats grew so severe that a restraining order became necessary, resulting in his expulsion from the household. The mother made 4 unsuccessful suicide attempts, only to meet an abrupt demise one fateful day. Out of the blue, she suffered a heart attack, ending her life without any apparent cause or warning. The sheer magnitude of misfortune that befell the 2 families across the road is staggering, far surpassing the realm of mere coincidence. As a skeptic, I often find myself questioning whether it was simply a convergence of extraordinarily bad luck, or if something far more sinister was at play. Regardless, the level of malevolence and despair that tainted that area is undeniable. There are countless more unsettling incidents and chilling details that I could recount about our time in that house. However, the extent of the natural occurrences, coupled with the enduring impact on our lives, is already overwhelming. It serves as a haunting reminder of the inexplicable forces that can infiltrate our homes, leaving us bewildered and forever changed. The mysteries surrounding my ex-husband's childhood experiences in his purportedly haunted house, the eerie happenings that transpired during our marriage, and the subsequent deterioration of our once idyllic home continue to perplex me. While skepticism may linger within me, these eerie occurrences have left an indelible mark on my consciousness, forever challenging my rationality and pushing me to question the nature of the paranormal world that we inhabit. The Myrtles Plantation Hauntings. Did anyone else have any experiences there? I've had the incredible opportunity to visit the Myrtles Plantation not just once, but 3 times. And on 2 of those occasions I actually spent the night there. Let me recount the spine-chilling experiences I had and share my curiosity about whether anyone else has encountered anything during their overnight stays at this notorious haunted location. The first time I slept at the Myrtles Plantation, the eerie occurrences began even before nightfall. Accompanied by my fiancé, we opted for one of the more affordable rooms on the right side of the house. Although I can't recall the exact name of the room, I remember its location vividly. After ascending the stairs, we took a right turn and reached the final room on the left. According to the stories that we heard, a soldier who had lost a leg or a foot once occupied that very room. As we approached the door, an overwhelming scent of cigar smoke enveloped us. It was as if someone were standing beside us, puffing away on a cigar. I turned to my fiancé and asked if he could smell it too, and he confirmed that he could. The smell dissipated as quickly as it had appeared, and we brushed it off, assuming that it might have been someone sneaking a puff from a nearby room. However, as we entered the room, I brought up the superstition about the upside-down keyholes, which supposedly deter spirits from entering the premises. Just as I finished explaining this, my fiancé switched on the antique lamp in the room, and the bulb unexpectedly exploded. Although it startled us, I reasoned that the lamp must have been old and faulty. We promptly informed the staff at the gift shop about the incident and requested a replacement bulb. They sent a maintenance worker up to our room, and we followed him there. The worker successfully replaced the bulb but encountered difficulty when attempting to turn on the lamp. Eventually, he concluded that the entire lamp needed replacing. While we waited for him to retrieve a new lamp, strange sounds reverberated through the room as if someone were repeatedly striking the floor with a cane. The vibrations were palpable, and I shared my unease with my fiancé. He speculated that perhaps it was someone downstairs banging a broom on the ceiling to signal that we were walking too loudly. However, this theory was flawed because there was no guest bedroom below us. Instead, it was the dining room, off limits to guests, unless they were on a guided tour, that is. To me, it sounded precisely like someone tapping a cane against the floor to gain attention from the room below. We decided to investigate further and approached the gift shop, which we inquired about the presence of anyone in the main part of the house. We recounted the strange events to the shop attendant, who informed us that the room near the main entrance was reserved but unoccupied, and no one had access to the dining area due to it being locked and off limits until tours began. Grateful for her information, we thanked her and proceeded to explore the grounds. As night fell, we settled into bed, completely unaware of the terrifying ordeal that awaited us. In the dead of the night, I abruptly awoke with an intense feeling of being watched. The lamp that we had replaced earlier was left on, providing enough illumination for us to see if we needed to use the bathroom. Turning towards my fiancé, assuming that he was also awake, I discovered that his eyes remained closed, and he slumbered deeply. Sensing an unseen presence, I sat up and scanned the room until my gaze locked onto a figure standing at the foot of the bed, merely 2 feet away. The spectral figure appeared to be a man, smoke swirling in front of his face as if he had just taken a drag from a cigar. I could only see the upper part of his body, and he seemed to be fixated on me. For approximately 10 agonizing seconds, I stared back, frozen in fear. Finally, summoning whatever courage remained within me, I uttered a resolute "nope," and hastily buried myself under the covers, tightly closing my eyes, determined to fall back asleep. The next morning, I recounted the harrowing encounter to my fiancé, who questioned whether I had wakened him or not. I confessed that all I wanted to do was return to sleep. The last thing I desired for was both of us to be awake, locked in a petrified stare with the apparition. Later that afternoon, we packed our belongings and departed, eager to leave the haunting behind. A year later, driven by both fascination and trepidation, we decided to return to the Myrtles plantation for another overnight stay. This time, we selected a different room, located across the hall from our previous lodgings. However, this new room had an unusual feature. It was connected to the room positioned in front of the stairs. A door within our room led directly into theirs, providing it remained unlocked. Throughout the day, we experienced no strange events, and during the night, I slumbered peacefully, undisturbed by supernatural forces. We retired to bed around 9 p.m., hoping for a restful night's sleep. In the room, there was a small luggage rack, which I placed beside the bed and used to hold our phones, my eyeglasses, my fiancé's wallet, and my charger. The following morning, as I reached for my glasses and phone, I noticed something amiss. The luggage rack was absent, and I couldn't locate any of the items that had been resting upon it. I sat up, perplexed, wondering if I had accidentally knocked maybe everything on the floor during my sleep. Scanning the area around the luggage rack, I found nothing. Filled with a growing concern, I woke up my fiancé, fearing that he had fallen victim to a robbery. I hurriedly crossed the room to check the door that connected our room to the adjacent one, but the lock remained firmly in place. Confused and alarmed, I turned back to survey our room once more. It was then that I noticed everything that had been on the luggage rack was now strewn across the center of the room. There was no logical explanation for how these objects had migrated there, except for the unsettling possibility that someone or something had purposely picked them up and thrown them across the room. Remarkably, nothing was damaged or broken. We decided to collect our belongings and sweep away the disturbing scene and head downstairs for breakfast. While we were enjoying our morning meal, we happened to find ourselves seated across from a couple who had occupied the adjoining room during the night. Curiosity piqued, they asked if we had woken up during the night and inquired about our well-being. Confused, we explained that we had slept soundly and only awakened recently. They proceeded to share their side of the story, revealing that they had heard a commotion emanating from our room during the night. They had contemplated knocking on our door to check if we were okay, but ultimately refrained from doing so. According to their accounts, they never heard a peep from us and assumed that we were sound asleep. However, they were awakened by the sound of a loud banging and objects being thrown originating from our room. I recounted the incident involving the missing luggage rack, and they expressed their astonishment at the intensity of the noise. They couldn't fathom how we managed to sleep through such an uproar, considering the Myrtle's creaky wooden floors, which would typically transmit even the slightest disturbance. Strangely, we were equally baffled as to why we had remained blissfully unaware of the cacophony that had transpired in our own room. With yet another hair-raising tale to add to our collection, we bid farewell to the Myrtle's plantation once more. Its haunted history and the inexplicable encounters that we had experienced left an indelible mark on our memories. To this day, I wonder if others who had spent the night at Myrtle's plantation have encountered similar ghostly phenomena. The allure of the supernatural and the desire to delve deeper into the mystery of this haunted abode continue to beckon, leaving me yearning for more spine-tingling adventures at this historical landmark of the paranormal. Story number 5. I think I saw a ghost and I don't know what to do. Throughout my entire life, I've had a skeptical stance when it comes to anything related to the paranormal. However, despite my reservations, there have been countless spooky experiences that I simply couldn't explain away. It's not just me, though. Even my mom has had her fair share of inexplicable encounters. Now let me delve into the events that have been unfolding since I moved into my current flat over a year ago. Initially, everything seemed perfectly ordinary, until one fateful night. It was around 8:30 p.m., a time when my partner, a 28-year-old man, and I, a 27-year-old woman, would often settle down for the evening. Suddenly, an eerie sensation would engulf the entire flat, as if the temperature dropped abruptly to a bone-chilling -20 degrees Celsius. The chilling air lasted for a fleeting moment, leaving us both bewildered and on edge. But that was just the beginning. On numerous occasions, we couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. It was as if unseen eyes were fixated on us, their penetrating gaze causing an uneasy shiver to run down our spines. Moreover, there were instances where we were catching glimpses of fleeting figures in our peripheral vision, vanishing as soon as we turned our heads. It was these unsettling occurrences that heightened our sense of unease. However, it was the events of last night that truly shook me to the core. I was situated in my living room just a mere 2 feet away from the doorway. Without warning, an overwhelming urge compelled me to turn my head and gaze toward the entrance. What I saw sent shockwaves through my entire being. There, in the dimly lit hallway, I could have sworn I caught sight of a tall, ginger-haired woman, elegantly swathed in cream-colored bedding or robes. It seemed utterly implausible, and I was acutely aware that my mind could be playing tricks on me, but nevertheless the image has been etched into my consciousness, relentlessly replaying in my thoughts. Now, faced with this perplexing situation, I'm left wondering if there's anything I can do to kindly usher her presence away, or if it's all merely a figment of my imagination. I want to stress that I was in a completely sober state, free from the influence of any substances, and I wasn't excessively fatigued at the time of the sighting. It's essential to rule out any potential external factors that could have contributed to this uncanny experience. In my quest for answers, I find myself torn between the realms of skepticism and open-mindedness. Is it possible that there is some otherworldly force at play in my otherwise ordinary flat? Or am I simply conjuring these manifestations within the depths of my own mind? It's a conundrum that plagues me, leaving me in a state of uncertainty and seeking guidance. Therefore, I implore anyone with expertise or knowledge in matters of the paranormal to shed some light on my situation. Is there a peaceful resolution that can be reached? Can this mysterious apparition, if indeed it exists, be convinced to depart gracefully? These questions swirl incessantly in my thoughts as I strive to find a solution that will bring both tranquility and understanding to this bewildering chapter of my life. Story number 6, The Ghost in My House, plus her backstory. In the year 2016, my family and I had just moved into a new house, and as the excitement of exploring our new home took over, I found myself venturing to the depths of the basement. The air was cool and musty, and the dimly lit space seemed eerily silent. However, that silence was soon shattered by a faint, almost ethereal female voice that echoed from behind me asking, "Who are you?" Startled, my heart skipped a beat as I swiftly turned around to investigate the source of the voice. There before me stood the shadowy figure of a pale woman with dirty blonde hair. She wore a tattered red dress and a white hat adorned with a single rose. My eyes widened as I noticed the haunting sight of a stab wound on her body, underneath her rib, stomach, and right side of her head. It was a chilling sight that sent shivers down my spine. I cautiously approached the mysterious woman. She seemed to sense my apprehension and took a step back, her voice growing softer as she introduced herself. "Don't be scared, my name's Vanessa." From that day forward, Vanessa began to appear near my closet and windows during the night. It was as if she sought solace or companionship in the darkness. She would softly hum songs, and although I couldn't recognize most of them, I was able to identify Kitty Kalin's "It's Been a Long, Long Time" as one of her haunting melodies. Vanessa explained that her humming was a result of an insufficient sleep, and she hummed to keep me company during those restless nights. As we spent more time together, Vanessa gradually revealed her tragic backstory to me. She was born on August 16th, 1953, in Hackensack, New Jersey, and eventually relocated to the same state where I currently resided. In 1972, she purchased the very house in which I now lived. Vanessa had only completed high school when she married a man named Mr. Henderson. Their marriage was far from blissful. Mr. Henderson proved to be an abusive husband, subjecting Vanessa to physical violence and infidelity. The pain of their relationship reached its horrifying climax when he callously took the life of their own child. The depth of Vanessa's despair were immeasurable. Tragically, on Vanessa's 21st birthday, Mr. Henderson's cruelty reached its peak. In a fit of rage and desperation, he violently ended her life, stabbing her multiple times in critical areas of her body. The gruesome act took place near the boiler in the house. Reflecting on my first encounter with Vanessa, it became apparent that she likely succumbed to her injuries and died from blood loss. To this day, the whereabouts of Vanessa's remains remain a haunting mystery. One theory suggests that Mr. Henderson disposed of her body in a way that would prevent discovery, possibly even going so far as to eliminate any evidence that might have caught media attention. Another, and perhaps the most plausible theory, proposes that her lifeless form was hidden within the boiler itself. The house had remained vacant for over 3 decades before my family moved in, allowing ample time for a body to decompose completely. Lastly, there is the chilling possibility that her remains lie entombed within the concrete foundation of the basement, concealed beneath the very ground I once stood upon. I recall seeing an old and worn-out cement mixing machine during one of my visits to the basement, further fueling this unsettling speculation. In the present day, Vanessa continues to make her presence known in my life. She appears from time to time, seeking conversation or sharing stories from her past. She has also taken on the role of guardian to other spirits within the house, ensuring their presence doesn't bring harm upon me. It's a bittersweet realization that Vanessa often mistakes me for her late son, Charles. Despite the sadness it evokes, I allow her to believe this misidentification, understanding that it provides her with a small measure of solace amidst the enduring pain of losing her child. Thus, the tale of Vanessa, the tormented soul bound to the house I call home, intertwines with my own existence. Together we navigate the ethereal realms of the past and the present, each finding solace and companionship within the fragile threads connecting our intertwined destinies. Story number 7. OC, when I was in detox, and IOP, haunted detox home and haunted IOP farm mansion. Let me tell you a remarkable story and chilling experience that I had during my detox from heroin. This was the first time I had ever encountered such a profound and terrifying situation, and it left an indelible mark on my memory. Allow me to take you back to that fateful night when my encounter with the supernatural began. As I prepared to retire for the night, I found myself in the master bedroom alongside other women going through the same detox process. Exhausted, I closed my eyes, hoping for a peaceful slumber. Little did I know that my sleep would be disrupted by a haunting vision of my late grandmother. She appeared before me, her ethereal presence hovering over my immobilized body. I sensed a deep unease in the atmosphere, and it became clear that something was amiss. In that moment, I realized that I was unable to move or speak, trapped in a state of utter helplessness. It felt as though an invisible weight was bearing down on me, constricting my very being. But my grandmother, appearing much younger than I remembered her, reassured me with a gentle voice. "It will be okay, just breathe. Have faith and this torment will dissipate. I'll handle it." Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I managed to pry my eyes open. However, I remained paralyzed with fear, gripped by the terrifying notion that I might not survive this ordeal. My heart raced uncontrollably, pounding in my chest. It was only when a staff member entered the room to check on us, their presence symbolized by a small beam of light, that I found the courage to voice my distress. I divulged the harrowing encounter, and it was then that I learned a grim truth. Apparently, a woman with anorexia had tragically passed away in that very room, quite possibly at the very bed I had been lying on. The coincidence struck me deeply, as I too had battled with anorexia in my past. Fearing the lingering presence and its effect on my well-being, I beseeched the staff to relocate me to another part of the facility. Sadly, my plea was only partially answered. While I was moved upstairs to a different room, I could still sense an unsettling presence lurking in the shadows. Its ominous energy seemed to coil around my feet, filling me with an uneasiness that refused to dissipate. I soldiered through my detoxification process, enduring the lingering discomfort and the unshakable feeling that I was being watched, even during my vulnerable moments of rest. Upon completing my detox, I was transferred to a farm mansion owned by the facility, rumored to have been haunted by both former workers and patients. To my dismay, I found myself assigned to a room that once belonged to children. Each night as I settled into bed, an overwhelming sense of dread washed over me, as if an invisible entity harbored ill intentions toward me. I was trapped on my back, unable to shift positions or even draw breath properly. The malevolence emanating from this otherworldly force drained me of vitality, leaving me feeling weak and defenseless. This relentless torment persisted for weeks on end, each night a grueling battle for survival. In my desperation, I yearned for my grandmother's intervention once more, but she never materialized. The facility's staff witnessed my distress and, recognizing the urgency of the situation, moved me downstairs, where their watchful eyes and immediate aid could offer some solace. It was a relief to be in close proximity to their support, knowing that they were just a few steps away if another episode occurred. Yet the terror had not abated entirely. During that same week, we discovered peculiar evidence of an otherworldly presence in the form of small footprints mysteriously appearing in the kitchen. No matter how diligently the area was cleaned, these marks would stubbornly reappear, like stains etched into the fabric of reality. The sight of these inexplicable footprints only served to heighten the sense of dread that enveloped me, reinforcing the notion that something profoundly malevolent was at work here. I cannot deny that during that period of my life I had embraced the path of Satanism, welcoming all that it entailed. Little did I realize the grave consequences of my choices, for it seemed as though an unseen entity had latched onto me, relentlessly pursuing its dark intentions. The malevolence permeated every corner of my existence, inflicting both physical and spiritual torment that I struggled to comprehend. Even after relocating to a group building an hour away, this malevolent force dodged my every step. I would fall into a deep slumber, only to be rudely awakened, my body paralyzed, my voice extinguished, and my breath restricted. Chaos would ensue among those around me, panic spreading like wildfire. Desperate attempts were made to revive me, pouring water into my mouth, hoping to awaken my lifeless form, but all in vain, for I remained trapped within my own motionless shell. As I lay there, witnessing the frantic commotion unfolding around me, my vision gradually faded into darkness, my world reduced to a void of nothingness, my senses dulled, my breathing grew weaker, and I could feel the grip of mortality closing in. Panic consumed me as the realization dawned that my life teetered on the precipice. I resigned myself to the imminent embrace of death, accepting my fate with a heavy heart. But then, unexpectedly, as if by divine intervention, I felt a surge of life returning to my body. Grasping for air, I emerged from the clutches of despair, my vision gradually restored and the muffled sounds of chaos transformed into a symphony of clarity. The paramedics arrived just in time, their arrival coinciding with my miraculous revival. They prepared to administer Narcan under the assumption that I'd overdosed, unaware of the supernatural forces that had held me captive. It was a disorienting journey to the hospital, yet a sense of relief washed over me as though the malevolence that had pursued me had finally retreated, at least for the time being. Seeking answers, I questioned the medical professionals if what I had endured was merely sleep paralysis. Their response, however, revealed a very different reality. They assured me that the activity within my brain appeared normal, negating the possibility of sleep paralysis as the cause of my affliction. Confounded, I pressed for further explanations, desperate to understand the forces that had sought to claim my life within the confines of that haunted space. Armed with medical documents chronicling my terrifying encounters, I returned to the facility, presenting them to the supervisor. His astonishment mirrored my own, as the evidence before him validated the unfathomable horrors I had experienced. Several days passed, and with little regard for my well-being, I found myself being ushered back into the very room I had vehemently refused to occupy. The specter of suicide watch loomed over the facility, intensifying my anxiety, knowing that I was compelled to spend another night in the clutches of that demonic presence. Fear coursed through my veins as I faced this grim reality. However, long before I made the decision to leave the facility against medical advice and seek solace elsewhere. Strangely, as soon as I distanced myself from that haunted abode, the nightmarish encounters ceased abruptly, leaving me bewildered. It's worth mentioning that this was not the first time I had encountered such spine-chilling phenomena. In a previous episode, I bore witness to a demon hexing me, a nightmarish event that sent shivers down my spine. Thus, the series of supernatural incidents during my time in detox represented the culmination of a long and torturous journey, where voices whispered in the darkness, spectral apparitions danced at the edge of my perception, and both physical and spiritual torment became an unyielding companion. Reflecting on those dark days, I couldn't help but realize the grim consequences of embracing the path of Satanism. My misguided foray into the occult had unwittingly opened doors to forces beyond my comprehension, allowing them to invade my very being, shrouding me in a cloud of darkness and despair. Story number 8. They don't come if you sleep on your side. This eerie incident that I'm about to recount took place during my high school years, a time when life was full of uncertainties and inexplicable occurrences. It all began with a restless week where sleep seemed to elude me, tormenting me with its elusive grasp. Out of those nights, one in particular stands out vividly in my memory, as it brought forth a dream so haunting and disturbing that its residual effects lingered long after I awoke. In that ghastly dream, I found myself trapped in my bed, unable to move even an inch. The sensation of paralysis weighed heavily upon me, reminding me of a spine-chilling movie I had watched previously. It depicted a person who, while conscious during surgery, was rendered motionless. The mere recollection of that film sent shivers down my spine, and I couldn't shake off the unnerving feeling it provoked within me. Seeking solace and reassurance, I decided to confide in my mother, hoping that she would provide some logical explanation to ease my troubled mind. Relating my ordeal to her, I expressed my fears and described the unsettling dream that had plagued my sleep. To my relief, my mother dismissed it as a consequence of the aforementioned movie, attributing my distress to its lingering impact on my subconscious. While her words brought a semblance of comfort, I couldn't help but sense an underlying unease within her response, as if there was more to the story that she was withholding. The subsequent night arrived, and as I roused from my slumber in the dark hours, I found myself grappling with an overwhelming difficulty in returning to the realm of dreams. Determined to coax myself back to sleep, I made a conscious decision to shift my position onto my stomach, hoping that a change in posture might alleviate my restlessness. As I rolled over, my gaze inadvertently fell upon the hallway that led outside my bedroom, which, to my utter dismay, appeared engulfed in an unusually deep darkness. It was an abyss-like void that seemed to defy the laws of illumination, unnerving me to my core. Despite the unnerving sight, I mustered the courage to rest my head upon the pillow, seeking respite in the embrace of sleep. However, as if fate had conspired against me, I felt an inexplicable weight abruptly descend upon my back. Startled, I gasped for breath, only to find my body sinking into the bed, crushed beneath an unbearable pressure that left me breathless. Panic seized me, its icy tendrils coiling around my racing heart as I desperately fought against the invisible force that held me captive. Struggling with all my might, I exerted every ounce of energy I could muster, yet my attempts to lift myself were in vain. In that horrifying moment, the only part of my body that could move was my neck and head, which I thrashed about, frantically screaming for my mother's assistance. But to my dismay, my pleas for help seemed to vanish into the ether, unheard and unanswered. My younger sibling, oblivious to the terror unfolding beneath her, slumbered soundly in the bunk bed above, unaware of the silent battle that I was waging. Overwhelmed by fear and a mounting sense of claustrophobia, I continued to struggle, my vocalizations reduced to guttural sounds as the pressure intensified, relentlessly creeping up from my neck to my head. Soon my jaw locked, rendering me incapable of articulating coherent words. It was as if an invisible malevolence sought to silence me, to prevent me from seeking the aid I so desperately needed. Left with no other recourse, I turned to prayer, my mind reciting the Hail Mary repeatedly, a plea for divine intervention and protection. The litany of words echoed in my mind, a lifeline amidst the suffocating darkness that enveloped me. Minutes stretched into eternity, yet I persisted, my voiceless entreaties intermingling with the ceaseless repetition of the prayer. And then, as if by some miraculous intervention, the oppressive weight gradually began to recede, starting from my head and descending down to my ankles. As I concluded the final utterance of the prayer, an inexplicable sensation akin to hands gently releasing my ankles washed over me. Overwhelmed with trepidation, I remained paralyzed, reluctant to make even the slightest movement. Instead, I resumed my prayers, seeking solace in the divine as I clung to my sibling, who slumbered blissfully unaware beside me. It was in that fragile cocoon of prayer and companionship that I sought refuge, finding solace in the knowledge that I was not alone. The following day, still reeling from the harrowing encounter, I mustered the courage to share the entire ordeal with my mother. In her response, she uttered words that sent a chill down my spine, blending folk superstitions with religious beliefs. In her opinion, a malevolent presence, a demon of sorts, had targeted me during my purported transgressions as a bad kid. I rolled my eyes at her superstitious explanation, recognizing the implausibility of such claims. However, what she shared next unsettled me even further. My mother, after dismissing my fears, imparted a peculiar piece of advice, urging me to sleep exclusively on my side, a position that allegedly repelled these malevolent forces. She went so far as to offer me guidance on propping myself up with pillows to ensure that I maintained this protective posture throughout the night. As an additional measure of protection, she presented me with a golden necklace adorned with a cross and the image of Our Lady Guadalupe, a talisman of sorts to ward off any lingering malevolence. Although skeptical of these precautions, I accepted the necklace, grateful for any semblance of protection that it might offer. Years passed, and thankfully, I did not experience another incident of a similar nature. Nevertheless, the memories of that night has remained etched in my mind, a constant reminder of the inexplicable forces that can intertwine with our lives. It serves as a testament to the resilience of the human spirit, the power of prayer, and the indomitable strength that can be summoned in times of dire need. And so, I carry forward, forever cautious of the darkness that lingers at the periphery, forever grateful for the light that guides my path. Story number 9. Why am I being bothered by strange activity? Throughout my childhood, which seems like a never-ending series of paranormal encounters, I've been plagued by inexplicable phenomena that have left an indelible mark on my psyche. At the age of 17, I find myself reminiscing about these eerie experiences, contemplating their significance in the grand tapestry of my life. In the darkest corners of my memory, I am haunted by the sinister figure known as the Hat Man, a shadowy presence that has sent shivers down my spine on numerous occasions. Lately, however, the frequency of these unearthly episodes has escalated, causing my heart to race with a mixture of fear and curiosity. Strange occurrences have become a regular part of my existence, making me question the nature of reality itself. No longer confined to the shadowy recesses of my mind, The paranormal seems to manifest in the physical realm with increasing intensity. The first sign that something was amiss came in the form of an eerie scratching and tapping noise that reverberated through the walls of my room, regardless of the time of day. It was as if an invisible force was trying to communicate with me, attempting to breach the barrier between the mortal and the supernatural. The relentless scratching and tapping became an ominous soundtrack to my daily life, an unnerving reminder that I was not alone. But the disturbances did not stop there. To my utter disbelief, I soon discovered that even my window had become a conduit for the otherworldly. Tapping sounds almost like ethereal fingertips gently caressing the glass would echo throughout the night, interrupting my already fragile slumber. How could this be? What force was beckoning me from the other side, yearning to reveal its secrets? I felt like a pawn in a cosmic game caught between the realms of the living and the dead. Sleep has become an elusive companion as insomnia has wrapped its suffocating tendrils around my weary mind. Night after night, I find myself locked in a battle against my own consciousness, desperately seeking the solace of rest that remains perpetually out of reach. Instead, my nights are plagued by night terrors and suffocating grips of sleep paralysis, as if the supernatural entities that encircle me take pleasure in tormenting my very essence. As I lay in bed, paralyzed and vulnerable, I am accosted by a symphony of whispers. The insidious voices, barely discernible at first, call out my name with an eerie familiarity, their tone growing more urgent and menacing with each passing night. It's as if an invisible congregation is gathered around my bed, intently fixated on me. Their intentions veiled in a sinister shroud. Why me? What have I done to attract their attention? These questions haunt my every waking moment, filling my mind with trepidation and doubt. Story number 10. Sister. I've never really given much thought to the existence of ghosts or demons. It's not that I don't believe in them. Perhaps it's my way of avoiding any encounters or simply out of fear. In my mind, the less we believe, the less likely we are to come face to face with a ghost. However, my sister's experiences have shaken my beliefs. She has been possessed not just once, but twice. It's as if she's become a vessel for these supernatural entities, and if she happens to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, something ominous follows her back. The first possession occurred while she was still in high school. I don't remember much about it, and it didn't really bother me at the time, but now she's in college and the haunting incidents have taken a toll on her. Our bedrooms are adjacent, both located on the second floor while our parents' bedroom is downstairs. She often spends her time sitting outside the room, lounging on the couch, playing with her phone or engaging in video games. On the other hand, I prefer to remain within the confines of our bedroom. One evening as I left the room at around 7 o'clock, she asked me an unexpected question. "Didn't you just come downstairs?" I was taken aback because I had just left the room. She explained that she had been talking to me and even saw me smiling in response. I brushed it off as her being crazy and made a lighthearted joke about it. The following morning, she complained of a feeling of overwhelming heaviness and weariness on her body. She confided in our mother, expressing her concern about the previous day's incident where she had spoken to me, but not really to me. Our mother, aware of what my sister had gone through in the past, didn't find it strange at all. In the evening, my mother decided to take my sister to someone who was reportedly skilled in removing ghosts or demons. As my father was working, I was asked to accompany them. Reluctantly, I obliged, though I opted to stay outside while they went in. Fear had gripped me. Inside, my sister's hysteria reached its peak. She screamed uncontrollably as the person performed rituals, uttering unfamiliar words and attempting to extract the unseen presence from within her. My mother had to hold her tightly, preventing her from fleeing. Yet, even amidst this chaos, what terrified me the most was the way her eyes locked onto mine whenever she screamed. Our gazes met, and it sent shivers down my spine. Every hair on my body stood on end. Her eyes, filled with horror, were so far removed from their usual state. I knew my sister well, and her eyes had never looked like that before. After the arduous process concluded and we returned home, I immediately called my friend, desperately seeking refuge at his house. The thought of sleeping next to my sister's room was too unnerving for me to bear. Being a night person, I often found myself awake between the hours of 1 and 3 a.m., frequently making trips downstairs for a late-night drink. I feared that upon waking up, I might find my sister down there as well, and the shock could cause me to react in a way that would maybe harm or distress her. I couldn't bear to meet her eyes anymore. They held a haunting presence. So in order to escape this trauma, I sought temporary solace at my friend's house, hoping that distance would help dissipate my fear and allow me to eventually face my sister once again. Story number 11. Bodmin Jail, Spiritual Attachment or Past Life Memories? In August of 2018, I embarked on a remarkable journey with my family to the renowned Bodmin Jail, an infamously haunted location. At the time, I was a young and curious 16-year-old, not yet a firm believer in the paranormal. While I had indulged in countless paranormal shows and avidly consumed books on the subject, I had never personally encountered anything that I could confidently describe as supernatural. My mind was open, but my own experiences were limited. Furthermore, I was fortunate enough to have no previous encounters with mental health issues either. Life had treated me well thus far, and I possessed a sense of confidence and contentment and anticipation for the future. These details are crucial for understanding the events that unfolded on the subsequent impact that it had on my life. Fast forward to our familial holiday in Cornwall, and our decision to explore the enigmatic Bodmin Jail. The allure of this abandoned wing, picturesquely entwined with ivy and slowly deteriorating under the encroaching layers of moss, captivated our imaginations. We had visited similar sites in the past, and while all prisons possess an inherently eerie ambience, Bodmin exuded a unique aura that immediately caught my attention. Stepping through the towering gates into the somber courtyard, I felt an inexplicable surge of adrenaline, as if my heart rate would have skyrocketed at any moment. My recollection of the building and our guided tour has become somewhat fragmented over the passage of 5 years, but I will endeavor to recount it as best I can. I vividly remember descending a narrow staircase with a cast iron handrail, venturing deeper into the basement levels of the jail. As I crossed the threshold into the lower depths, an overwhelming wave of emotions crashed upon me. It was as if I could physically sense the residual emotions embedded within the building's very foundation. The air seemed to constrict around me, tightening its grip on my stomach, while I felt completely detached from my surroundings. This experience remains etched in my memory as one of the most distressing sensations I've ever encountered. Trying to articulate the sensations to my girlfriend, I likened it to a nightmare where not only the events or places were nightmarish, but one's very existence was plagued by darkness and despair. It was as if my reality had transformed into a plane of torment and fear, constructed entirely from pain and anguish. A particular sense gripped me in the basement, an overwhelming feeling that unspeakable events had occurred in those lower levels, clandestine acts of abuse and punishment that history had failed to unearth. The imprisoned souls seemed to cry out, their voices echoing the crimes committed against them, far more extreme and perverse than what conventional knowledge about prisons would suggest. In the months following our visit to Bodmin Jail, I commenced college and soon began to experience sensations previously foreign to me. There were moments when I would suddenly find myself engulfed in the same darkness and panic I had encountered in the basements of the jail. Days passed where I felt as if my mind was ensnared while my body roamed free. Unexplained bouts of tears became a regular occurrence, seemingly untriggered by the external events. My life was otherwise going well, devoid of any discernible catalyst for these reactions. It was during the ensuing winter that I resolved to seek therapy. My mental well-being deteriorated on multiple fronts, most intriguingly manifesting in a profound unease that enclosed spaces gave me. Classrooms with closed doors, buses, or rooms devoid of clear exits. A therapist once drew parallels between my symptoms and those of individuals grappling with post-traumatic stress disorder, specifically citing an example of someone who had previously been incarcerated. Astonishingly, I had failed to connect the dots during this period, the visit to Bodmin Jail slipping from the forefront of my mind. Throughout my recovery from the depths of depression, I cultivated an interest in meditation and spirituality. Meditation proved to be an invaluable tool in my healing process, and naturally, I found myself delving into various meditation practices. One fateful day, I embarked on a guided meditation designed to unlock glimpses of past lives. While I never arrived at any conclusive revelations regarding past incarcerations, I did encounter vivid imagery during those introspective sessions. Hastily, I sketched these images on scrap paper to preserve them. Amongst the visions, one struck me as uncannily familiar, an image of a clock tower. At some point during that same day, the realization washed over me like a tidal wave. The clock tower featured predominantly near Bodmin Jail, nestled near a set of roundabouts in the village. Suddenly, all the memories of the jail, the visit, and the sensations I'd experienced surged back into my consciousness, submerging me once again in the same engulfing darkness I had felt in the jail's basement. My research led me to the discovery that the clock tower occupied the very spot where the town gallows had stood before the prison constructed its own gallows within its formidable walls. It took considerable time and introspection to arrive at the conclusion that the visit to Bodmin Jail may have triggered the emotional turmoil that consumed me. The random surges of intense feelings, anger, fear, hopelessness, entrapment, betrayal, that continue to assail me sporadically may not just be arbitrary as I once believed. I have reason to suspect that something accompanied me as I departed from that jail, whether it be the memories and emotions of another tormented soul who had suffered within those walls, or remnants of my own experiences from a previous lifetime. Regardless, my life has been forever altered. Though I made it a commendable recovery from the depths of my mental anguish, and during 2 years of torment, I've never been the same. These are moments when I'm thoroughly immersed in the joys of a good day, only to have unexplainable presence materialize within me, instantly transporting me back to the harrowing depths of the jail's basement. In those instances, I feel an overwhelming surge of fear, entrapment sickness, coldness, and anger, only for it to dissipate as swiftly as it had arrived. Thus, I find myself on an ongoing journey of acceptance, gradually acknowledging that I did not depart Bodmin Jail alone. Something clings to me, a residue of memories and emotions that intertwines with my own existence. Whether the haunted echoes of another suffering or the remnants of my own tumultuous history, I can't say. However, one truth remains. My life has forever been etched with the indelible ink of that haunting visit. Unlock the secrets of the paranormal with Paranormal M. If you have an insatiable curiosity for the unexplained, our channel is a must visit. Don't miss out on new videos. Subscribe and enable notifications for mind-boggling encounters. Story number 1. My Ghost Experience. 4 years ago, I found myself in Independence, Iowa, a small town filled with secrets and mysteries. My life took an unexpected turn as I was sent to a place that served as a refuge for misbehaving children. It was a peculiar establishment, one that had a dark and haunting past, The building itself was an old asylum, infamous for its practices of lobotomies and shock therapy during the 1800s and 1900s. Little did I know that my stay there would be marked by an eerie encounter and inexplicable occurrence that would leave an indelible mark on my soul. Living among other misbehaved kids, the atmosphere was always changed with an eerie ambiance. The moment night fell and darkness enveloped the halls, a sense of foreboding would creep into my heart. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being constantly watched, observed by unseen eyes that lingered in the shadows. Each night as I attempted to find solace in sleep, the unease would intensify, amplifying my fears. The fear of the unknown would grip me so tightly that I was compelled to keep the lights on, the only feeble defense against the sinister presence that seemed to pervade every corner of that desolate place. Strangely, during those restless nights, an unnerving symphony of sounds would envelop the air around me. Amidst the low hum of the radio I kept by my bedside, I would hear faint ghostly whistling that resonated with an otherworldly melody. It was as if the ethereal spirits of the asylum's tormented past were trying to communicate, whispering their hidden secrets in the dead of night. However, it was one fateful night, forever etched into the annals of my memory, when I experienced the most intense and chilling encounter of all. The clock struck 3 a.m., a bewitching hour when the veil between the realm of the living and the dead seemed thin. I lay in bed, my eyes heavy with exhaustion, yearning for the sweet embrace of sleep. It was at that moment, in the depths of the darkness, that a voice, clear and unmistakable, whispered softly into my ear. "Hey." The sheer terror that surged through my body was beyond description. It felt as if time had stood still, and I was suspended in a state of shock. I could not comprehend the source of that voice, the origin shrouded in the night's impenetrable veil. Was it a figment of my imagination, conjured by the torment of the asylum's history? Or was it something far more sinister, an entity that had somehow breached the boundaries of the spiritual realm to haunt me? From that night onward, my curiosity about this supernatural phenomenon grew, consuming my every thought. I was plagued by questions that gnawed at my sanity. Was it an evil force that had latched onto me, intent on causing harm? Did it follow me back to my humble abode, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to strike? The boundaries between reality and the supernatural became blurred, and I found myself on an unwavering quest for answers. My nights became a constant battle between fear and fascination, as I immersed myself in researching the histories of the asylum and the events that had unfolded within its decaying walls. I discovered accounts of former patients, their lives forever altered by the barbaric treatments that they endured. Their tales of suffering and anguish resonated within my own experiences, forging a connection that transcended time. Driven by an insatiable desire to understand the enigma that had infiltrated my life, I delved into the world of the occult and the paranormal. I sought out experts, psychics, and mediums, desperate for guidance and insight into the nature of the supernatural entity that had plagued me since that ill-fated night. Each encounter provided a glimmer of hope, a tantalizing possibility that I was not alone in my struggle. Days turned into weeks, weeks into months, as my quest for answers continued unabated. Though countless hours of research and exploration occurred, I uncovered the truth behind the asylum's dark past. The lobotomies and shock therapy that had once been administered within those walls were the catalysts for the spiritual unrest that now lingered. The spirits of the tormented souls who had suffered and perished within those grim halls were trapped, their voices yearning for acknowledgement and release. Armed with this newfound knowledge, I embarked on a courageous mission to confront the entity that had haunted me for so long. With the guidance of a renowned psychic, we performed ancient rituals and cleansing ceremonies, aiming to bring peace to the restless spirits and sever the malevolent connection that bound me to them. It was a grueling and emotionally exhausting process as I faced the full force of the supernatural realm and fought against the lingering darkness. Finally, after months of arduous struggle, a sense of tranquility washed over me. The oppressive weight that had plagued my every step lifted, replaced by a newfound serenity. The entity, once a source of fear and uncertainty, had dissipated, vanishing into the ethereal realms from whence it came. Yet the profound impact of that harrowing experience has left an indelible mark on my life. It has shaped my beliefs, my perception of the unknown, and my understanding of the delicate balance between the realms of the living and the dead. I now navigate the world with a heightened sense of awareness, forever attuned to the supernatural whispers that often go unheard by others. Though the chapter of my life spent in that haunted asylum has long since closed, the memories and lessons learned endure. The spectral echoes of the past will forever linger within me, a reminder of the inexplicable forces that shape our existence. And while the questions may never be fully answered, I find solace in the knowledge that my own journey has been one of resilience, growth, and an unyielding pursuit of truth in the face of the extraordinary. Story number 2. Female ghost in apartment. Moving into my boyfriend's new apartment in January was an exciting yet slightly unsettling experience. As we were unpacking our belongings, his mom, who had come to help us settle in, immediately sensed a strange presence in the place. At that moment, I couldn't detect anything unusual, but my boyfriend confessed that he had already encountered several eerie incidents. According to him, he had awoken to the sounds of 3 seconds of mysterious music playing, and experienced 3 distinct taps on the wall, and even encountered a chilling sight of a figure lying next to him on the bed. These spine-chilling encounters were just a few among the numerous other inexplicable events that he had witnessed. Curiosity mixed with a sense of apprehension prompted me to delve deeper into this enigma. One particular night, as I was preparing to sleep, I blew out a candle and turned around, only to catch a fleeting glimpse of a ghostly white entity. The sight filled me with an overwhelming sense of dread, causing me to keep the incident to myself that night. However, my curiosity grew stronger, and I eventually mustered the courage to discuss it with my boyfriend. When I inquired about the details of his encounters with this mysterious spirit, he corroborated my experience by mentioning the presence of a figure clad in a white gown. The similarity in our descriptions sent shivers down my spine, further fueling my determination to confront this otherworldly presence. With a mix of anxiety and determination, I made preparations to visit my boyfriend's apartment the following night, armed with an arsenal of spiritual tools. I carefully packed the sage, rosaries, crosses, holy water, and incense, all of which I hoped would aid me in navigating this unknown realm. My intention was to approach the situation with the utmost respect and caution, as I was well aware of the potential consequences of provoking or angering a spirit. As I embarked on this daunting mission, my mind raced with questions and concerns. Would my attempts to rid the apartment of this ethereal entity be successful? Could our actions inadvertently intensify the spiritual unrest, causing conflict instead of resolution? These uncertainties loomed over me, heightening my sense of responsibility to address the situation delicately. Arriving at the apartment, I couldn't help but feel a surge of trepidation coursing through my veins. The atmosphere seemed charged with an otherworldly energy, palpable in every corner. Armed with my spiritual paraphernalia, I cautiously entered, my heart pounding in anticipation. With steady steps, I navigated the rooms, methodically smudging the space with the sage, allowing its cleansing smoke to permeate every nook and cranny. I hung rosaries on door handles, their sacred presence intended to ward off any negative energies. Carefully selected crosses were strategically placed, their symbols of divine protection intended to create a sanctuary within the walls. Holy water believed to possess purifying properties was sprinkled reverently, creating a barrier against the supernatural. As the fragrant incense filled the air, its aroma intertwined with my prayers, forming a shield of protective energy against the unknown. Throughout the entire ritual, I maintained a deep sense of reverence and respect. Each action was performed with utmost care, mindful of the potential consequences that could arise from any misstep. I chanted prayers softly, imploring for guidance and peace as I sought to establish harmony between the realms of the living and the ethereal. As the night wore on, I couldn't help but feel a mixture of relief and lingering unease. Had our efforts been enough to appease the spirits that resided within these walls? Or had we inadvertently stirred a hornet's nest of supernatural forces? Days turned into weeks, and the apartment settled into an eerie silence. No longer did my boyfriend or I encounter the ghostly presence that had haunted our nights. While this could be seen as a sign of success, a lingering sense of uncertainty persisted within me. Had the spirit truly departed, or was it merely biding its time, waiting for the right moment to make its presence felt once again? In the aftermath of our spiritual endeavor, my mind remained vigilant, continuously scanning for any subtle signs of the paranormal. Yet, as time passed, it seemed as though the apartment had regained a sense of tranquility. Perhaps, just perhaps, our respectful approach and sincere attempts to restore harmony had resonated with the entity that had once disturbed our lives. Reflecting on this journey, I realized that my initial fears and apprehensions had transformed into a profound fascination with the unknown. While our encounters with the spirit had been unsettling, it had also ignited within me a deep curiosity about the intricacies of the spiritual realm. This experience would forever be etched in my memory as a testament to the profound connection between our world and the ethereal plane. In the end, my journey into the mysterious world of spirits had taught me valuable lessons about empathy, respect, and the delicate balance between the living and the dead. I had come to understand that our actions and intentions hold immense power, capable of influencing even the most intangible aspects of our existence. As I closed the chapter on this extraordinary chapter of my life, I carry with me the newfound appreciation for the unseen forces that shape our reality. And although the specifics of that particular spirit's story may forever remain a mystery, the impact it had on my own journey was undeniable, forever weaving the threads of the supernatural into the fabric of my very being. Story number 3. Did I see an angel of death? For quite some time now, I've been an active participant in this subreddit, immersing myself in the fascinating stories shared by others. However, I've always held back from divulging my own encounters, primarily due to the fear that people might dismiss them as unbelievable. Nevertheless, I find myself compelled to seek the help of fellow members to unravel the mystery surrounding a specific experience that I had. Please bear with me as I apologize in advance for any formatting issues, as I'm currently using my mobile device. It was a couple of years ago when my dear aunt fell gravely ill, necessitating her admission to the intensive care unit, the ICU, where she would remain for nearly a week. During that time, my family and I made several visits to see her, showing our support and praying for her recovery. Little did I know that amidst those visits, an incident would unfold, etching itself permanently into the depths of my mind, forever embedded into my memory. Though I've confided in only a select few individuals, those rare souls who seemed open to the extraordinary, I still harbor doubts that anyone can truly comprehend the profound impact of what I had witnessed. I vividly recall the anticipation as we awaited the nurse's signal to enter the ICU. Once granted access, we embarked on a journey down a seemingly endless corridor, leading to the room where my aunt lay. Positioned to our left was the bustling nurse's station, a hub of activity, while to our right, the patient room stood in solemn silence. Normally, I was one to keep my gaze fixed straight ahead while traversing hospital hallways, deeming it a matter of respect and privacy not to intrude upon the intimate spaces of others. However, on this particular day, a mysterious curiosity compelled me to cast a fleeting glance into the adjacent rooms that we passed. Mindful of the distressing scenes often associated with the ICU, I questioned my own motives for deviating from my customary behavior. But the die had been cast, and I succumbed to the inexplicable allure of the unknown. As we passed the first room, its curtains were drawn, revealing nothing of consequence. Yet, it was what awaited me in the next chamber that would indelibly etch itself upon my consciousness. Nestled within the confines of that room's bed was an elderly woman, her age unmistakable. Perhaps in her 60s or 70s. Her head rested gently against the pillow, her mouth slightly ajar, and her eyes closed in what appeared to be a state of deep slumber. I fixated my gaze upon her, my attention unyielding as we continued our forward progression. Unlike the other rooms, this particular one boasted an open door, granting a clear line of sight to the entity of its interior, as well as a window adjacent to the entrance. My unwavering gaze remained affixed to the woman, momentarily interrupted only by my intervening steel beam of the doorframe. However, I quickly resumed my focus, peering around the obstruction and beholding a sight that defied all expectations. An image so breathtakingly surreal that I struggled to articulate the sheer magnitude of the emotions it stirred within me. The woman, who had been in a previous state of slumber, had awakened to an ethereal presence standing before her. This celestial figure, whose essence radiated tranquility, held the woman's frail, tender hand within her grasp. An implausible thing as it may sound, I assure you, dear reader, that my account is an accurate reflection of the spectacle that unfolded before my eyes. The figure, which I can only describe as an angelic being, possessed a delicate frame, elegantly robed in a flowing black gown. A short black veil gracefully covered her face, while her brown hair was meticulously arranged in an elaborate updo. And then there were her wings, magnificent appendages, akin to those of an angel, yet imbued with an intriguing blend of voluminous softness and subtly sharpened edges. I struggled to convey their true essence, but perhaps a humble attempt at a sketch could better depict the essence of their majestic allure. The entire tableau exuded an overwhelming sense of serenity. The woman in the bed displayed an expression of unparalleled contentment, while the enigmatic angelic figure gazed down upon her with a kindness that transcended mortal comprehension. The paradoxical nature of the scene puzzled me greatly, for one would typically associate a celestial being adorned in all-black attire with ominous tidings. Yet the aura that enveloped them resonated with profound peace and an inexplicable sense of benevolence. Though the entire episode lasted no more than a fleeting 4 seconds, the duration it took for me to complete my passage past the room, it had remained a fixture in my thoughts, resurfacing on a weekly basis. Awe and fascination coalesced within me during those brief moments, leaving an indelible imprint on the fabric of my very being. Having spent an hour or so visiting my aunt, the enigmatic events of that adjacent room weighed heavily upon my mind, persistently demanding my attention. Consequently, when we evidently departed from my aunt's side and embarked on the return journey down the seemingly endless corridor, my curiosity led me to steal another glimpse into the room that had captivated me so. To my astonishment, the woman was no longer there. The bed lay empty, devoid of any signs of occupancy. It was as if the extraordinary encounter I had bore witness to had dissolved into the ether, leaving behind nothing but a lingering sense of wonder and bewilderment. Thus, dear reader, I find myself grappling with the lingering enigma of that unforgettable day within the ICU. As I share this chronicle, I implore you, the members of this sub, to lend your expertise, your perspectives, and your open minds in an attempt to unravel the intricate threads of this extraordinary experience. Though skepticism may abound and doubt may attempt to cast its shadow upon the authenticity of my account, I remain resolute in my conviction that what I saw transcended the realm of the ordinary. Together, let us embark on a journey of exploration and enlightenment, seeking to comprehend the unfathomable and to expand the boundaries of our collective understanding. Ouija board experience. Let me tell you the intriguing story of an evening that unfolded with my boyfriend and me, where we decided to delve into the mystical realm of the supernatural by using a Ouija board. It was a night filled with anticipation, curiosity, and a touch of apprehension. As we gathered around the Ouija board, our fingers lightly grazing the planchette, we embarked on a journey to communicate with the unknown. With bated breath, we posed our initial questions, seeking to uncover the mysterious entity that resided beyond the veil. As the planchette glided effortlessly across the board, we eagerly awaited its response. However, something peculiar began to happen. A shiver ran down my spine as I realized that the atmosphere had shifted. The room felt charged with an otherworldly energy, and I could sense a presence lurking in the darkness. Feeling a sense of unease, I turned to my boyfriend, suggesting that we bid farewell to whatever unseen forces that we had invoked. Despite our shared apprehension, neither of us made a move to slide the planchette over to goodbye. It was as if an invisible force had taken control, refusing to release us from its grip. Suddenly, to our astonishment, the planchette began to move on its own accord, gliding across the board without any input from us. Our initial excitement turned to a mix of awe and fear as we watched the message unfold before our eyes. It spelled out the numbers 323, and then, as swiftly as it has begun, the planchette spelled out the word farewell. A surge of emotions flooded through me as I realized the significance of those numbers. 323, or 323, was not just an arbitrary combination. It held a deeply personal meaning for me. It was my angel number, a sacred sequence that had followed me throughout my life. Seeing it repeatedly, whether it be on clocks, license plates, or even random encounters, they always left me pondering its significance. Yet I'd never anticipated encountering my angel number through a Ouija board. The juxtaposition of the supernatural and the divine stirred a whirlwind of questions within my mind. What did it mean for my angel number to manifest through this enigmatic tool? Was it a sign from the spiritual realm, an attempt to communicate a message to me? Days turned into nights, and nights into weeks, as I delved into countless books, online forums, and spiritual teachings, desperate to unravel the meaning behind this mystifying encounter. The deeper I delved, the more I discovered an array of interpretations surrounding angel numbers and their significance. Some sources claimed that angel numbers were celestial messages, delivered by guardian angels to provide guidance and reassurance in times of uncertainty. Others believed that these numbers were encoded symbols sent by the universe itself, offering hints and signs onto one's journey. I became immersed in deciphering the spiritual significance of my angel number 323. Some interpretations suggested that it represented a period of transformation and growth, urging me to embrace the changes unfolding in my life. Others proposed that it symbolized harmony and balance, emphasizing the importance of finding equilibrium amidst life's chaos. As I continued my exploration, I stumbled upon an ancient belief that associated angel numbers with the alignment of the cosmos. According to this philosophy, when certain numbers appeared repeatedly, they were an indication that the stars and planets were aligning in a way that would guide and shape my destiny. The more I absorbed these various perspectives, the more I realized that the answer lay within myself. Perhaps the Ouija board's communication of my angel number was not a mere coincidence, but a reflection of my own subconscious desires and intentions. It served as a reminder that I held the power to interpret and create meaning in my own life. In the end, whether it was the mysterious workings of the supernatural or the intricate mechanizations of my own mind, I chose to embrace the encounter with the Ouija board as a catalyst for self-reflection and personal growth. The presence of my angel number reminded me to remain open to the signs and synchronicities that peppered my existence. Thus, armed with newfound insight and a deeper appreciation for the enigmatic forces that surround us, I ventured forth, navigating the intricate tapestry of life. The Ouija board had unveiled a glimpse into the mysteries of the universe, leaving an indelible mark on my soul and forever altering my perception of the interconnectedness between the physical and the metaphysical. Story number 5. What is going on? Lately, my nights have been filled with a cacophony of unsettling sounds that make me question my own sanity. The scratching, tapping, breathing, and haunting footsteps echo through my room, growing louder and more persistent with each passing night. It all began just a week ago, a sudden onslaught of paranormal activity that shows no sign of abating. It's a chilling occurrence that is slowly consuming my peace of mind. Haunted by a dark family history, tales of possession and encounters with restless spirits were passed down through generations. However, I had always considered myself fortunate, never having experienced such supernatural phenomena firsthand. But now, as I lie awake in my bed, tormented by these unexplainable disturbances, I can't help but wonder if the ghosts and demons of our ancestral past have finally caught up with me. Memories of my childhood resurface, vivid recollections of waking up to find inexplicable scratches and bruises adorning my body. Some might dismiss them as self-inflicted injuries, mere remnants of restless sleep. However, the truth was far more sinister. These marks were deep, elongated gashes etched into my back, far beyond what my own hands could have possibly created. It was a haunting puzzle that defied logic and filled my young mind with fear and confusion. There was a time a few years ago when I would awaken night after night to the sight of a spectral apparition, standing at the foot of my bed, a little girl, seemingly lost in the abyss between the living and the dead, would gaze upon me with haunting eyes. In the darkness, I could feel her intense stare penetrating my soul and stirring a primal unease within me. I dared not make direct eye contact, yet the weight of her presence was palpable, like an invisible force enveloping me in its icy grip. The entity that has plagued my existence throughout my life has shown a malevolence that cannot be ignored. It's made numerous attempts to harm me, dropping objects onto me with a deliberate intent. The objects were always positioned in a way that defied the laws of physics, impossible to have fallen of their own accord. These eerie occurrences left me in a perpetual state of paranoia, forever questioning the source of this otherworldly aggression. For a time, the haunting subsided, granting me a respite from the relentless torment. Months turned into fleeting moments of solace, and I began to believe that perhaps the entity had moved on, leaving me to navigate the realm of the living undisturbed. But now the malevolence returns with a vengeance, as if to remind me that my peace was merely an illusion. The cycle started anew, and with each passing night, the mounting terror threatens to unravel the last vestiges of my sanity. It is not only within the confines of my own dwelling that I find myself haunted. This malevolent force seems to have become an unwelcome companion, following me wherever I go. Recently, while babysitting my niece, babysitting in air quotes here, a chilling encounter unfolded. As I sat alone in the living room, a creature, a grotesque amalgamation of darkness and form, materialized in the hallway. Its eyes met mine, and in that chilling moment, I felt a wave of malevolence emanating from this otherworldly presence. With a calculated slowness, it retreated, fading back into the ethereal shadows. Though my memory of the creature remains hazy, like an elusive nightmare slipping from my grasp, I can vaguely recall its amorphous shape, a dark amorphous blob with an indiscernible countenance that hinted at a twisted, malignant face. And then, just moments after our unsettling encounter, my niece awakened in a frenzied fit of screams, her body burning with fever. It was as if the creature's malevolence had seeped into her very being, poisoning her innocence and casting a sinister pall over her previously radiant health. I'm now burdened with the weight of this haunting phenomenon, my mind entangled in a web of fear and uncertainty. The nights grow longer, each passing moment plagued by the echoes of scratching, tapping, breathing, and the footsteps that reverberate throughout my room. I'm no longer merely a victim of happenstance, but a pawn in a macabre game of the supernatural. The knowledge that this entity, this malevolent force, has transcended the boundaries of my home and infiltrated the lives of my loved ones is a harrowing realization. I'm left to grapple with the daunting task of protecting not only myself, but those who are unwittingly drawn into this maelstrom of darkness. As I recount these harrowing experiences, it becomes clear that this is no ordinary haunting. It is a sinister force that defies rational explanation, an entity with an insatiable appetite for torment. With each passing night, the boundaries between the realm of the living and the realm of the dead blur, and I find myself teetering on the precipice of madness. Desperation now fuels my search for answers. I delve into ancient texts, seeking guidance from forgotten rituals and incantations that might banish this malevolence from my life. Yet, even as I immerse myself in the arcane, I am keenly aware that my battle against the unknown may lead to an irreversible outcome. This haunting has become my obsession, my every waking thought consumed by the unseen horrors that lurk just beyond the veil of perception. It has robbed me of my peace, my innocence, and my sense of security. The scratching, tapping, breathing, and footsteps persist, a symphony of terror that resonates within the depths of my soul. I'm left to navigate a world where reality and the supernatural intertwine, where the line between sanity and madness is irrevocably blurred. As the nights stretch on, I find myself teetering on the edge of my own existential abyss, uncertain of what awaits me in the darkest recesses of that night. Story number 6. My cousin was visited by her father's ghost on her wedding day. I've always considered myself a bit of a skeptic when it comes to all things paranormal. While the concept intrigued me, I've never experienced any valid encounters that made me a true believer. But sometimes life has a funny way of changing your perspective. To find some context, growing up, I didn't have any siblings until I turned about 11. As a result, my cousins and I were like brothers and sisters to each other. My uncle, my father's older brother, had 3 children, a girl and 2 boys. Unfortunately, Uncle C's life cut tragically short when we were in high school. After his passing, our family gatherings continued, but the bond between my cousins and me wasn't quite as strong as before. However, in the past 2 years, something remarkable happened. We started having weekly family dinners, and as a result, my cousins and I grew incredibly close once again. It was during this time that my cousin Kay asked me to be a bridesmaid in her upcoming wedding. Naturally, I accepted the honor without hesitation. She had chosen a stunning cabin as the venue for her special day, and we all arrived that night before the wedding to make final preparations. On the morning of that wedding, filled with excitement and joy, we gathered around the table, savoring our breakfast and engaging in lively conversation. It was a beautiful morning and the cabin exuded a sense of tranquility. But then something extraordinary occurred. Right beside the table where we were seated, there were these magnificent, heavy glass doors that opened inward to reveal the front porch, as well as the wedding aisle and the arch that we had meticulously prepared the night before. Now let me tell you, those doors were not to be trifled with. If you didn't shut them tightly, they would swing open all on their own. As we immersed ourselves in conversation, suddenly, without warning, the doorknob turned and the massive glass doors swung open. A gentle breeze gracefully swept through the room, causing our hair to flutter slightly. The peculiar thing was, as the doors swung wide, revealing the empty expanse beyond, we could see that there was nobody outside. Time stood still for a moment as we exchanged bewildered glances. The atmosphere thick with a mix of uncertainty and wonder. And then, breaking the silence, Kay's mother spoke in a hushed tone, her voice filled with both love and nostalgia. "Well, hey, honey, our baby girl is getting married today." Those words sent shivers down my spine, resonating deeply within me. It was as if her statement confirmed what our collective gaze had already conveyed. In that profound moment, we all realized that my uncle, Kay's father, was present with us in that very house, expressing his love and support for his beloved daughter on her momentous day. Even as I recount the story now, months after that unforgettable incident, the memories continue to evoke chills down my spine. We were certain that it was my uncle, reaching out from the beyond to grant us a sign that he was still there, watching over us, and wholeheartedly participating in this pivotal chapter of Kay's life. Some may attribute this inexplicable event to mere coincidence or the workings of the natural world. But for us, who experienced it firsthand, there is no doubt in our minds that something extraordinary occurred that day. It served as a gentle reminder that the bonds of family and love transcend the boundaries of life and death, leaving an indelible mark on our souls. So, I may still approach the paranormal with a healthy dose of skepticism, but that one profound encounter forever transformed me, teaching me to embrace the mysteries of the universe and believe in the unseen forces that intertwine our lives in extraordinary ways. And for that, I'm eternally grateful. Story number 7. How are we sure we aren't just hallucinating? Since the moment I first embarked on this intriguing journey of exploration, I've dedicated countless hours to immersing myself in the vast sea of knowledge surrounding the enigmatic concepts of the astral realm and the afterlife. Engaging in numerous discussions with fellow seekers on this platform, I've delved into the depths of this subject, thirsting for understanding and enlightenment. Along my quest, I've delved into the captivating realm of near-death experiences, NDEs for short, carefully scrutinizing their testimonials, and a peculiar pattern has emerged, captivating my attention. What fascinates me the most about these testimonials is their deeply personal nature, despite the uncanny similarities that they share. It is remarkable to observe the profound influence of culture and faith on these experiences. For instance, I've discerned that individuals from the United States often describe encounters that seem to incorporate elements of simulationism, envisioning encounters with authoritative figures akin to server administrators or managers who greet them in a cold, corporate-like manner, wasting no time in delivering a direct message. "No, you're not supposed to be in here." That's a quote there. On the other hand, diverse cultures tend to adopt a more esoteric approach, infusing their encounters with spiritual nuances. Moreover, in my ceaseless pursuit of knowledge, I've come across a fascinating idea. The prelude to astral projection lies in one's ability to envision and contemplate the very act of projection before succumbing to slumber. It is a well-known fact that the human brain, particularly within the realm of dreams, is profoundly influenced by our waking thoughts and actions. This realization prompts me to pose a rather intriguing question. Could the entire phenomenon of astral projection and the intricate tapestry of the afterlife, replete with its ethereal spirits and ominous apparitions, be nothing more than elaborate figments of our own imagination? Personally, despite my unyielding curiosity and tireless efforts, I've yet to unlock the mystical doors of astral projection myself. Alas, my attempts have been foiled by the capricious nature of my slumber, as I often find myself drifting into the embrace of sleep at unpredictable intervals, mere moments after retiring to bed. Consequently, the boundary between my waking thoughts and dreams become increasingly blurred, thwarting my process in achieving the necessary levels of control over the timing of my slumber that astral projection demands. Story number 8. My story. To be honest, I'm not entirely certain if this is the appropriate place to share such a tale. Considering the name of the subreddit, it may not be the most fitting venue. However, the weight has been on my chest for quite some time now, and I would truly appreciate it if you could lend an ear to my venting, and perhaps offer some advice. From the very moment I came into existence, the question of life and death has plagued my mind. The interesting thing is that I can recall the exact moment of my emergence, better than I can remember the course of my life. It feels as though it happened just yesterday. My first ever memory, if I may call it that, was a vivid flash of color, possibly gray or white. It resembled a brilliant burst of light, yet it also possessed a hint of gray, akin to the color one might observe when peering through a microscope at a petri dish. The second memory that followed was darkness, an experience of floating in what I personally perceived as space. However, there were no celestial bodies present, no lights, no stars. I distinctly remember the initial thoughts that raced through my mind. Where am I? What is this? Is this what death is like? What language am I speaking? How am I capable of thought? What in the world is happening? Before I could even finish articulating that final question, I attempted to take a breath, only to find that I couldn't. It was a futile endeavor, though unnecessary at that moment. Panic ensued as I felt an involuntary propulsion, a sensation of hurtling through space at an increasing velocity. I began to witness lights resembling stars streaking past me, as if I were surpassing the speed of light itself. After an intermediate period of time, whether seconds or minutes I can't be sure, I abruptly collided with the earth. It felt like an impact akin to the jarring sensation of crashing a car or riding a roller coaster, yet I experienced no physical sensation whatsoever. Darkness enveloped me once more, though it differed from the initial darkness upon my emergence. This darkness was akin to the transition one experiences when drifting off to sleep. Throughout my life, I've encountered a series of peculiar and inexplicable dreams that occurred at random intervals. One of the earliest dreams I recall involved me sitting on a toilet while surrounded by my entire family. Curiously, there were also peculiar little creatures waiting just outside the bathroom. They looked at me with great enthusiasm. I remember gazing at the person whom I now recognize as my mother, yet at the time I had no idea who she was. Suddenly, a profound realization washed over me and I knew that she was my mother. Upon finishing my business, I glanced down into the toilet and discovered it painted in the colors of my country's flag. The sight prompted an eruption of cheers and joy from everyone present, and then the dream abruptly concluded. I shall spare you the remaining details, as the dream primarily consisted of disjointed moments from my childhood encounters with people, random family moments, and so forth. For instance, I distinctly recall meeting two childhood friends whom I perceived as strangers, while in reality, we had encountered each other on numerous occasions. In that instance, I thought to myself, so these are my friends. That being said, a significant turning point in my life occurred when I reached the age of 3. While everyone else celebrated my birthday party, I experienced a sudden awakening and found myself questioning the identities of these individuals gathered around me on my special day. I had no awareness that it was my own birthday until the cake arrived. Ever since that moment, I felt like an outsider among my peers. I struggled to form meaningful friendships, and for reasons I could not comprehend, it seemed as though others inherently disliked me. However, after 25 years of life, I would say that things have generally turned out well. I've reached a point of contentment where I've met the love of my life, and I can confidently proclaim that I'm the happiest I've ever been. Nevertheless, despite my present state of happiness, I can't shake the weight of my own mortality. This topic has consumed my thoughts during sleepless nights for nearly a month now. That being said, I'd like to recount 2 paranormal experiences I've been personally encountering lately. I share them with you since this is a subreddit dedicated to the paranormal. The first incident took place when I was still a young child, perhaps around the ages of 4 or 5. It transpired within the confines of my grandfather's villa, a magnificent structure that he had constructed. At that time, I frequently heard what I can only describe as a stereotypical witch's cackle. The sound appeared to emanate from behind the window or even within the walls of the room that I occupied. However, whenever I investigated the source of the noise, I discovered nothing unusual, nor were there any traces to indicate its origin. Frankly, I remain unable to provide a satisfactory explanation for this peculiar occurrence. It wasn't until this month, when I embarked on a journey of introspection, that I started pondering this childhood memory. The second encounter transpired much later, when I was approximately 14 or 15, roughly a year following my grandfather's passing. It began with strange occurrences, a persistent feeling of being watched, and inexplicable noises emanating from various parts of the house. On one occasion, my locked bedroom door suddenly swung open as though it had been forced open by an unseen hand. I even witnessed the handle depress, as if someone had physically grasped and turned it. Furthermore, whispers gradually infiltrated my daily existence. Initially, they manifested as faint sounds, barely perceptible. However, they quickly intensified, reaching a point where they reverberated within my own ears, like a relentless ring that refused to fade. The first time I encountered these whispers, I succumbed to panic. The experience was anything but ordinary. Hastily, I roused my parents from their slumber, yet the strangest realization dawned upon me. I could outrun the whispers. It felt as though these hushed voices originated from a tangible location, despite their invisible nature. I could pass through them, even though I could not perceive them visually. It was a harrowing night as my parents deemed me irrational, unable to hear or witness the bizarre phenomena that plagued me. I huddled against the wall, plugging my ears in a desperate attempt to block out the whispers. In parentheses here, an interesting note. I can still hear them as clearly as I had, just not plugging my ears. End of quote. My parents even threatened to admit me to a hospital should such an incident occur, or recur rather. Over the next 1 or 2 days, my thoughts fixated upon the enigma that had infiltrated my life. I replayed every second of that bewildering encounter within my mind, transforming from fear to insatiable curiosity. True to form, approximately 1 or 2 days later, during the same nocturnal hour, the whispers returned. This time, I adopted a different approach. I reclined on my bed, turned my head toward the wall, closed my eyes, and endeavored to listen. It was as if thousands of people were simultaneously attempting to whisper into my ear, their voices a chaotic blend of unknown languages. As I attentively absorbed the chorus of voices, the whispers abruptly ceased, and they never recurred again. The third encounter occurred within a dream, a mere week or 2 after the episode with the whispers. In this dream, I found myself standing in a dimly lit, somber stage. To my astonishment, my deceased grandfather materialized before me. The overwhelming emotions of grief and remorse washed over me, fueled by a profound sense of longing for his presence, and a deep regret for the actions and missed opportunities in our shared lives. I collapsed to my knees, embracing him tightly, while tears cascaded down my face. Apologies poured forth from my lips in an unceasing torrent, as if time itself had folded upon the solitary moment. This dream was unlike any I had ever experienced before or since. And so, dear listener, that concludes my story. I invite you to share your thoughts on my meandering life narrative. And, should you possess any insights, kindly provide me with your perspective on this enigmatic puzzle that has captivated my existence. Story number 9. Scary Situation. When I think about my mother's apartment complex, nestled on the outskirts of Parkersburg, West Virginia, right where it transitions into mineral wells, a rush of memories floods my mind. You see, the complex is situated on a dead-end road, although not quite at the dead end itself. The times I spent living with her, parking my car on that concrete slab beside the entrance sign, seeking out the precious Wi-Fi signal emanating from a nearby house. My nocturnal nature led me to these late-night endeavors, usually around 2 a.m. when the world was hushed and the darkness enveloped everything. One particular night as I sat in my car engrossed in my phone, an unsettling sensation began to creep up on me. It was as if something, a shadow perhaps, kept flitting in, and it reflected my passenger side mirror. The feeling of being watched consumed me, refusing to be shaken off. And I must confess, the woods surrounding the area always gave me an eerie vibe. Even a simple walk down the road would send shivers down my spine, burdening me with overwhelming anxiety. The intensity of it all would often be so paralyzing that once I reached the entrance sign, I would break into a sprint until I reached the safety of the apartment complex office. But let us return to that fateful night. Frustrated by the persistent shadows and my eyes struggling to adjust to the darkness after my phone-induced reverie, I decided to illuminate the surroundings by switching on the headlights, and there it was, right at the edge of the woods. A tall, enigmatic figure. It appeared to be retreating gradually, inching its way back into the depths of the forest. Panic seized me, and without a moment's hesitation, I started the engine, flooring the pedal as I sped away, my heart pounding in my chest. Seeking refuge at a nearby gas station, I caught my breath, realizing that there must have been 2 of those creatures. The evidence was undeniable, the presence of something or someone lurking around my car, watching my every move. I can't forget the sight of that towering gray form, though the details of its face elude my memory. The sheer terror I felt at that moment compelled me to flee without giving it a second glance. To this day, I swear to myself that I will never venture down that road after nightfall, especially when I find myself alone. The mere thought of it sends chills down my spine, triggering an instinctive aversion to the dark and the unknown. It is worth noting that there have been a couple of instances when I had to traverse a country road while walking back from my friend's house, which was a few miles away from my mother's place. During these treks, an uncanny sensation would grip me, compelling me to quicken my pace significantly. It felt as if an unseen force, brimming with anger and hostility, resided within the woods surrounding that particular area. I struggled to articulate the inexplicable nature of this feeling. It was as if an invisible entity vehemently despised my presence and urgently demanded my departure. These unsettling encounters, both near my mother's apartment complex and along the country road, have left indelible marks on my psyche. The world can be a mysterious and foreboding place, concealing secrets and inexplicable phenomena that we may never fully comprehend. Story number 10. Was this a ghost cat? Let me take you on a captivating journey through the vivid recollection of an unforgettable event that transpired in my life. It was roughly a year or 2 ago when my parents' dear friends graced our home with their presence for a delightful dinner. Little did I know that this seemingly ordinary evening would unravel into a series of perplexing occurrences that would forever linger in the depths of my memory. As the evening progressed, our joyful feast reached its satisfying conclusion, leaving me with an insatiable appetite for dessert. However, fate had a peculiar twist in store for me. Just as I was about to indulge in the sweet delicacies that awaited me, I noticed an unsightly stain of vibrant spaghetti sauce adorning my shirt. Eager to rectify this mishap, I excused myself from the jovial atmosphere and ascended the staircase towards my bedroom, harboring the hope of exchanging my soiled garment with a fresh one. That's a pretty intense way to explain that. Okay. Upon reaching my room, I positioned myself in front of the open closet, its contents beckoning me to make a choice from among the array of garments hanging before my eyes. As I deliberated over which shirt to don, a subtle movement caught my attention, diverting my gaze toward the entrance of my room. To my surprise, there she was, my beloved feline companion, otherwise known as a cat, lazily meandering into the room, her enchanting presence momentarily stealing the spotlight from my wardrobe conundrum. Intrigued by the company of my furry friend, I instinctively bent over, my hand outstretched to initiate a tender caress. However, the instant my fingertips made contact with her ethereal form, a bewildering sensation engulfed me. It was as though my hand had traversed a spectral veil, passing through her corporeal essence with an eerie ease. In an instant, she vanished from sight, leaving me in a state of utter bewilderment and disbelief. Overwhelmed by the bizarre circumstances that had unfolded, a blood-curdling scream tore through the silence of my room, reverberating through the walls and echoing throughout the house. Driven by a mixture of fear and confusion, I hastily descended the stairs, my footsteps echoing in tandem with the racing beats of my heart. As I emerged into the living area, a scene of perplexed faces greeted me. Every individual present, from my parents to the siblings and our esteemed guests, wore an expression of bewilderment and concern. Their eyes, filled with curiosity and worry, eagerly sought an explanation for the traumatic outburst that had shattered the tranquility of the evening. Struggling to articulate the inexplicable events that had transpired, I cast a frantic glance around the room, desperately searching for answers. Amidst the sea of perplexed gazes, my eyes finally alighted upon a sight that shook me to my core. There she was, perched regally upon a plush chair, her serene countenance betraying no hint of the otherworldly encounter that had just unfolded. My cat, seemingly untouched by the extraordinary circumstances that had plagued my room, slept peacefully, her rhythmic breathing serving as a stark contrast to the turmoil that churned within me. As I stood there, the weight of my revelation pressing upon my conscience, I hesitated to share the perplexing truth that had befallen me. Fearing the judgment and skepticism that would inevitably accompany my tale, I chose instead to downplay the surreal encounter, resorting to a simpler explanation. I mustered the courage to fabricate a mundane excuse, attributing my startled scream to a harmless arachnid that had crossed my path. Yet the enigma lingered, plaguing my thoughts with unanswered questions. How could I reconcile the ethereal encounter that had befallen me with the living, breathing presence of my cat? The logical explanations that danced at the periphery of my mind fell woefully short, leaving me grasping at straws in an attempt to comprehend the unfathomable. So, dear listener, I find myself turning to you in a desperate plea for enlightenment. What, pray tell, could possibly explain the inexplicable here? How could my cat vanish into thin air only to reappear unscathed moments later, defying the boundaries of reality itself? Alas, the passage of time has done little to quell the burning curiosity that consumes me, leaving me forever entangled in a web of uncertainty that this peculiar incident has woven. And so, with bated breath and an insatiable thirst for answers, I implore anyone who might possess the knowledge or insight to shed light upon this confounding mystery. For in this realm of the inexplicable, where the boundaries between the tangible and the intangible blur, the quest for understanding becomes an eternal flame that flickers within the depths of my consciousness, forever urging me to seek the truth that lies just beyond my grasp. Story number 11. Southern Appalachian Peakers. Peakers in quotes. Living in the serene landscapes of southern Appalachia, nestled beside the majestic Pisgah and DuPont forests, has granted me a peculiar window into the enigmatic realm of the supernatural. It is a sight that greets me with regularity, as if an ethereal invitation into the unknown. These inexplicable encounters take the form of shadowy beings, their visages obscured by darkness, their stature reaching an average of 5.5 or 6 feet in height. They possess an otherworldly quality, playfully peering at me from behind the veil of ancient trees. While my knowledge of the paranormal phenomena may be limited, it's the only conclusion that befits the perplexing nature of these encounters. For no matter how diligently I search, these enigmatic figures always manage to elude my grasp, vanishing as swiftly as they had appeared, leaving only a sense of intrigue in their wake. The sighting of at least 3 of these mystical beings has become an integral part of my daily routine, an ethereal ballet performed amidst the backdrop of nature's splendor. Perhaps the most confounding aspect about these encounters lies in the behavior of these shadowy entities. After momentarily revealing themselves to my curious gaze, they retreat behind the gnarled trunks of ancient oaks and hidden foliage. But it's not merely retreat into obscurity, it is a calculated game of hide and seek with an unspoken understanding. A few fleeting seconds pass, and then almost mischievously, they emerge once more, as if to ensure that I remain captivated by their presence. It's as though they wish to ascertain whether I've continued on my path or remained transfixed, their inquisitive nature shining through with each furtive glance. Curiously enough, these mysterious beings have never exhibited any signs of aggression or malice towards me. Our coexistence, albeit a peaceful-ish one, teeters on the border of comprehension and intrigue. They, with their impish curiosity, and I, with my ceaseless wonder, dance upon the delicate tightrope of curiosity and acceptance. I yearn for answers, so once again I turn to you, and with a glimmer of hope. Might you possess the key to unraveling this? Could you shed light upon the entity of these ethereal figures that grace my daily existence? I understand that the depths of the unknown are vast, and that my plea may go unanswered. Yet, in sharing this anecdote, perhaps there will be those among you who find solace or amusement in this fantastical account. For in the realm of the supernatural, curiosity forever abounds, and the quest for understanding serves as a beacon that guides our collective imagination. Story number 12. My dog barks at one corner of the room all night and gets freaked. Hey there, everyone. I wanted to share an intriguing story about my incredible service dog. You see, my loyal companion is specially trained to exhibit exceptional behavior, such as refraining from growling or barking unnecessarily. This remarkable journey began around Christmas, a time filled with joy and merriment, but it soon took an unexpected turn. At first, I started experiencing peculiar phenomena. Unusual noises would echo through the house, and I would catch fleeting glimpses of unexplained figures out of the corner of my eye. Even more perplexing, there were instances when I found the bathroom light switched on, despite my vivid memory of it turning off. I dismissed these occurrences as mere lapses in my own memory, assuming I had forgotten some mundane details. Now, let me tell you about my dog's living arrangements. His cozy little haven is situated in the living room, where he sleeps peacefully at night. However, as the strange incidents continued, I noticed his normally well-groomed fur standing on end, indicating his heightened sense of alertness. He would tirelessly bark at a specific corner, fixated on something invisible to my eyes. To address this behavior, his trainer advised me to confine him to a cage whenever he would bark, with the intention of teaching him not to engage in such vocal outbursts. Thus, I faithfully followed this guidance and ensured my furry companion stayed in his designated space during these episodes. Then one fateful day, fate conspired to leave us home alone. As the hours ticked by, an uncanny atmosphere settled in, and my dog's behavior took a disconcerting turn. His gaze fixated on that very corner, his hair raised in an instinctive response, accompanied by low growls that emanated from deep within him. Curiously, he positioned himself atop me, as if forming a protective shield warding off an invisible threat. Any attempt to rise from my spot was met with his persistent herding, compelling me to move in a circular motion, all while his eyes remained transfixed on that mysterious area, his growls unabating. Adding to the confusion surrounding this ordeal, there was a peculiar matter of the bathroom. No matter how enticing the enticements I offered him, even his favorite treats, my canine companion vehemently refused to enter that sacred space. It may seem trivial to mention, but it adds another layer to the enigmatic events unfolding in my life. Now, dear listeners, let me recount an incident that transpired just the other night, forever etching itself into the recesses of my mind, as always. As I lay in a blissful slumber, a chilling sensation crept across my back, as if an icy presence had descended upon me. I startled awake, my senses alert and adrenaline coursing through my veins, only to be met with an inexplicable pressure, like someone had deliberately pressed a cold, square object against my back. Bewildered and disturbed, I attempted to rise from my bed, only to be struck by an unseen force akin to an elbow jabbing into my back. This unexpected assault startled my faithful canine companion, causing him to dart out into the living room, his growls resonating from the depths of his being, directed at that very corner as if an ethereal presence had walked out of my room, and he had dutifully pursued it, eager to protect me from this invisible intruder. Now, my personal beliefs don't particularly align with notions of the paranormal, but tales abound of animals perceiving realities beyond human comprehension, and in light of my canine companion's unwavering vigilance, his ability to sense and react to the presence of something beyond his own perception, I find myself questioning the boundaries of what we consider as tangible. In conclusion, the inexplicable appearances that have unfolded in my home continue to both perplex and intrigue me. I share this account not to seek validation or affirm the existence of the supernatural, but rather to celebrate the remarkable bond I share with my service dog, who, in his unique way, has become a steadfast guardian, alerting me to a realm that remains invisible to my eyes, but perceptible to his remarkable senses. Story number 13. Midwest, quote-unquote, haunted playground. During my 20s in the tranquil suburbs of the Midwest, an intriguing legend came my way, unveiling a playground known as the Haunted Playground. Initially, I dismissed the notion of it being haunted, convinced that it was merely a product of an overactive imagination. However, curiosity got the better of me, and one fateful night, accompanied by a group of friends, I ventured into the enigmatic realm of the haunted playground. Little did I know that this would mark the beginning of a series of eerie encounters that would weave their way into the tapestry of our lives over the next couple of years. As we delved into the dimly lit playground, an eerie ambiance embraced us. It was an ethereal playground, frozen in time, brimming with the peculiar energy that sent shivers down our spines. Intrigued by the strange tales that we had heard, we decided to bring unsuspecting friends to the playground, purposefully withholding any information about its haunted reputation. We were eager to witness their reactions and determined that if they too would sense the otherworldly vibes permeating the air. Countless peculiar incidents unfolded during our visits, each one leaving an indelible mark on our collective memory. One particular occasion stands out among the rest. We had invited a friend who, unbeknownst to them, was about to embark on an otherworldly experience. As we engaged in a spirited debate regarding the playground's haunted status, an inexplicable event unfolded before our eyes. In the midst of our animated discussion, a brilliant triangle-shaped streak of light materialized, descending from the heavens and piercing the ground below. Time seemed to slow as we collectively gazed in awe at the mesmerizing sight. It was akin to witnessing a slow-motion spectacle, a silver luminosity reminiscent of a moonlit sword's reflection, defying rational explanation. Another incident etched itself into the annals of our haunted playground chronicles. On a different occasion, we found ourselves accompanied by a different group of friends. The night was cloaked in darkness, as night generally is, and as we roamed the playground, we were suddenly startled by thunderous stomping sounds emanating from the surrounding foliage. It was as if a human were sprinting toward us. Heartbeats racing, we braced ourselves for an encounter, only to be taken aback when a graceful deer emerged from behind a tree. It moved silently, as if treading on air, effortlessly blending into the nocturnal landscape. Minutes later, one of our friends exhibited an uncharacteristic urgency, gently but persistently urging us to leave the playground. Intrigued by his behavior, I lagged behind, cautiously surveying the surroundings. As we made our way out of the park, a path that necessitated passing the nearby Park District clubhouse, my gaze was drawn upward. There, atop the rooftop, perched a figure shrouded in darkness, its details obscured by the shadows. A head, a torso, and an arm tightly gripping the chimney were pretty discernible, while a chilling realization washed over me. The figure possessed horns. Its sinister form seemed both surreptitious and yet intently focused on our group, hidden in plain sight. With a sense of urgency, we reconvened to the safety of our car, and it was only then that our friend finally revealed the cause of his sudden haste. Immediately following the sighting of the enigmatic deer, he too had noticed the horned figure on the rooftop, a sight that defied all logic and compelled him to evacuate us from the premises with unprecedented speed. The fact that I'd witnessed the same chilling spectacle right down to the intricate details of the horns sent a shiver down my spine. In the wake of the encounter with the horned figure, our visits to the haunted playground dwindled. We discovered that the peculiar paranormal occurrences were not exclusive to the confines of the playground itself. In fact, the surrounding area held its own eerie secrets. One such incident unfolded when I decided to take my girlfriend to that haunted playground. We parked the car a safe distance away, 2 blocks from the playground itself, and as we sat in the darkness, our cigarettes casting ethereal glows, an unexplained phenomenon unfolded before our eyes. Emerging from the direction of the haunted playground, a figure began traversing the streets. Strangely, it possessed a discernible human form, yet it was transparent, as if we were peering through a ghostly veil. The sight sent waves of fear crashing over me, prompting a hushed exchange with my girlfriend, desperately seeking confirmation that I wasn't hallucinating. Whispering, I cautiously inquired, "Do you see it? There's something out there that's unsettling me and I don't want to hear it, sus." Relieved, she replied, "Oh, thank goodness you see it too." Encouraged by her acknowledgement, I pressed further. "Tell me, what do you see? I need to know I'm not losing my mind." She hesitated before responding. "The apparition of a person walking, yet not really there." Perplexed and frightened, I probed deeper. "Exactly, what in the world could that be?" She offered a foreboding explanation. "Could it be a will-o'-the-wisp, a malevolent entity?" Together we watched in silent terror as the transparent figure continued its spectral journey, vanishing into the labyrinth depths of the nearby subdivision. We waited in breathless anticipation for what felt like an eternity, ensuring the entity had truly departed before cautiously starting the car, its engine purring softly in the enveloping darkness. We departed, leaving behind the mysteries of the haunted playground and the enigma of the ethereal being that had crossed our path. To this day, the entity and nature of the horned figure and the transparent specter remain shrouded in ambiguity. The haunted playground, nestled within a larger forest interconnected by highways and neighboring subdivisions, seemed to be a portal to a realm beyond our comprehension. Tales of inexplicable happenings had emanated from the depths of this enigmatic forest since my childhood, from ritualistic arrangements of dismembered deer strewn amidst the twisted foliage, to reports of a stolen cow's head found abandoned within its grim confines. The forest carried an air of darkness and the macabre. As I reflect upon my encounters and the mysteries surrounding the haunted playground and its eerie surroundings, I'm left with a lingering sense of unease. Perhaps there are realms that elude our comprehension, veiled in the shadowy corners of our existence. The haunted playground and the forest it connects to continue to stand as silent witnesses to the enigmatic forces that reside beyond the realm of our understanding, waiting to be explored by the brave or unwitting souls who dare to venture into the depths of the unknown. Story number 14. There's a demon that lives in our station. As an EMT working for an ambulance company, my days are filled with encounters that reaffirm the eerie superstitions and belief in the supernatural that permeate the EMS community. Countless colleagues, firefighters, and EMTs have their own chilling tales, ranging from haunted stations to unexplainable paranormal experiences that defy rationality. In our company, we have 5 stations, each harboring its own collection of stories. Although only a couple of them are truly bone-chilling, there are common occurrences like fleeting shadows, unsettling sensations in the stations, and sporadic unexplained knocks, voices, or even growls that occasionally send shivers down our spines. The station I'm currently stationed at is our main hub, serving as the storage facility for a couple extra supplies. It's not uncommon to find crews bustling in and out of all hours, carrying out resupply tasks. Everyone knows that the ambulance bay takes on a creepy aura at night, with reports of disembodied voices, phantom footsteps echoing throughout the garage, and the sound of ambulance doors opening and closing on their own accord. Throughout my 2 years at this station, I've heard these tales, but I've always been able to rationalize them as my partner or perhaps other crew members going about their duties in the bay during late-night hours. The only experience that defied explanation occurred when I was growled at in the garage one late night. In that moment, I quickly realized that I was the only person present in the bay, and I certainly hadn't growled at myself. Filled with a mix of curiosity and trepidation, I swiftly left the scene. Yet, that encounter stood as the sole inexplicable incident, and for the most part, I felt relatively at ease within the station's confines. That is, until last night. The station itself is compact, comprising a living room attached to a kitchenette, with a hallway branching off toward the garage on one side and the bathroom on the other. At the end of the hallway lies a door leading to the junior EMT's bedroom, which then connects to the senior EMT's bedroom. If you venture into the garage, a staircase ascends to the attic, spanning the entire living quarters of the station. In the dead of night, I slumbered soundly in my own bedroom, alongside my partner and hers. All doors were firmly shut, creating an air of solitude. However, I was abruptly jolted awake by a cacophony of thunderous banging, causing the very walls to tremble. This was no ordinary banging. It was accompanied by the unmistakable sound of someone or something sprinting with tremendous force and speed through the attic upstairs. The reverberations were so intense that the walls appeared to quake in response. The source of these sounds had to be colossal, considering the volume and intensity emanating from above. Then, the pace quickened. The thundering footsteps surged faster and faster, surpassing any reasonable speed. The stomping was relentless. Each footfall followed immediately after the other. It was as though there were 10 individuals sprinting overhead, or perhaps a grotesque creature with an excessive number of legs scurrying right above my bed. The velocity was inconceivable, too rapid, too frenetic. Eyes wide and eyes filled with dread, I sat upright, hurtling in the corner of my bedroom, overcome by a primal, visceral sensation of terror. It resembled the fear prey might experience when hunted relentlessly. Suddenly, a thought intruded upon my mind, as if it had been forcefully implanted from some otherworldly source. I just knew with every fiber of my being that the entity above was fully aware of my wakefulness and my knowledge of its presence. It was as if a twisted version of my own thoughts had been projected into my mind, a malevolent force taunting me with its awareness and power. As the frenzied footsteps continued their relentless assault on the attic above, I mustered the courage to peek out of my bedroom. The dimly lit hallway stretched before me, shrouded in an oppressive silence, save for the thunderous cacophony echoing from above. With each step I took, my heart pounded in my chest, matching the rhythm of the unearthly stomping overhead. As I approached the staircase leading to the attic, a bone-chilling realization dawned upon me. This was no mere haunting or spectral presence. This was something far more sinister, something beyond the realm of the natural world. Summoning every ounce of bravery within me, I ascended the creaking stairs, the noise of my footsteps drowned out by the relentless barrage from above. As I reached the attic door, I hesitated for a moment, contemplating the horrors that awaited me on the other side. But I couldn't let fear paralyze me. I had to confront whatever malevolent force resided within. With trembling hands, I pushed open the attic door, and the sight that greeted me was beyond comprehension. Base was bathed in an otherworldly glow, casting eerie shadows against the walls. The air crackled with an unnatural energy, and the frenetic footsteps seemed to originate from nowhere and everywhere simultaneously. But there in the center of the attic stood a grotesque figure, a twisted version of humanity, distorted and contorted in unimaginable ways. Its elongated limbs and contorted features bore no resemblance to anything I'd ever seen. Its eyes glowing with a sickly green light, fixated on me with an intensity that pierced my soul. I stood frozen in terror as the creature emitted a chilling otherworldly sound, a mixture of growls, whispers, and indistinguishable words. It beckoned to me, its elongated fingers curling, inviting me to join in its macabre dance. In that moment, survival instincts kicked in, and I knew I had to flee. I turned on my heels, running down the stairs as fast as my legs could carry me, the thunderous footsteps of the creature following closely behind. The force of its pursuit was relentless, its malevolence palpable. As I burst through the front door of the station, gasping for breath, I glanced back to see the attic window aglow with an unholy light. The creature, now partially visible, stretched its twisted form toward the night sky, emitting an ear-splitting screech that echoed through the darkness. I stumbled into the street, heart pounding, mind filled with a mixture of terror and disbelief. The realization sank in that I had encountered something beyond explanation, a twisted version of reality that shattered my understanding of the world. To this day, I bear the weight of that encounter, haunted by the memory of the malevolent creature in the attic. It serves as a constant reminder that there are forces in this universe that defy comprehension, lurking in the shadows, waiting to be discovered by those unfortunate enough to stumble upon them. Ever wondered what lies beyond the veil of the ordinary? At Paranormal M, we dive headfirst into the extraordinary. Subscribe and tap the notification bell to become part of our growing family of truth seekers and explore the depths of the supernatural. Story number 1. Cat-like guardian spirit of abandoned mansion. Less than a day ago, an extraordinary event unfolded in my life that left me with an indelible impression that it surpassed the boundaries of the natural world. While I understand that skeptics might attempt to rationalize this story with mundane explanations, the inexplicable nature of the experience has convinced me otherwise. Allow me to recount the captivating tale that transpired when I, accompanied by a group of dear friends, embarked on a thrilling expedition to explore an abandoned mansion with an intriguing history. This awe-inspiring architectural marvel, nestled amidst a dense forest, had once been the residence of the renowned World War II general, only to be forsaken in the 1950s following its demise. The time was approximately 6 p.m. when we arrived at the imposing estate. The mansion loomed before us, a testament to its former grandeur, enveloped by overgrown foliage and towering grass that obscured the path, leading to its majestic gates. Evidently, this place had been devoid of visitors for an extended period, lending an air of mystery to our adventure. Filled with a mix of trepidation and excitement, we crossed the threshold and began our exploratory journey through this relic of the past. As we traversed the threshold from the small hall into the first grand room, a faint meowing sound resonated from the room that we had just vacated. To our astonishment, a small feline emerged, a graceful creature with a pristine white coat, adorned with elegant black spots. The cat appeared youthful, perhaps no more than 3 or 4 years old, exuding an aura of perfect health in the process. Being an ardent volunteer for homeless cats, my trained eye discerned the signs of well-being that radiated from this delightful creature. Unable to resist, I extended my hand. and to my delight, the cat approached without a trace of fear. Its fur, a testament to the immaculate grooming, felt velvety soft beneath my fingertips. It was as if this enigmatic feline embodied the epitome of the domesticated companion, unmarred by the hardships often endured by its kind. Such peculiar circumstances began to arouse my curiosity, signaling the presence of an inexplicable force at play. Throughout our exploration of this labyrinth mansion, the mysterious cat persisted in shadowing our every move. Remarkably, it displayed neither fear nor excessive curiosity towards humans, allowing us to each stroke its sleek fur with unprecedented tranquility. Its behavior resembled that of a contented house cat, intimately familiar with human presence and unacquainted with adversity, a demeanor incongruous with the desolation of an abandoned residence left untouched for generations. The mere existence of this otherworldly feline within those hollowed halls defied logical explanation. When our odyssey through the mansion reached its conclusion, we reluctantly departed, casting glances backward in search of our newfound feline companion. Alas, a peculiar turn of events ensued. In a matter of moments, the cat vanished into thin air, as if it were an ephemeral apparition. Merely seconds prior, it had been weaving between our legs, emitting plaintive meows and seemed to echo through the deserted rooms. Yet, as we stepped into the night, the cat inexplicably vanished, leaving behind no trace of its presence. Intrigued, I peered back into the entrance room, desperately calling out for our ethereal companion. But all of this fell on deaf ears. It had inexplicably disappeared, defying all rational explanations. A sense of enigma and wonder pervaded the air as we stood there, pondering the otherworldly nature of our encounter. Nevertheless, what truly propelled my thoughts into the realm of the supernatural was an astonishing revelation that we made in the basement, an area that the cat had strangely refused to accompany us to. Amidst the shadows and remnants of a forgotten era, we stumbled upon the remains of another feline, long since departed from this mortal coil. The sight of this decaying testament to a former life merged with the enigmatic presence of the cat that had vanished before our very eyes, intertwining the realms of the living and the dead in an inexplicable dance. To this day, the events that unfolded within the confines of that abandoned mansion continue to perplex my mind. The inexplicable arrival and sudden disappearance of such a feline companion, coupled with the discovery of its deceased counterpart, have left an indelible mark upon my psyche. Though some may dismiss it as mere coincidence or trickery of the mind, I am resolute in my disbelief. So I delve into the realm where the boundaries between this world and the ethereal intertwine. And it serves as a poignant reminder that there are mysteries yet to be unraveled, forces at play beyond the scope of human comprehension, a testament to the enduring enigma of the supernatural. Story number 2. Strange Occurrence. I can't help but share the unsettling story that has recently transpired between my friend and me. It all began when she handed me a book titled The Haunting of the Hill House. Little did I know that the seemingly innocent exchange would lead to a series of inexplicable events, making me question the very fabric of reality. As I delved into the haunting tale within the book's pages, I found myself captivated by the character of Theodora. Strangely enough, I discovered that something eerily similar to my own experiences occurred to her. In the story, her clothes became tainted with blood, only to miraculously return to their pristine state later on. The parallel between fiction and reality began to blur, creating an unnerving atmosphere around us. One day after finishing the book, I carefully placed it back on my friend's chair. It was a subtle act, but one that would soon send shivers down our spines. Remarkably, she mentioned that she briefly noticed my gesture and was suddenly inspired to seek out an old top to wear while sleeping. Without any conscious thought, she gravitated toward the top that had long resided in her wardrobe, the very same one with the conspicuous blood stain. To our utter disbelief, as she retrieved the top from its resting place, a sense of astonishment washed over us. The blood stain, which had marred its fabric for ages, had vanished without a trace. It was as if the stain had been forcefully erased, leaving the garment looking as pristine and flawless as the day that it was first acquired. Naturally, we both found this inexplicable turn of events incredibly perplexing. We racked our brains for any logical explanation, yet none could be found. My friend insisted that she would never fabricate such a peculiar story, and I too was certain of her sincerity. The top had undeniably been stained, and now it stood before us, free from any blemish. The bizarre nature of this occurrence left us with an unsettling sense of foreboding. As I continued to mull over this enigma, I couldn't help but immerse myself in the book's contents once again, attempting to unravel the mysteries that lay within its pages. The narrative had affected me so deeply that I felt compelled to revisit it. Despite its haunting nature, it was during the second reading that the revelation of the renewed top struck me as uncannily synchronistic. How peculiar it was that immediately after I returned to the book, triggering my friend's strange impulse, the events mirrored those recounted in the very story that we were both engrossed in. The convergence of reality and fiction, the overlap of our lives with the haunting tale, seemed far too coincidental to be dismissed. It was as if the book's essence had seeped into our existence, blurring the boundaries of what we considered possible. The air around us became thick with an unexplainable energy, leaving us both profoundly unsettled. Days turned into nights, and our discussions revolved incessantly around this perplexing incident. We analyzed every minute detail, searching for any hidden meaning or rational explanation. Yet the answers eluded us, slipping through our fingers like elusive apparitions. The more we delved into the mystery, the more our trepidation grew, until we found ourselves entangled in a web of uncertainty. Now, as I reflect upon this inexplicable chain of events, I can't help but feel a lingering sense of disquiet. The book, which once seemed harmless, has become a harbinger of the unknown, a catalyst for the uncanny occurrences that have unfolded in our lives. Its pages continue to hold secrets that we may never comprehend fully. In the end, the line between reality and fiction blurs into an ethereal haze, leaving us with a disconcerting realization that the realms of the supernatural can intertwine with our mundane existences in ways we never thought possible. As my friend and I grapple with the enigma that has befallen us, we remain haunted by the inexplicable connection between a blood-stained top and the chilling tale that still echoes in our minds. Story number 3. My unexplained ghost story. It was a chilly winter evening, and I found myself nestled comfortably in my bed, cocooned beneath a warm blanket. The ambiance of the room was slightly nippy, causing a slight shiver to run down my spine. I couldn't help but wonder if it was merely the frigid air seeping through the cracks of my bedroom window, or something more eerie that sent a chill down my back. As I sat there engrossed in the world of TikTok, a sudden noise erupted from within my closet, startling me. The sound resembled that of a cat's gentle purr, yet my door was securely shut, making it impossible for any feline intruder to have made its way inside. Bewildered and slightly apprehensive, I couldn't ignore the strange occurrence unfolding within the confines of my room. Curiosity and trepidation overwhelmed me, and I cautiously shifted my gaze towards the source of the noise. To my astonishment, out of the corner of my eye, I witnessed my unusually stationary chair gradually swiveling to face me, as if guided by an unseen force. A jolt of fear surged through my veins, freezing me in place. My heart raced, pounding within my chest as I struggled to comprehend the inexplicable event that had unfolded before me. Every rational part of my being screamed for me to flee, to escape the confines of this haunting scenario. With trembling legs, I summoned every ounce of courage I could muster and propelled myself off the bed. Panic and adrenaline coursed through my veins, propelling me toward the sanctuary of the lower floors. Time seemed to elongate, stretching with what felt like an eternity as I sprinted downstairs. Each sound feeling like an agonizingly drawn-out hour. In reality, though, was merely a fleeting 10 seconds of sheer terror. My mind raced with the whirlwind of questions. What had caused my chair to turn? Was there an otherworldly presence lurking within the walls of my room? The spine-tingling sensation that accompanied the inexplicable events lingered, leaving me grappling with a mixture of fear and curiosity. As I reached the safety of the ground floor, I found myself overwhelmed with relief, grateful to have distanced myself from the unexplainable phenomenon that had momentarily consumed my world. With my heart still pounding, I took a moment to collect my thoughts. My mind was a swirling maelstrom of emotion, desperately seeking logical explanations for the inexplicable events that I'd just experienced. Had it all been a figment of my imagination? A trick played on my tired mind? Or had I unwittingly stumbled upon a paranormal encounter? As I settled into the soothing embrace of reality, the initial terror began to subside. Yet the incident lingered in the back of my mind, an enigma that demanded further exploration. I couldn't dismiss it as a mere fluke or fleeting illusion. It had been real, at least to me, and I couldn't shake the desire to uncover the truth behind the chair's inexplicable movement. Days turned into weeks, and weeks into months, but the memory of that haunting night refused to fade away. I delved into extensive research, scouring the depths of the internet and dusty old books, hungry for any information that could shed light on what I had experienced. Countless hours were devoted to studying the paranormal, the supernatural, and the unexplained, hoping to find a rational explanation that would set my mind at ease. In my quest for answers, I stumbled upon tales of haunted houses, poltergeists, and restless spirits. Each story sent shivers down my spine, making me question the safety and sanctity of my own home. Sleepless nights turned into tireless endeavors, as I sought solace in the knowledge of those who had encountered similar phenomena. Their first-hand accounts, both chilling and intriguing, served as a constant reminder that I was not alone in my pursuit of the unknown. As time passed, my fear transformed into an insatiable curiosity, a hunger to understand the inexplicable. Armed with knowledge and an unwavering determination, I ventured back into my bedroom, the very site of my initial encounter. The air was heavy with anticipation as I meticulously examined every nook and cranny, searching for clues that would unravel the mystery once and for all. Days turned into weeks and weeks into months, yet my quest yielded no definitive answers. The chair remained innocently stationary, refusing to betray the secrets hidden within the wooden frame. Doubt began to creep into my mind, questioning the validity of my own recollection. Perhaps it had been a momentary lapse of reason, a trick played by the tired recesses of my mind. As time marched forward, the incident gradually became a faded memory, tucked away in the recesses of my consciousness. Life resumed its normal rhythm, and the chair's inexplicable movement became a mere footnote in the grand tapestry of my existence. Yet, a part of me will always wonder, forever captivated by the possibility that there are unseen forces at play, lurking just beyond the veil of our understanding. And so I continue my journey, forever haunted by the enigma of that fateful night. It serves as a reminder of the vast mysteries that surround us, waiting to be unraveled. While the answers may elude me for now, I'm left with an unwavering curiosity, propelling me to seek further and explore the depths of the unknown, and to embrace the inexplicable with open arms. Story number 4. Is my mom going overboard? Ever since my dad passed away a few months ago, life has taken a rather strange turn. It started with my mom, who's been feeling his absence deeply, sending me these eerie videos captured by her security camera in one of the bedrooms of her house. According to her, these videos show undeniable signs of paranormal activity. She firmly believes that my dad and her parents are still present in the house, watching over her and keeping her company. Now, I want to believe her, I really do. The thought of my dad's spirit lingering in that house brings a strange comfort, but at the same time, I can't help but question the validity of these occurrences. It's almost as if they have taken over her mind entirely, occupying a significant portion of her headspace. I remember watching one of those videos, and there was this moment that sent chills down my spine. Amidst the indistinct sounds and flickering lights, I could distinctly hear a voice that sounded uncannily like my dad's. It was as if he was speaking directly to me through the confines of that recording. The experience left me feeling both amazed and perplexed, fueling my mom's belief even further. However, not all the videos carry such weighty evidence. Some of them are rather underwhelming, depicting mere orbs floating across the screen. Now, to me, they appear to be nothing more than specks of dust caught on the camera's lens, dancing aimlessly in the air. But my mom, she sees something entirely different. To her, those orbs represent the presence of otherworldly beings, a tangible connection to the realm beyond. To add to the intrigue, my uncle and her brother recently gifted her a device called a spirit finder. It's a contraption designed to detect and alert if users of the paranormal energies are nearby. According to my mom, the spirit finder's become her constant companion, but not in a good way. It seems to have developed a life of its own, going off at the most inconvenient times, robbing her of sleep and leaving her in a perpetual state of unease. The relentless beeping and flashing lights have turned her nights into restless episodes filled with both excitement and trepidation. All these bizarre happenings have not gone unnoticed by my brother and me. We are growing increasingly concerned for our mom's well-being. While we understand her longing for the presence of our departed loved ones, it's hard not to worry about the toll it's taking on her mental and emotional state. The constant preoccupation with the supernatural has overshadowed other aspects of her life, causing her to neglect her own needs and routines. We had countless discussions, debates, and even arguments about these experiences. We've attempted to approach the subject from a rational standpoint, suggesting alternative explanations and encouraging her to seek professional help or consultation. We've proposed that perhaps the videos are a result of technical glitches or natural phenomenon rather than actual paranormal occurrences. Maybe the voice she heard in one of those videos was a coincidental audio distortion, or her mind playing tricks on her amidst the grief. In addition, we've tried to introduce her to different perspectives and beliefs regarding life after death, exploring various spiritual philosophies, religious teachings, and even scientific theories that provide alternative explanations for the phenomenon she's experiencing. We've shared stories of people who found solace and healing through different methods such as meditation, therapy, or engaging in support groups for those dealing with loss. However, it's difficult to dissuade someone when they're firmly convinced of something. My mom's belief in the paranormal has become deeply ingrained, almost like a lifeline connecting her to my dad. It's as if questioning or challenging these experiences would be equivalent to severing that connection, and neither my brother nor I want to cause her any more pain or distress. As the days pass, we find ourselves caught between wanting to support our mom's emotional well-being and worrying about the toll of her obsession. It's a delicate balance, and we constantly weigh the pros and cons of indulging in her beliefs versus gently nudging her towards seeking professional guidance. At times, it feels like we're walking on a tightrope, trying to maintain a delicate equilibrium between respecting her experiences and attempting to bring her back to a more grounded reality. Story number 5. Coincidence or a little help from the unseen world? A few weeks ago, I found myself in a late-night solitude, engaged in various activities like watching TV and doing laundry. It was one of those moments when I had the house all to myself, and I reveled in the freedom to engage in mundane tasks while enjoying some quality time alone. As I sat comfortably on the couch, my eyes wandered to the artwork adorning the walls of the living room. There was one particular piece that caught my attention. Its placement had always seemed a bit off to me, and I pondered whether rearranging it would enhance the overall aesthetic and find better complements to the space. Contemplating the possibilities, I examined the artwork for a few minutes, envisioning its potential new location within the room. However, I didn't take immediate action, deciding to address it at a later time. Feeling the need for a brief break, I rose from the couch and made my way to the kitchen. It was during this interlude that a peculiar sound caught my attention, originating from the living room. Curiosity piqued, I peered through the kitchen doorway, surveying the room for any signs of disturbance. Yet, to my surprise, everything appeared ordinary and undisturbed. Without dwelling on the matter further, I continued with the tasks at hand, assuming the noise was merely a non-consequential occurrence. Once I had completed my kitchen duties, I returned to the familiar embrace of the couch. As I settled down, ready to resume my previous train of thought, my eyes were inexplicably drawn to the same piece of artwork that had held my attention earlier. However, this time, it wasn't where I had last seen it. Instead, it had seemingly detached itself from the wall, descended gracefully, and now rested atop the chair situated directly beneath its previous location. This unexpected turn of events both startled and intrigued me. Was this a mere coincidence? A trivial mishap that coincided with my intention of rearranging the artwork? Or was it something more? The suddenness of the artwork's descent left me contemplating the possibility that it was a sign, a subtle message from a realm beyond our own. It's important to note that the passing of my father a few months prior still lingered in my heart and mind. My mother, a firm believer in the interconnectedness of the spiritual and physical worlds, suggested that perhaps it was my father's way of communicating with me, offering his guidance from beyond the veil. She saw it as a gentle nudge, his attempt to assist me in my endeavors to rejuvenate the living space that we had once shared as a family. Story number 6. Was the horrific face I saw as a child a haunting? When I was around 9 years old, my family decided to move into a new house. Excitement filled the air as we anticipated the fresh beginning that awaited us. However, as with any move, there were certain challenges to overcome. One of the obstacles we faced was the lack of furniture in our new abode. In the midst of our waiting for our belongings to arrive, we resorted to using pump-up beds as temporary sleeping arrangements. The pump-up beds were peculiar contraptions that offered a sense of novelty to our nightly routines. My mother, my sister, and I huddled together on a single pump-up bed, forming a cozy yet cramped sleeping arrangement. Meanwhile, my dad made do with the couch that came with the house, finding solace in its familiarity amidst the new surroundings. Night after night, we gathered on our makeshift bed, eagerly awaiting slumber to whisk us away. As I nestled into the designated spot, with my mother positioned in the middle, fatigue gradually took over my senses. Slowly but surely, I succumbed to the beckoning embrace of sleep. Yet it was during these moments of vulnerability that something inexplicable occurred. I would abruptly awaken, finding myself in the depths of an eerie dream realm. As I pried open my drowsy eyes, I found myself surrounded by an abyss of impenetrable darkness. An unsettling shiver traversed my spine as I surveyed the monochromatic expanse that enveloped me. Attempting to make sense of this disconcerting scenario, I strained my vision, searching for any discernible features within the darkness. And then I saw it, a visage so ghastly and reminiscent of a wicked witch from tales of old. Its contorted face twisted into a grotesque mask, emitting a chilling laughter that echoed throughout the void. The malevolent eyes fixated upon me, as if peering into the very depths of my soul. Words, if they were spoken, were drowned out by the cacophony of maniacal laughter and incomprehensible mutterings. The sinister entity seemed to revel in its tormenting presence, relishing in the fear that it instilled within me. This recurring encounter plagued my nights, recurring at least 3 times a week, but only when I dared to sleep in the living room. The living room, where the pump-up beds temporarily called home, became a battleground between my youthful innocence and the unknown forces that sought to prey upon it. Though I couldn't discern the cause or purpose of these haunting episodes, I could not deny the profound impact that they had on my psyche. Time became a peculiar entity as I navigated through this disconcerting period. Days turned into weeks, and weeks transformed into months as our year-long tenure in that house continued. Each night I embarked on a voyage of trepidation, uncertain of what awaited me in the realm of slumber. Eventually, the day arrived when we bid farewell to the enigmatic dwelling. Our furniture had finally arrived, signifying a fresh start and an end to our nights spent on the pump-up beds. As we packed our belongings, I couldn't help but feel a sense of relief wash over me. The unnerving encounters that plagued my dreams seemed destined to remain within the walls of that house, fading into memories as we embarked on a new chapter of our lives. Looking back on that perplexing period from the vantage point of adulthood, I'm still left with unanswered questions. What was the nature of that haunting presence? Was it a figment of my overactive imagination? Or did it stem from something more sinister lurking within the confines of our new home? Although time has cast a veil of uncertainty over those childhood nightmares, they remain etched in my mind as a reminder of the mysteries that sometimes pervade our existence. And while I may never fully comprehend the origin or purpose of that witch-like apparition, it serves as a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the enduring power of the imagination. Story number 7. Do you believe that spirits can enter our dreams? Growing up, I had the rather peculiar experience of residing in a haunted house. Unlike my siblings and parents, my interactions with the otherworldly occupants were far less frequent. The presence within our home wasn't sinister or malevolent. Rather, it felt like a gathering of spirits, perhaps 2 or 3 who had taken up residence in our midst. My father often recounted witnessing figures and silhouettes gliding through the dimly lit hallways, their ethereal forms passing through the walls with an otherworldly grace. My mother, on the other hand, would catch glimpses of flickering lights that seemed to dance in harmony with the melodies that flowed from our stereo. Regrettably, the specific encounters my siblings had eluded my memory. But I do recall my sister sharing an eerie incident of someone darting into a room while the rest of us were absent from the house. As for my brother, he was tormented by night terrors involving these spirits, causing him great distress. In my case, I often caught sight of random figures, predominantly that of an elderly woman, assuming a caretaker's role. Curiously, whenever I approached her apparition, it would vanish into thin air, leaving me with the inexplicable feeling of emptiness. Furthermore, I would occasionally hear disembodied voices whispering to me, even when I was fully awake. The sensation was undeniably eerie, especially as I grew older and became more cognizant of the paranormal occurrences around me. Interestingly enough, these otherworldly experiences didn't solely confine themselves to the waking world. Frequently, my dreams became conduits for encounters with ghosts. In these dreamscapes, I found myself moving into new homes, perpetually plagued by the ever-lingering concern of residing in another haunting abode. Lo and behold, the spirits from my childhood home would resurface within these dreams, calling out to me in their familiar spectral voices. The dreams were laced with a palpable sense that was indeed them, the very same entities I had encountered before. They never posed any harm, they were merely present, appearing and vanishing at will, occasionally manipulating objects in their ethereal hands. It felt as if they were constantly watching, listening, and observing my every move. The mere concept of it all sent shivers down my spine, filling me with an unsettling trepidation. In some instances, my dreams would take on a different form altogether, serving as vivid flashbacks of the encounters I directly experienced in my childhood home. Curiously, these dreams seemed to provide glimpses from the spirit's perspective, presenting events through their eyes. The recurring nature of these dreams only served to exacerbate my anxiety, leaving me in a state of unease. Was there a deeper meaning behind these apparitions? Was something or someone attempting to communicate with me? Or was I simply grasping at straws, desperately attempting to make sense of the inexplicable? As these thoughts plagued my mind, a seed of doubt sprouted within me, leading me to question my own sanity. Did my mere spirit render me a mere vessel for imaginative fantasies? Would recounting these tales lead others to believe I had lost touch with reality? The fear of being labeled as crazy began to gnaw at my psyche, adding another layer of complexity to an already enigmatic series of events. So here I stand, pondering the mysteries that have intertwined with my existence since childhood. The haunted house of my youth serves as a constant reminder of the paranormal realms that exist parallel to our own. Whether these spirits are remnants of past lives, echoes of the departed, or something entirely beyond my comprehension, I may truly never know. Nonetheless, my journey continues, navigating the labyrinth corridors of the supernatural, forever seeking answers to the questions that haunt both my waking world and my restless dreams. My dog is seeing something. Let me tell you about this friend of mine who I haven't seen in ages. She's been going through a really tough time dealing with domestic violence and battling addiction, among other things. It's been quite a while since we last connected, but a few days ago, I finally had the chance to catch up with her. Unfortunately, she wasn't doing well at all. However, there's something else that's been bothering me even more since she visited: my dog's bizarre behavior in my room. During the daytime, my usually cheerful and relaxed pup appears visibly uncomfortable. He seems restless, constantly seeking a way out of my room. I've noticed him fixating on certain spots as if there's something there, even though I can't see a thing. He'll sit by my bedroom door, waiting anxiously for me to let him out. But it's at night when things take a turn for the worse. Poor little guy. He lies on his bed, trembling and panting heavily. Sometimes he'll shake and pant while staring into space and pace back and forth across the room. It breaks my heart to see him like this. In fact, it got so severe last night that I genuinely thought he might be on the verge of death. Desperate to ease his distress, I made an exception and opened my bedroom door, allowing him the choice to sleep elsewhere in the house. It's something I never usually do because my furry companion has always been extremely attached to me. Whenever he realizes I'm not around, he cries and howls until he's allowed back into my room. But surprisingly, that didn't happen last night. He slept peacefully in the living room without any issues. Trust me, that has never happened before. My dog is 6 years old now, and from the moment I brought him home, he's been by my side. He would sleep at the foot of my bed or snuggle up next to my leg, practically glued to me. Even if I'm just working on my laptop in my room, he'd often join me to chill or take a nap on the bed. But ever since my friend's visit, he developed this intense aversion to my room. I genuinely believe that something she brought with her has been causing her immense fear. What's strange, though, is that I'm typically sensitive to supernatural energies or entities. I lost both my parents, who passed away a few years apart, and I can sense their presence around me at all times. My dog seems to sense them too, but it never unsettles him like whatever's happening in my room. Could it be that whatever it is specifically disliking dogs, thus affecting him and not me? I'm at a loss for what to do. Should I try telling this to the unseen presence and make it leave? Maybe I should consider getting some sage and performing a cleansing ritual in my room. It pains me to see my loyal companion so terrified in what used to be his safe space. I just want him to feel secure and at ease once again. It's heartbreaking to witness him suffering like this. Story number 9. Few stories from my parents' home. I have cherished countless memories within the walls of our beloved home, a place that has witnessed the milestones and stories of my life. Nestled in Calgary, Alberta, Canada, this quaint bungalow was constructed in the 1950s, emanating a sense of history and charm that has withstood the test of time. For over 4 decades, this dwelling has been my sanctuary, sheltering my family and cradling the enigmatic presence that has occasionally piqued our curiosity. My earliest recollection of an inexplicable encounter dates back to my tender age of 3 or 4. During those innocent years when slumber weighed heavily upon my eyelids, the nocturnal symphony would occasionally be interrupted by a peculiar sound emanating from my closet. A veil of fear would enshroud me, urging me to seek refuge beneath the sheets. However, even in the safety of my makeshift cocoon, this enigmatic whisper persisted, beckoning me to venture beyond the confines of my sanctuary. Succumbing to curiosity, I tentatively poked my head out, hesitatingly whispering, "Hello?" To my astonishment, a disembodied voice, as if from the depths of the closet, responded with an eerie echo of, "Hello." Uncertain whether this was a mere figment of my imagination or a tangible encounter, the memory remains etched within the depths of my consciousness, a vivid recollection of the mysterious rendezvous. As the years unfolded and I reached the cusp of adolescence at the age of 16, life took a different turn, leading me to relocate to the basement, where my former bedroom underwent a metamorphosis into a functional office space. The rhythmic symphony of the night would still occasionally reach my ears, emanating from the office directly above my newfound haven. It was during one of those twilight moments that the enigmatic incident unfolded, forever seared into my mind. Sharing my sanctuary with a faithful canine companion, an American Eskimo dog who sought solace within the confines of my room. One fateful night, while enveloped in the embrace of sleep, I awoke to the sound of my mother's voice resonating through the hallway. Perplexed, I listened intently, for her voice, laced with concern, seemed directly toward the canine companion by my side. It was as though she had encountered the presence of my loyal pet in the corridor above, questioning its unexpected presence. Hastening to rectify the situation, I peered beneath the bed covers only to discover my 4-legged confidant nestled peacefully, unaware of the nocturnal disturbance transpiring above. Although initially dismissing this spectral encounter as a mere figment of my mother's imagination, I mustered the courage to recount the incident to her for the following day, hoping for a rational explanation. Yet, to my surprise, her conviction remained unwavering, as she adamantly insisted that her encounter with the otherworldly entity had indeed transpired. Intriguingly, it was through the lens of my father's experiences that a tapestry of inexplicable events began to unfurl within the tapestry of our home. During one instance, while my mother was away on vacation with her sister, leaving my father to occupy the silent halls, a peculiar cacophony erupted from the dining room, permeating the air with a haunting resonance. To his astonishment, my father distinctly heard my mother's voice, laced with urgency, beckoning him to join her. Obediently following the phantom call, he traversed the distance to the dining room, only to find an empty space devoid of her presence. The mysterious echoes reverberated through the chambers of his mind, leaving behind a lingering enigma. Further tales weaved by my father's retelling, adding further layers of intrigue to our household's inexplicable encounters. In the heart of the night, while nestled within the adjacent living room, engrossed in the flickering light of the television, an unsettling chorus erupted from the canine companions. Without warning, their fur bristled and guttural growls permeated the air, their gaze fixated on the dining room table. As if beholding an unseen entity. Bewildered, my father's gaze followed their line of sight, searching for a tangible explanation, yet the vast expanse of the room revealed nothing out of the ordinary, leaving him perplexed and questioning the boundaries of our reality. The most haunting recollection shared by my father unfolded as he found solace upon the couch, basking in the comforting glow of the television. From the periphery of his vision, an elusive figure materialized, slipping through the threshold of the hallway bathroom. Sensing an unsettling presence, one of our loyal canine companions echoed his disquietude, growling in the face of the unseen intruder. Braving the unknown, my father embarked on a resolute journey toward the bathroom, only to be greeted by emptiness, the apparition vanishing without a trace. This ethereal encounter left an indelible mark upon his psyche, challenging the boundaries of rationality and leaving him pondering the existence of an unseen realm. As the custodian of these narratives, interwoven with the fabric of our lives, I find solace in their retelling, each whisper of the supernatural echoing across the chambers of my memory. Our cherished home, a testament to the passage of time and the resilience of the human existence, stands as a witness to these ethereal encounters. While the rational mind may seek logical explanations, an unspoken allure envelops this abode, an intangible presence that dances on the edges of reality. In the interplay of shadow and light, in the echoes of long-forgotten whispers, our home reveals itself as a conduit between the tangible and the ethereal, forever etching its enigmatic tales into the very fabric of our lives. Story number 10. I saw something strange as a kid. I must have been around 6 or 8 years old when this peculiar incident occurred. It's funny how some memories stick with you, even decades later. I was standing at the bus stop with my dear mother, patiently waiting for our ride to arrive. The bustling atmosphere of the place was evident, with people engrossed in conversations over their mobile phones, while a family friend engaged in a lively discussion with my mother. As a curious child, my gaze wandered toward the road and the passing cars. It was a mundane sight, nothing out of the ordinary, until my eyes caught a glimpse of something truly extraordinary. Out of nowhere, a bicycle zoomed past us at moderate speed. What made it peculiar, however, was the fact that there was no rider in the seat. The pedals were moving, propelling the bicycle forward as if guided by an invisible force. Naturally, this sight left me utterly astounded. My young mind couldn't fathom what I had just witnessed. I stood there, my mouth agape, fixated on the spectacle before me. Surprisingly, it seemed as though no one else was at the bus stop paying any mind to this supernatural occurrence. Their conversations continued uninterrupted, while my mother remained engrossed in her discussion, unaware of the incredible scene that had unfolded right in front of me. Unable to contain my amazement, I kept my silence, not daring to interrupt my mother's conversation. It wasn't until later that I mustered the courage to bring up this bizarre incident. I cautiously shared the details of the bicycle without the rider, hoping for a explanation from my mother. To my disappointment, she dismissed my account with skepticism, attributing it to a mere hallucination. According to her, my young imagination had concocted this fanciful tale, creating a vivid illusion that felt all too real. Yet deep down, I knew what I had seen was not a product of my imagination. I couldn't explain it logically, and it perplexed me to no end. At that age, my vision was perfectly fine, ruling out any possibility of an optical illusion. Moreover, it couldn't have been a dream, for my mother vividly recalls that day and often playfully jests about my reaction, describing me as having a malevolent demon. To this day, as the years have rolled by and I've grown into adulthood, that peculiar sight remains etched in my mind. It serves as a reminder of the mysteries that surround us, the inexplicable phenomena that defy our understanding. Though countless explanations and theories might attempt to rationalize what I had witnessed, I've come to accept that some occurrences defy conventional wisdom. Perhaps there are forces at play in this universe that elude our comprehension, leaving us with nothing more than unanswered questions and unexplained memories. Story number 11. I heard someone ask if I was okay. Let me tell you about the extraordinary experience I had while staying at this peculiar house. It was an abode unlike any other, filled with inexplicable occurrences that left me in awe and uncertainty. Whenever I found myself alone within the confines of that dwelling, I would frequently hear mysterious crashing sounds reverberating through the air, leaving me with an eerie feeling that I was not the sole occupant of the premises. Witnesses had even reported seeing objects seemingly propped up against the wall, inexplicably tumbling forward and crashing onto the ground, defying the laws of gravity. Such occurrences were utterly mind-boggling, defying rational explanation. Now allow me to share a particular incident that happened during my stay in this enigmatic abode. At one point, I found myself involved in a harrowing motorcycle accident, albeit as a passenger. The impact was severe, leaving me with extensive injuries and rendering me incapable of walking properly for several months. My body was wrapped up like a mummy, concealing the open wounds that bore witness to the ordeal that I had endured. It was a challenging time filled with pain and discomfort. The first night I returned home from the hospital, fatigued and exhausted, I lay in my bed, teetering on the precipice of slumber. It was in this vulnerable state that I heard a voice whose timbre and tone escape me to this day. The voice, ethereal and disembodied, asked a simple yet profound question: "Are you okay?" In response, I audibly answered, assuring the unseen presence that I was indeed all right. Astonishingly, my boyfriend, who was present beside me at that moment, seemed perplexed by my response and questioned why I said yes out loud. Perplexed by his confusion, I turned to him and said, "Didn't you ask if I was okay?" Much to my surprise, he denied asking me any such question. It was then that a wave of realization washed over me, and I began to contemplate the true nature of this ethereal encounter. Initially, I had attributed the incident to the presence of benevolent guardian angels, watching over me in my time of need. However, as time passed and my curiosity grew, I couldn't help but wonder about the enigmatic entity I had conversed with that fateful night. Who or what had reached out to me in that mysterious house? Was it a lingering spirit trapped between realms seeking solace or connection? Or was it an echo from the past, a whisper of history embedded within the very walls of that dwelling? These questions haunted my thoughts, fueling a sense of intrigue and desire for understanding. In the weeks that followed, I continued my recuperation within the confines of that enigmatic house. I found myself delving deeper into the realm of the unknown. Late that night, when the world outside fell silent, I embarked on a journey of exploration, armed with a journal, a pen, and an unwavering curiosity. I meticulously researched the history of the house, unearthing tales of its previous inhabitants, stories of joy and sorrow that had unfolded within those very walls. As I immersed myself in the tales of the past, I discovered a thread that connected the paranormal occurrences and the voice that had reached out to me. It appeared that a tragedy had unfolded within the house, a somber event that had left an indelible mark. Could it be that the unexplained crashes, the sensations of not being alone, and the voice in the night were all echoes of that tragic event, remnants of souls trapped within the ethereal realm? Armed with this newfound knowledge, I delved even deeper, seeking out local experts in the paranormal, eager to uncover the truth hidden within the walls of that house. Mediums, psychics, and investigators joined me on this captivating journey, their expertise bringing forth new layers of understanding. Through seances and meticulously recorded sessions of electronic voice phenomena, we sought to establish a connection with the otherworldly forces that lingered within those walls. Days turned into weeks, and weeks into months as we delved deeper into the mysteries concealed within that house. The paranormal activity intensified, with an unexplained phenomena occurring more frequently and with more great intensity. Doors creaked open of their own accord, cold gusts of air swept through empty rooms, and shadows danced along the walls, defying all logical explanation. During one particularly riveting investigation, as we huddled together in a dimly lit room, a medium made contact with a spirit connected to the house. The air grew thick with anticipation as the medium channeled the ethereal presence, relaying its messages and emotions to us. Through tearful whispers, the spirit revealed its name and shared the tragic tale of its life, forever intertwined with the house that had become my temporary home. Overwhelmed by the depth of emotion and the weight of the revelations, I found solace in the knowledge that my experience within that house was part of something greater. It was a connection to a world beyond our own, a glimpse into the ethereal tapestry that intertwines with our reality. While the mysteries of that house may never fully unravel, I walked away from that extraordinary experience with a profound sense of wonder and a deep appreciation for the enigmatic forces that exist beyond our comprehension. Story number 12. Yellow-Eyed Sleep Demon. It was approximately a year ago when this unsettling incident occurred, and as someone who believes in the paranormal and acknowledges the existence of the spiritual realm, I always approach strange occurrences with a rational mindset. However, this particular event defied any logical explanation that I could conceive. At the time, my partner and I were peacefully asleep in our bed. Suddenly, I jolted awake, overcome by an inexplicable sense of unease. Sitting upright in bed, I noticed a black shadow lurking at the foot of the bed, hovering at the height of a child. It paced back and forth with its arms extended in front, its elbows bent, and the silhouette of its hands appeared disproportionately large compared to its small, childlike body. The ends of its fingers were pointed and sharp, resembling menacing claws. Beside me, my boyfriend remained sound asleep, emitting groans and twitches as if caught in the grip of a haunting nightmare. Paralyzed with fear, I mustered the strength to whisper my partner's name. Regrettably, he didn't awake, but to my astonishment, the creature abruptly ceased its pacing. It turned to face me, freezing in its tracks, seemingly startled by my presence. Glowing intensely with bright yellow eyes, the shadow gradually faded away, dissolving into nothingness with its eyes lingering as the final remnants. Desperate to rouse my slumbering partner, I nudged him forcefully. As he awakened, gratitude filled his voice, grateful that I'd interrupted his distressing nightmare. He described a vivid dream in which a shadowy creature with razor-sharp claws perched on his chest, rendering him immobile and trapped. Curious, I inquired whether the creature in his dream possessed bright yellow eyes. Astonishingly, he confirmed my suspicion, prompting me to disclose my own encounter with the mysterious entity. Fortunately, the creature's not reappeared since that fateful night. I attempted to gather more information about its appearance through a thorough internet search, but found no useful results. If I had been the sole witness, I might have dismissed the encounter as sleep paralysis, considering my previous struggles. However, the fact that both my partner and I witnessed the same spectral being, coupled with the fact that I was fully awake during the encounter, solidified my belief that this was undeniably a paranormal encounter, devoid of any rational explanation. Story number 13, I was pushed from behind. In our quaint, antiquated abode, my family and I resided, blissfully unaware of the eerie secrets that lay dormant within its ancient walls. As fate would have it, on that particular evening I found myself alone, believing that solitude was my only companion. Little did I know, however, that an unseen presence lurked in the shadows, ready to unveil itself in a chilling revelation. The culinary delights beckoned me to the kitchen, and I, succumbing to the persistent pangs of hunger, ventured forth to satiate my appetite. Amidst the tantalizing aromas and the comforting ambiance of the room, a sudden disturbance ruptured the tranquility that enveloped a home. A cacophonous crash echoed from the depths of the basement, sending shivers down my spine. Knowing my father's affinity for woodworking and his collection of tools, I instinctively suspected that he might have been the source of the disturbance. Hastening toward the basement door, my voice trembled as I called out for him, hoping to seek reassurance and unravel the enigma that had unfolded. The basement, an abyss of darkness, greeted me with an ominous silence. Its lack of illumination seemed peculiar, for my father, ever meticulous, was known to meticulously organize his workshop, ensuring that every nook and cranny was bathed in light. An inexplicable chill crawled up my spine as a rush of frigid air brushed past me, causing my breath to hitch and goosebumps to materialize on my flesh. With trepidation, I cautiously descended the stairs, my hand clinging to the cold, unforgiving handrail. The palpable tension in the air intensified, as if an invisible force conspired against me. And then it happened. The malevolent entity, or whatever it may be, manifested its presence with a vengeance. A surge of energy jolted through my arm, and though an unseen entity aimed to push me, to exert its influence upon my being, the weighty pressure bore down on my limb, testing the limits of my physical and mental fortitude. Simultaneously, the ethereal gusts of icy wind enveloped my senses, relentless in their pursuit of instilling fear within my trembling frame. In that harrowing moment, the battle of wills waged, the invisible force testing the boundaries of my resilience. The fierce clash between corporeal and ethereal forces engulfed me, leaving me shaken to the core. As quickly as the chilling cold had engulfed me, it withdrew, as if sated by its brief foray into the realm of the living. Story number 14. Toddler's son connect to my late grandmother. The heart-wrenching tale of my paternal grandmother's passing still resonates deeply within me, as if unfolded a mere 9 months ago, just a solitary month prior to the conception of my precious daughter. Affectionately referred to as Grandma S, she and I shared an unbreakable bond, and it was not uncommon for my son and me to embark on frequent visits to her humble abode. A bitter truth overshadowed these encounters, for Grandma S battled with relentless clutches of dementia, rendering her mind fragile and often unable to recognize me. Astonishingly, though, she clung tightly to the recollection of my son's name, a testament to the inexplicable power of a grandmother's love. At the remarkable age of 89, Grandma S defied her years by gracefully descending the ground, engaging in playful interactions with my son, otherwise known as playing with her son. With an illustrious career as a teacher, children occupied a paramount position in her life, yet fate had woven a unique tapestry, bringing only my son and me in close proximity to visit frequently. Being a woman amidst a sea of sons, Grandma S harbored a particular fondness for the company of us girls. As destiny would have it, I now find myself 8 months pregnant, eagerly anticipating the arrival of a little girl who will soon grace our lives with her radiance. In the wake of her departure, my parents took the significant step of relocating to her cherished home. The ensuing weekend marked a milestone, for it had been countless years since my youth that I had spent a night within the confines of that house. Now brimming with memories and a sense of nostalgia, as bedtime approached, my son in his endearing innocence embraced the ritual of spinning whimsical tales, often revolving around our daily escapades or dreams for tomorrow. On this particular night, however, his tender voice weaved a narrative that evoked profound emotions within me. He uttered, "Grandma S and L were walking down the road, their eyes filled with wonder as they gazed upon the majestic boats adrift in the distance." Intriguingly, my husband and I had been contemplating 2 names for our impending arrival, namely R and L. Those are strange names, considering they are letters. The mere mention of Grandma S strolling alongside someone named L ignited an ethereal spark deep within my soul. It was as if from beyond the mortal realm my beloved grandmother had bestowed her ethereal blessings upon our choices, approving the path that we were destined to traverse. Such is the beauty of life, in all its intricate complexities and serendipitous encounters. The tapestry of existence, threads of love and remembrance intertwine, transcending the boundaries of time and space. With every passing day, I hold on to the memory of Grandma S, treasuring her spirit within my heart. As my daughter's arrival draws near, I find solace in the thought that her gentle presence shall forever be intertwined with our family's legacy, an everlasting testament to the enduring power of love and the undeniable bond that connect generations past, present, and future. Story number 15. Grandmother-in-law claimed to be a psychic medium. Weird things happened when she passed. Living together with my now husband in a cozy, albeit small apartment was an adventure in itself. We had settled into a routine, navigating the joys and challenges of sharing our lives under one roof. However, our tranquil existence took an unexpected turn when his beloved grandmother, a self-proclaimed psychic medium known for her spirit guide readings, sadly passed away. Grandma had battled Parkinson's disease and dementia during her final days, which had taken a toll on her overall well-being. Regrettably, I never had the opportunity to experience one of her readings, given the state of her mental faculties. Plus, being naturally skeptical, I tended to rely on tangible evidence and personal experiences. Nevertheless, I held an open mind, acknowledging the possibility of unexplainable occurrences. It wasn't uncommon for my husband to engage in sleepwalking and sleep-talking. Over time, I'd become adept at discerning when he was merely in the midst of a slumber-induced activity. So when the clock struck 2 a.m. one fateful night, I was abruptly shaken awake by his urgent nudges, accompanied by a panicked whisper. Babe, look, wake up. Startled and bleary-eyed, I struggled to comprehend his sudden outburst. Despite my wariness, curiosity got the better of me, and I reluctantly inquired about the cause of his distress. In response, he excitedly pointed toward the darkest corner of our bedroom and explained, "Look at the white woman." Then, without missing a beat, he turned over and peacefully slipped back into the realm of dreams, leaving me feeling both bewildered and thoroughly spooked. This eerie incident repeated itself 3 more times, always in the dead of night. Each time, my timidity prevented me from mustering the courage to investigate the source of my husband's late-night revelations. Consequently, my go-to response to his sleep-induced proclamations became a resolute and fearful, "Nope, no one's there, no thank you." And to this day, my husband has no recollection of these nocturnal apparitions. However, we now have a young son who, on occasion, directs his innocent gaze towards shadowy corners of the room and bursts into gleeful laughter. When questioned about his amusement, my husband casually speculates that our son is merely interacting with the white woman, the same enigmatic entity that he had encountered during his sleepwalking episodes. I can't help but associate this ethereal presence with the lingering spirit or energy of my husband's departed grandmother, whom we affectionately refer to as Grandma. Though my husband embraces these inexplicable encounters with a certain level of nonchalance, attributing them to the supernatural, I find myself less enthusiastic about the prospect of unannounced guests from beyond the veil. However, I am reminded that life is filled with countless mysteries, some of which are more unsettling than others. And so, in the midst of our shared existence, we navigate the uncharted waters of the tangible and intangible, finding solace in the bond that ties our family together. Story number 16. Strange Incident in the Anatomy Lab. For the past couple of months, I've been grappling with a certain incident that occurred during my tenure as a second-year medical student and an anatomy tutor for the first-year students. It's been playing on my mind incessantly, and I feel a pressing need to put my thoughts into words in order to find some semblance of closure. At my School of Medicine, the tutoring system functions in a way that designates certain days when I'm on call to assist students in learning anatomical structures and their clinical correlations. This typically involves providing last-minute guidance and tips for the practical exams, and it's usually a relaxed and enjoyable experience with groups of students seeking assistance. However, there was one particular day that deviated from this norm, forever etching its peculiarities in my memory. It all started with an email from a student I had tutored numerous times before. He was a genuinely nice guy, and he expressed a strong desire to conduct a comprehensive run-through of all the structures that would be tested on their upcoming final exam. Being committed to my role as a tutor, I readily agreed to help him, and we scheduled for a session for 9 a.m. in the morning. Now let me paint a picture of our anatomy lab. It's a fairly large space that houses around 25 cadavers, each stored in separate subdivisions to ensure their preservation, and these tanks are equipped with built-in tables that can be raised or lowered depending on the need for dissection or study purposes. With this in mind, my colleague and I arrived at the lab on the appointed day, ready to embark on our tutoring session. Before entering the lab, my colleague paused for a moment of reflection, offering a brief prayer as a personal ritual. Afterward, we proceeded into the lab, only to be confronted by a sight that was highly irregular and frankly forbidden. One of the cadavers lay outside its designated tank, devoid of any faculty or student presence nearby. This was a grave transgression, one that demanded disciplinary action and was considered profoundly disrespectful. Such an occurrence was unheard of in our lab, so without hesitation we rushed to the cadaver's side and carefully lowered it back into the tank, seeking to rectify this grave breach of protocol. However, as soon as the cadaver was immersed, an overpowering stench of decomposition assaulted our senses. It was a nauseating smell that was completely unexpected considering the usually well-ventilated labs and the presence of fixatives in the tank. Never heard of the word fixatives before. I'm assuming they mean preservatives in the tank, which are meant to impede decomposition. Both my colleague and I were taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, and he even gagged in response to the putrid odor. The entire situation seemed surreal, and I struggled to make sense of it. How could a strong smell of decomposition permeate the lab despite our efforts to preserve the cadavers? The fixatives should have been provided some measure of protection against this very occurrence. Despite the lingering scent of decay, we managed to gather ourselves and decided to move on to the tank across from the one that had been opened. Hoping for a reprieve from the unpleasant odor, we cautiously opened the tank, only to be confronted with the sight that plagued my thoughts relentlessly ever since. The cadaver within the tank was not lying down as expected, but instead it was sitting upright in the middle of the table, fully immersed in the fixative solution. The sheer peculiarity of this image left me dumbfounded, and my colleague appeared visibly panicked in the face of such uncanniness. In an attempt to restore order and normalcy, we endeavored to lay the cadaver back down in a proper position. However, the hips had become rigid and unyielding, making the task considerably more challenging. After much effort, we finally managed to lay the cadaver flat once again, but the disconcerting experience had already cast a somber atmosphere upon the lab. Something felt profoundly amiss, and an aura of unease pervaded the air. In the days that followed, my colleague and I returned to the lab without uttering a word about the bewildering incident. We resumed our tutoring duties, attempting to carry on as if nothing out of the ordinary had transpired. Yet deep within me, the enigma persisted, relentlessly tugging at the edges of my consciousness. I found myself unable to provide a plausible explanation for what had occurred, aside from the possibility that some of our fellow students had shown a remarkable level of carelessness with the cadavers. An explanation that, while somewhat logical, failed to provide a satisfactory resolution to the sequence of bizarre events. These moments, strung together in a series of bewildering encounters, continue to occupy my thoughts, replaying themselves over and over in my mind. Please forgive me if I've rambled on, as the lateness of the hour has perhaps contributed to the somewhat disjointed nature of my narrative. Nonetheless, the experience remains etched in my memory, and I'm left grappling with a multitude of unanswered questions, seeking solace in the hope that time may eventually reveal the truth behind that perplexing day in the anatomy lab.